Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh la la. King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
Okay. What do I want? Oh, I need to get the chat up. Hold on. Give me a second. Do 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 do.
We're starting out strong.
I also need the carry from Vlad here, right? Like, he's been here this whole time. I'm new to the game.
All right, okay. We've got Crew versus Leviathan at number 3. Next, we have a very, very juicy one. Sliggy, I hope you're watching because I'm about to give you some nightmares once again. It is Liquid versus Gambit, and this is the game that qualified Gambit to Masters Berlin. They ended up winning it. But the crazy thing about this game was Liquid were 9-3 down on Icebox, and then they took it all the way to OT and lost.
That was tough.
Yeah. This for me doesn't get better than this in my opinion, but hey, it's your list.
That's what I was feeling too. Because,
Best game of all time was definitely Mech
like,
versus
okay,
Fnatic.
this has to be within like top 1 or 2. Second place, we already locked that in, unfortunately.
Let's go for the first.
Do you think this is number 1?
I think so.
Yeah? Yeah, okay.
Because like, I try to imagine what are the 2 remaining. So
Why is Crew
I can't
on
imagine
here?
any better than this.
Oh, that most recent
Okay,
game?
okay. I might have one more better than for you, but we'll see. But yeah, this is definitely very, very iconic. Sorry, Sliggy. I know
Mech
that's
versus
not your
FPX,
fondest
what game are
memory.
you talking about?
But next one we
that
have, this is, okay, I'm cheating. Okay, this was not a qualification game.
Okay.
It's a huge cheat, but I just had to throw it in there for the memes. This is 100 Thieves versus MIBR. Oh, the logo's upside down. Where they qualified EG to playoffs, and then EG ended up going to Tokyo. And this was a crazy game. This was like a bit of a meme game, I feel like, but wasn't a qualification.
I feel like that's a 5.
Let's go with 5. Yeah.
Yeah, you're feeling 5?
Just because it didn't qualify either of these teams?
Because I know EG did have like an insane run thanks to it, but the game itself I feel like doesn't measure up to the top 3.
I'm down for the 5, and last but not least,
oh boy.
It's another Gambit game, man. They're always at the scene of the crime. Fnatic versus M3C.
This is number 1.
10 rounds of OT on split. The defuse, the defo defuse, it all happened in this game.
It was 2 years ago. Like,
and
this should have been one of the either one or first or second one.
Yeah, and the
should have been
crazy
one,
thing is
100%. Anyway, let's do a map beat though.
once
Talking
again
about
to
that.
international.
Common Core versus Fnatic. Are you ready? Odds slightly in Common Core's favor. I feel like that's a little. I'm feeling good about Common Core. Honestly, I think Fnatic are a bit shit. But so Common Core. So who knows? Common Core ban Sunset. Common Core ban Ascent. Common Core ban Ascent. Interesting. Now, did they not ban Ascent because they thought maybe Heretics would ban Ascent here? Have they worked on their Ascent? I don't think you want to ban Ascent against Fnatic, honestly. Fnatic will ban. Fnatic will ban Sunset because they have every time. So if you're Common Core, you know the Fnatic are going to ban Sunset. So then you can ban Ascent if you want. Did they do that throughout the entirety? Just this most recent game they didn't, against a team that normally does ban Ascent. So was that like a we'll get rid of their best map and they're gonna ban Ascent anyway because we have same ban? And then they didn't, but then they did ban it second time. Fuck it. Let's just say they weren't actually prepared for Ascent. They just thought Heretics will never pick it. Fnatic would pick against Common Core. Not Icebox, their Icebox is trash. Not Lotus. Lotus will be map 3. I feel good about that. see Comical's Icebox isn't very good, but neither is Fnatic's. See, what do Fnatic pick? Because they won't pick Split, because that's shit for them as well. Maybe it's Breeze. Maybe Fnatic pick Breeze. Comical could pick Lotus. That wouldn't necessarily... do they pick Lotus? Do they pick Lotus? Man, that's tough. I think they do. Man, both of these teams are dog shit at everything. Maybe they do just pick Lotus. Fnatic then would ban... probably not Icebox. Maybe Split. I'll say them maybe Bind. Probably Split of those three, I would think. You probably ban... I'd say Icebox, and we play Bind. Okay, that's what I'm going with.
Like, really trade Domain, and the race got blocked by the turret. But the initial plan, if I remember, it was like also to have a node-in on Tomashi, and he could spam out of the alarm bot and the molly on B entrance.
To cut the rush.
So like really we cut the rush and we just assassinate the Omen, and then we play however we want on the map. So I think like
good word
this
to
round
say when you're
pretty
French.
well for us.
Assassinate. Who am I rooting for?
You cannot really
give
tell
a shit.
The story by watching the match. Like you,
I don't think either of these teams really deserve it.
Exactly.
I think they would both lose to Navi.
And they are
and both did
to
lose to Navi.
You stopped them on B. They are understanding that you're playing retake on C. They are taking space. What is the idea right now? What do you expect from them? What kind of mindset do you have for your players?
So we knew that they are going to take space because we let the space for them and we accept the retake. So basically here we didn't use many abilities. Like we still have the Paranoia of Omen, we still have everything on Fade, we have her ult, so we can basically like re-clear the space. So we accepted that we let it, and this is why we are not retaking instantly. We wait for each other and then we just do the things properly. We use Fade Dogs, we use Paranoia of Omen to retake the space, and we don't give them free kills because we know that we are on 5 versus 4 and that they are going to look for kills to get back.
You have to compensate for the advantage that you took. So you're retaking with the ultimate of Fade, just like you said, the Paranoia and the revenge from the race. There are now 2 in the sand, maybe 3, you don't know precisely where is John QT, and you're retaking site. What's the idea behind the smoke?
So I mean, it's kinda the meta right now, or it's been already before. It's like when you plant outside for C mount, most of the team will play around mount and play with it on the post plant. So this smoke is kinda like the smoke that we did in the beginning of Sunset during kickoff. It's to deny people to play post plant against us, the smoke on top box in B main, so they cannot like really find a way to kill us when we are defusing the spike. So it's basically like to deny their vision, create like fights
these
that
nuts?
are like
is
more
that,
60 to 40% for us, like and
what
40 for them. And so like it's better for us like to fight against only one line that we can, or like because if we don't put the smoke, they will have many crossfires. It gives you an
advantage. And
yeah.
We can see like Harry, everything is planned in advance. So back to you guys, and thank you, Daish.
Thank you.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me everywhere. Imagination, it's your creation.
Come on, Barbie. Let's go party.
Come on, Barbie. Let's go party. Yes, yes, I respect that. But I mean, I absolutely love that breakdown from PM and
Did
Zayt,
you see the YouTube membership message?
You guys think that
I had the stream muted at the start.
No,
what are you talking about,
kid? Some of that to use what they did last time, because it is a rematch.
To be honest, I expect Fnatic to ban Sunset immediately, because not only they lost against in the kickoff against Carmine Corp, but also they have been strictly banning it throughout the season so far.
This is Valorant. Again, but
Amethyst 7, thanks for the 13 months.
coming out from them,
First
especially when you
resub
consider
of the
how
day.
Fnatic have been performing on Lotus there as well.
What do you think about the loud roster mania going on? Good question. I mean, if they lose less, GG. Unlucky.
Well, I can't wait to see it because a spot and Master Shanghai is on.
Where would I rank Mimi as a coach? Are you talking about
You lose the round. You
Evil
lose the
Cat?
game. It's an FPS game.
Tropical GG, thanks for 11 months.
TMV my goat. TMV in my.
Talking about Mini, then I think Mini is a fairly decent coach, I guess. Looks pretty good. Won tournaments. Did a decent job. This music's definitely copyright. I'm sorry, it just definitely is. We'll be the kings of stage 1. Dunno. Could be Heretics. Could be FUT. Could be Fnatic. Could be Garmin Core. Will it be Garmin Core though? Dunno. Dunno. Madrid or Dortmund? Oh, Madrid are gonna win easy. I don't know what you guys are fucking talking about. Dortmund are shit. Like, there's no way around it. If you use your eyes, you'll see. Dortmund are shit. I mean, Madrid aren't that good. I don't think. I think it's a very fraudulent Champions League. I think it's a very fraudulent Champions League final we've got, because I don't think that Madrid are that good either, really. See, it's kind of a weird thing, isn't it? Like, football has maybe reached the level as well now, like, you know, with kind of like modern, you know, like, like modern techniques and all that kind of stuff, that like, it's possible that, you know, football is kind of reaching its zenith in terms of like overall play, because like, you know, who would win like the Madrid team of 10 years ago or Madrid now? Like, it wouldn't be close, right? Who would win between... Oh, here we go. Mavito. Who would win, like, you know...
They expected to get...
look at the Barca team of old.
Oh,
hold on.
Oh, Fnatic actually picked Breeze. I didn't expect that.
I didn't expect that either. What do you make of this?
Still,
I think it's pretty
5 is still on. 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 5. Okay, we take a 5. We take a 5. I'm getting better. I'm getting better.
I don't think it's really any surprise that we're seeing Lotus here as a decider.
We take a 5.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic, it's the maps I'm not so worried
the
about.
believers are starting to get rewarded.
It's been kind of strange. And if you take an eyes
Sorry, the full believers. The full believers got rewarded yesterday.
Yesterday they wanted to start an attack on Ascent. I'm confused sometimes.
Leverkusen would win Champions
League.
League.
Want to,
probably.
Create a snowball effect in the game by winning pistol first, and then coming up the bonus as well.
Okay, so first map, Breeze. Breeze bind Lotus, okay.
First 2 maps. But today it's, I mean, Fnatic's winning condition is gonna be winning the post plants in the attacking side, because the way Carmine Corp approaches the game in defense is one side is gonna be fog, one side is gonna be weak, and Fnatic has to find that weak spot and win on the post
I predict Carmine Corp to win this game.
The case. Liquid was fighting every place he could find.
But I wouldn't be shocked if Fnatic did, because I don't think either team are great.
And that was the win condition for Team
Volume's too low.
But they different day.
Yeah, it's a different situation here, especially when you're also going to go up against another IGL that's previously been under the wing of Boaster there as well. And I think the big difference as well between Magnum and Enzo in that kind of regard is the fact that I feel like Magnum is a bit more vocal in comparison. I think that there's a lot more coordination that you see coming up from Core.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what you're going to get Agent Select here for Breeze, because it looks
Fnatic's
like
taking on the Yoru, Carmine Corp go Yoru Jet. It's been a while since they played Breeze.
Team that already beat Fnatic on Breeze.
Yeah, it was 13-6 actually. Fnatic wasn't even in the game at that time, but it's been so long since they have played Breeze, so they they have to come up with their own game style. They have Durkee as solo duelist.
What are we thinking?
It's going to be
Score spreads for the whole match. I'm going to say 2-1 Karmine Corp.
Duelist, but I mean, Karmine Corp is going to make them struggle from mid, I think.
I think the cool thing here for Karmine Corp as well is the fact that this squad hasn't really been going for any agent composition changes across most of their maps, aside from Lotus previously, but it's going to be fun to see the double dive.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since we've seen Narrate on Jet as well. I can't wait to jump into this map. And throw it over to your casters, who's definitely never cursed at anyone before. It's Mitch and Tom.
Gerd of Mila Mahagutsu, thank you so much. Yes, I'll say there was a little bit of a curse up here in the caster desk the other day. A little bit, but today, I think we're on an even float. Both of these teams,
I don't know.
we've
Someone
seen
else
them win,
looked into it last time, and I was just like, I don't want to touch anything, you know? With Liquid,
here we go.
We had all the stats posted. I don't know with these two teams. I don't think we've cursed anyone, but I guess we'll wait and see.
Tom, we've seen both these teams win.
This is to qualify. So FPX and EDG won earlier, right? EDG did win. I saw FPX.
For KC, we haven't seen them play this map in a little while, actually. It's all the way back to week 2.
So we get EDG and FPX.
Win and a loss starting it out.
So.
I wouldn't say it's the best of maps. For Fnatic, I think a strong pick on Breeze.
Here we go.
I'm expecting a map win out of them.
Well, I'm excited as
so,
well, though, the switch.
Karmine Corp big attack,
Martin
which obviously with their comp double duelist makes sense.
But he's been mostly sticking to Jet, and then Narrate going back.
Now, this is a map actually that I would feel like Karmine Corp might be okay at, honestly. You know, where they can just stick to like big execs and just, run into a site, essentially.
Back to that
I thought their attack side
superstar
would be
role,
fairly
good
decent on this
opportunity
map.
for him
I don't
to
know.
strut his stuff, and someone we know has the ability to do so. But yeah, this is a map where I wouldn't say there's too many where Fnatic have looked comfortable, but after their initial defeat to GX, they've looked fantastic on this map.
Martin has snuck all the way up close, fighting Durka on just a dry peek.
Kills Durka on the dry peek. Only suppressed the Yori, who obviously you already knew was there.
They can't contain that
They don't really know what's going on.
Playing a little bit further back on the stairs, it'll be
I don't have a
Chronicles.
ton of info. They do have a deep camp.
The real idea
comes
from the
in now.
defensive side, the hope is that the push comes in towards the B site where they have that Cypher set up for the cam for mid.
Oh, they're cooking them with this.
This is going to help them sneak out of position.
They're also low.
Shock dart kills coming in onto the Narrate. Pardon me, Martin and Tamazi tagged extremely low by that utility. They have to take some fights to try and secure the control, but no one's really in fighting form that's up close. Look at Martin. No utility to try to take these fights.
Big from Shin.
Surprise is what he's relying on, or his teammate Shin.
There's no way he
somehow
takes
picked up 2, but both players remaining are low, and well, Alpha can't find Martin. That'll
Okay,
close it.
we didn't see it. We never seem to see Shin's kills.
Shin off camera
Shin.
3K.
Never seen that one before. Literally.
he is a little bit cursed when it comes to that, but always massively high impact from him. And that's the thing I've enjoyed watching with this team is we've seen a lot of sort of young players that have come through and looked very good. But also Shin from last year to this year, it's a different bloke. Like they've just put someone else in the chair. He's come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I talked to Zeish about him, saying like,
okay, 2 rifles, outlaw bulldog.
Shin sticking around was even a bit of a surprise, and it's not that he performed poorly, but the fact that he's gotten so much better.
He retrialed, didn't he? Like,
I believe so. Yeah.
He was one of the players that he wasn't just given the spot. They said, okay, you can fight for the spot. He earned it. And well, they earned themselves a spot at the first Masters, looking to do it and get themselves into a second. That's what's on the line with this match. Obviously, no longer an elimination game. There is a lower bracket, which will give them another chance to try and qualify, but it's always nice to try and do it the first time. They've definitely spotted Leo, no doubt about that. They know he's there.
Okay, they've seen multiple players and Leo here, so yeah, this should be... They were actually a little slow here, I think.
Quickly clear any information that's needed for KC.
Yeah, all around the back of Pyramid, wide open as well. Nice and easy take, and the plant to be acquired. But here's the thing, Fnatic are getting up close. They're even spamming
yeah, they were so slow, they didn't realize how slow they really were.
Martin, those steps
but they were very
two.
slow, so I don't know why they were surprised
is going to be damaged, and there it
this
is
is
already
happening,
confirmed.
and they've already lost one
Magnum
gun
on
for
low
sure.
HP has to be so careful. Still shock darts in play for Leo, but he won't get a chance to use them
they
here.
lost 2 guns
Forced
now.
into open fights, taking down another. It's already been so costly for the side of KC. Shock dart in, it's good, but Magnum repositions. Just about dodges that death blow.
Saves.
With a player further back, you know, at this point, Leo, 20 HP and a rifle. He could save it through to the next. He's looking for a fight instead. Oh, he would have had it, but he'd already committed to the save. The weapon will be carried forward to the next,
actually not
and
too
damage
bad.
will most certainly be done
free gun.
to the KC side, losing 3 players.
Yeah, losing one of the rifles as well is definitely going to be one of the
That's kind of one of these things that could allow Durka to get an early off.
I'll actually be curious to see how much they reinvest into the next round. Are they just going to play with the two guns?
So what the Karmic Core do, yeah, just a slow reaction, classic kind of Karmic Core, right? Like things that they're not very good at, reacting fast, that kind of stuff.
By the way,
generally stuff that they do struggle with.
It's not a bad round at all for the side of Fnatic, but the main thing for KC is that they've stabilized. And that's the thing that's interesting going into this match. You look at the way the season went for either of these teams.
Okay, what do we
Fnatic
decide to do?
Having their struggles,
we're not
beating
really
the
going
teams
for
that
it.
I guess we're a little bit lower down the pecking order, and then losing to the likes of Heretics, FUT, Na'Vi.
God, I can't ever
Same
imagine
thing can
doing
be said
this.
for the other side.
Yeah,
it's very similar
like, again,
parallels.
In my team, though, no Guardians, no Sheriff Force
They didn't have
Shields.
the time to prepare.
It's just not.
They
It's
were
not a
offered
thing that
Masters
exists
event. You can be a little bit more forgiving.
in my team.
If they come in and beat Fnatic, they will have done it
Interesting
twice.
camera
At
position.
the end of the day, this season doesn't chalk up to too much of an impressive feat for either squad, right? When you talk about the teams they're beating, what is it, Koi, GX, and Gentlemates?
Like, they should.
Gentlemates
What's
is
the credit
decent,
difference
but the
in
other
saving
two
the Vandal?
proved to be no contest.
It depends on the day.
Well, obviously,
Also
he
true.
basically gains.
Yeah, week 1, week 2, Koi, very different from what we saw later on.
I mean, this is probably
Same thing can
bad.
be said for Giant X.
And for mates. There's some weeks they'd get
Right, so you get
12
so you're
rounds
minus
total. Sometimes they
900
get it in a
because
map.
of that.
Yeah.
So it's around like.
So
just
it's
under
a
2,000,
big
I would
scalp to
guess.
take either way. For either of these squads, it'll be the biggest victory for them thus far. You can see a slow approach to this round with KC having so many weaknesses. It's not like they're going to look for open fights.
So this round,
with
Karmic
most
Core
of their
just probably
players.
want to go for
You can see
Narrate.
Narrate trying to force a duel with a Vandal in hand.
Try and just get him a kill.
Durka's worrying me a little bit. He could drop out of here and cause absolute chaos. But we've seen this aggressive
Karmic Core
position
gonna
before.
play
The idea
pretty
is to catch
slow.
any late
Durka
two
probably
pushes
trying
right
to
now. The play comes in
Get rid of
towards the
Durka's
doors.
TPs here,
Players
right?
getting
If they
close,
play
but
super
the
slow, they're
TP
hoping
just
that Durka
below.
will have no TPs left.
It's almost right next to it.
Fortunately,
We could
actually,
have
used
Yoru
the
on
first
Yoru
one a bit
action
late.
at any moment. Chronicle, though, under a little bit of
Big fight.
pressure. He goes down. That could be another gun into their hands. He's at least taken down one, but that was only a pistol player. So a real opportunity for KC to get themselves an upgrade.
I mean, the fact that
Okay,
Tamazi's still
this-
sticking
this-
around that
oh,
position
did they
very
hear?
valuable in mid, but no one is making their way towards it.
They're
Holding
going
off on the
spot
doors,
now.
not good for post-plant.
Okay,
Players
it's a
on
weird
site need to stay
post-plant.
alive.
They're getting pressure
Aggressive
kind of from
spots,
everywhere, but
Martin
that's a
good
big
to take
kill.
the first. That's
And you
Boaster
know about
down.
this, you just don't know about this one guy.
Durka even putting out the decoy.
This flank probably
Now
is a bit too
following up on
slow
the
from
back of it.
Thomasy.
They're just biding their
It's
time
just
and taking these fights.
probably a
Eventually,
bit
it
too
has to
far
come
out
through.
there.
And the rate dropped. Okay, side
no, he
control
actually
isn't
might
great,
get
but
the
the
kill,
fight
but he
from
started
Tamazi
running, so
is
Leo knows where he
expected.
is.
Leo turned on a dime to take him down. Now the side control doesn't really have that
That's big.
backup, but the time's running
we're
low,
going for
as is the
fucking
HP for
The
KC.
longest flanks of all
Tucked in,
time for
Magnum
some
doesn't stand a
reason.
chance, and what can you do from Martin's spot too far away? Fnatic.
So Karmic
they
Core
really
just got a bit trapped there.
managed to
Again,
slice
this is
up
like
into bite-sized little engagements,
this
and
is like
took
where they
everyone.
struggle, right?
Nicely
Where
done.
we're in a situation that we
Still, it's
aren't
really
normally
costly,
in.
though.
What do
That
we
was
do?
just the two
They don't
rifles
know.
saved and
They don't know
pistols
what
on the
to do.
remainder.
Right? It is more tricky on breaches. It's
Just
such a
looking at
big
the
map,
aggressive
but
positions
really,
that are
like
being taken in these post plants.
when you
Obviously,
get that
in
kill
this
there
sort of
from
round, it's
Martin,
expected from the side of KC. You had two guns.
I don't know
those
if you
guns
should
are
maybe
fighting.
try and
They
get
need to be up in the
everyone to
faces
just
of
come
their
with you and
opponents.
just like we're just gonna
They
fight
definitely
all
got
back
it
site.
a little bit worse.
Right?
got a
Instead
little
we
bit more
had,
dicey.
you know, you've got Narrate here, you've got one guy fighting
now,
here, our
You're
Cypher's
looking
fucking
at the
going off
ultimates
to
that are already
Narnia
there. Shin
first.
with those early kills got himself a Viper's
You know,
Pit.
Magnum's trying to
Got
like
the
do a bit
Yoru
of both.
available as well.
Yoru
Hunter's
at the
Fury
end
on
of
the
this
other
is trying to
side.
do a fucking massive
still a
flank
really
with
good
our guy on the
opportunity
ghost,
for KC
no
to break
time on the
back
site. Like it's
immediately.
just that's what they struggle with, right? That like maybe some
chance
teams there, like
indeed.
you know, you think of like
Off
Sentinels
rip.
at their best,
We're
like
gonna
oh
see
they get this
Martin
kill
pop
and they
the
just
ult
all
move
come back
towards
site,
ANC that it's
right? And
wide
they just
open
all
yet
come back
again.
site and
Fnatic
deal
can
with
pretty
this first, and then
contested
deal
play
with this
without
second,
control.
right? Or
Sometimes
they all
after
come back
losing a
this way,
player
right?
this
Like
time,
just
even before that, Martin
you know, they
wants to
make a
remedy.
clear choice.
No, he doesn't.
So they go for
He's
kind of a
just
Yoru
using the ult
ult
up close
bait.
to yellow, causing confusion,
They end up getting
TPing
that
to
kill.
mid and taking down Durka. Huge impact in this round already, and pushing and
But they
pulling
actually do
Fnatic, getting the site
get onto
control
the
and the
site.
plant on the back of it. But Chronicle picks up one.
Spike
He's made this a
planted.
bit more manageable for the squad. Sure, Fnatic have a weakness still. Boaster, Boaster coming in with a stinger, upgraded at least. But the Viper's
Okay,
pit now
Viper's
puts a
pit.
thorn in the side of this Fnatic retake, and
Big shot
that
by
makes it a
Narrate.
little bit worse. The late lurk out of Tamazi too. We don't even get to see it
Gonna
because it's
save.
Martin
I mean, it's
picking
been a
up
bit
the
of a
kill
rank
instead.
game this far.
Yeah, they had a
Not gonna
double
lie.
up. There was two players in a crossfire in mid just waiting for for that player to attempt to rotate. And now Tamazi's even going to go hunting. Now, he doesn't have a mass amount of finances himself, but I think he's heard the steps. He knows that Boaster's already trying to wrap back into the site. He'll spot him out, not quite quick enough, but maybe expects for there to be a second player. definitely taking this a little bit more careful, but you can see there's now 3 players looking to try and ramp
really,
in
they kind of
and
want to
take
live.
those
Their money
guns
isn't
away,
amazing.
trying to hold on as long as possible, and it looks like they will be able to keep the weaponry. KC have taken themselves around with a...
So yeah, we got our Yoru that I think was meant to kind of be a bit of a fake, right? But then, like, when they saw no one, Magnum just goes, okay, I'll just run into the site, I guess. And then they just, you know, I think it wasn't really meant to be like a, you know, because there wasn't much else with it. It was just the Yoru, but then
I think it's frustrating
like,
for
oh, no one's
Fnatic to
here.
play against it. You see it in the player cam there for Turka and in Zeiss's enthusiasm as they're now sat 3-1.
Okay, we get the outlaw for Narrate.
Very
I
little
mean,
challenge realistically
3
in
of
this
them will
round
be
as
a
well.
kill, but 2
Fnatic
of
come
them
in with a
won't.
couple of pistols. The rifles on Leo and Alpha will have to do a lot of
Doesn't
work
realize that Dirk has already
to make
passed
this
him.
one doable. And after that, Narrate's expecting there to be lighter shields. It's only on Chronicle and Durka as it happens. So he's gone for the Outlaw to potentially pick off some of
So
these
not
players.
really
The one
too
tucked
much
in that
focus
corner
towards B. Pretty
is one shot to this
they've shown
weapon.
this kind of setup already
the
quite a
gamble
couple
this time
times,
with
like
the
in
A
the
side
kind of
being
like
the
pretty passive
heavier
B setup here.
presence. That's where they put Alpha.
And
He's been a little bit out of the
a lot of,
action so far.
a
So I
lot
know
more
a
A
decent
presence.
performance yesterday, but it took him a little while to get started. A slow first half, and then everything else was solid. Dirk has been spotted and opts to just retreat back to try and show a little bit of support.
okay, they drone this to see if Dirk is actually pushing them. He's
Now
not.
it looks like that young Turkish player is going to come
They
under
know now
pressure
that the
after.
Cypher is there, so they should be aware that, you know, there you go. The
Without
trip's
a
going to be
doubt.
on the site.
KC stacked up for
Goodbye,
A.
Magnum.
Alpha about to be revealed. He'll step into the cage. He'll catch the decoy. The Hunter
Nice
Fury
response
slows
by
them,
Leo.
does damage, allows Alpha to get even closer. Now tucked in the corner. I mean, he's not getting out of here. Surely, one more
He
kill
gets one more, though.
makes it worthwhile. Buys time for Leo to get into position and catch
Leon
Martin
on flash?
completely unaware. A shot onto Shin leaves Tamazi alone against the whole squad of Fnatic. A flank underway from Durka. Chronicle and Boaster holding sight, but it will be Durka with the challenge. Oh, in fact, no. With limited time, Tamazi has to go forward unless he was going to save, which I thought was the call. Either way, that will be denied. It will be impossible.
Okay, there you go. Big win for Fnatic on a bit of a thrifty there as well. I think that this is the thing for this game. Like, to win a round in this game, you just need to have one good moment, right? Like, I don't think either of these teams right now are playing well enough to like punish you big time.
And that just allows for the
Right,
rotation.
if you just
That
have
second
one
rifle,
big
they only
moment
hit the
like
2 of them,
Fnatic
but it
did
was
here,
the
where
right
Leo is
place
able to
at the
stop
right
them at the
time.
door with the Yoru ult,
And a big round
you'll
for
win the round.
Fnatic. It was one where
Right,
they
the round
really
is
didn't
yours.
have much in
Because I
terms
just
of
feel
their
like
investment. But they managed
the
to pull off
responses from the
tie on a
teams, the
miracle.
reactions
now, the
from
other
the
side,
teams.
KC are going to be able to scrape a by. It leaves
don't
Magnum
know.
a little bit lower in terms of
They're
those
just a little
finances.
slow.
But for now, at least, it does look like they're building up to a B hit. But just look at the aggression that's
Okay,
already
just
come
coming
through
for a
from
straight
Turkey.
BX
He's
like this
pushed
time. There are 3
deep
people
down
here.
within the tube.
And again,
This
the
could give them
Alpha
that
on
early
A
stack up, or even an early rotation.
with the Durka playing aggressive.
No one
I
being
like that.
hit.
Quick TP in, Decoy leading the charge. First to be hit, perhaps. In fact, it's Chronicle. And Boaster dropped by the man himself. Martin's having one hell of a start to this. Even last round, you saw Alpha having to constantly switch his crosshair back and forth, wary of that TP, and that's exactly why the damage is done. And Fnatic, seconds into the round, Tom, they're faced with a retake or a save.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's the switch up of composition. Obviously, this is one we've already seen before. It's not anything particularly new, but it was one that worked versus Fnatic.
Face says it all.
And aggressive it is, and I think
Just
for KC,
like I said, like
this
you
is the
don't
perfect
you don't
composition.
need to
have
do
2
something
players that
magical to
fit
win rounds in this game.
magnificently within
Right,
that
like,
bracket of just lunatics.
I think if you just
Like,
if you just
look
are
at Martin,
solid,
you look at
you'll
Narrate,
probably
they are
be
willing to do
okay.
whatever is called. They will run straight into the site together and that trade off each other perfectly, and that's the case.
Now,
most of
Fnatic's
the
money's
time.
going
You
to be
can send Martin
fine.
in,
They
he's
actually should be
expected
playing
to
for
either get
Heretics
one or
here,
die,
really.
and then you
Which
have
they
Narrate as
are,
the follow-up.
other than Durka.
Well, as you said, so
They
far
should be.
Narrate hasn't needed to follow up because Martin's killing everyone as he gets there.
The Boaster, I don't know. I think there was a snake bite back
He's on a
there,
tear.
so he had to move.
10-3
But
right now. Near untouchable. 4 rounds for the attack side of KC, building up round after round.
But you would
As I said,
expect that
coming
this
into
side
map,
Wait,
is
does he
somewhere I
get
expect
spotted?
Fnatic to do well. They have done well, because it's been a little while since we saw KC. They picked the map as well coming through, but when you come up against a guy like this, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do.
Just good aim
No
by
pause
Martin.
can prepare
Right,
you
just
for
gets the
that.
first 2 kills. Just some
Fnatic
nice aim. Has a Euro
coming
ult
into round
again.
number 7, thanks to saving some weapons, we'll have a full buy ult on Chronicle as well, and well, they may be needing it.
It's again
Again,
giving
it's
me
the
some
same idea.
flashbacks. This is already the second time, by the way, these had this ult. just based on the amount of kills.
Again, the KO knife doesn't see
They're
it.
actually going to try and use that Hunter's Fury to get themselves a freebie. Huge. Taking out Althea is a massive kill on the site as well. You mentioned Chronicle here with his ult, but may not even have an opportunity to use it. In fact, he's gone. Durka managed one as a trade, but with the site fallen completely, the ultimate lost, it may be irrelevant.
Just gets
That's a nasty spot out of Narrate as well. It doesn't look like he's going to get value from the rotations of Fnatic back through, but filling back in that space. Late flank, I doubt will play any role. He's going to go for it anyways. All they have to do on site is delay, and they've got exactly what they need for that. Close flash from Martin. Gate crash out. Staggered them. Narrate stays down by the doors.
Now that a lot of time is gone, now you can just kind of retreat.
Boaster's cross completely unaware. There's the snake bite confirming his position.
It's going to be another save.
He's going to have a smile on his face after that one, and I think that kill has forced Fnatic into a save. But here's the thing.
Obviously, this was your Wolf's overall, so it's not like a disaster, but
he's going to get it there a step ahead of them and try to pick off Durka and Leo, take any weapons from their hands, make this a much more difficult next round, and his positioning, his timing is perfect. But Fnatic don't go all the way to the site. They're playing inside the spawn. Narrate will have to push all the way up to try to get them. Time is running out, and he's just about caught in time.
Yeah, what I was going to say at the beginning of the last round is I'm getting flashbacks to yesterday.
Fnatic, because they're saving so much, their money isn't that bad. They're going to go for a timeout.
Like, Leo that dragged them through a couple of rounds. Bear in mind, that first
Leo's 8-2.
They were 9-3 down.
What?
And then they managed to
5-2 down?
come back in the second half. And it was just because it seemed like a couple of people came in a little bit sleepy. Now, versus a team like KC, they're going to have plans for almost every single round. That's one of the things I've truly loved about watching this team is when they have a certain ult, when they have a certain PC utility, they always have an idea behind it. The round before last, a quick execution onto the site, sending in the fake out, sending in Martin, then the whole team following off the back of it. This round, where he's got Dimensional Drift again, let's use that in combination to get us an opener, and then we're just going to steamroll into the site. None of the players afraid to take those battles, having even the player watching towards mid just in case anybody tried to rotate. And that was two players down within 20 seconds on the side of Fnatic. Like, they were gone so fast that they haven't even had time to play with rotations. That's something that normally Fnatic very good at, is you make contact, you get information, and then they have 3-4 players. We saw that quite often if you go back to even Lotus or something like that when they play versus Liquid yesterday. How many times have we seen them even get 3 players on the right side of the map? I think once. So it really has been a rough time with KC just being so quick to the point. So Fnatic can't be ready for it.
I was taking a look at the faces there. A different pause out of Fnatic than what we normally see. I think this is a bigger challenge. Usually there's some sign of life. There's a small adjustment to be made and they're right back on course. But here, Fnatic have ran into a couple of obstacles, some hurdles they couldn't get over, and it looks like it's not getting any better. They call a pause to change things up, and that's when Narrate says, I'll take the operator. Sort of following up Martin. He's just going to go straight into the angles, take the fights, drop Durka. And that's a big player for Fnatic in the sense of he's the guy rotating.
What?
That's not a trap I think I've seen before. My goodness, they really have extended the range.
What?
Needs to be quadruple updraft, he'll still get caught.
If you're the guy that bumps into that trip, you're just going to be infuriated. It's like, where I could have walked anywhere else.
I've never seen this
though. I feel like it's more likely that
if the clone runs into
dead before they walk into the trip. So I think it was for his dash. It almost worked. I'm on the crossfire aggressively. That's worked out for Chronicle.
It always seems to happen. When Fnatic is struggling, Chronicle just has a hero round.
3 kills in this round. Denied any space into the site. Shin's still standing though, and this man is always good in the clutch.
Get aggressive, just go
timing there almost got the better of him. There's a drone on the way.
That's not great.
His reposition will be spotted, most likely, and indeed, yes. Odin now revealed. And they can approach this one together. Boaster and Leo. Leo's clutches have been out of this world. Another reveal goes through. They know exactly where he is. Shockey's on the way. Shin around the left, looking for the angle. He could isolate a duel, and he did, but the shot wasn't landed, and now this becomes so much more difficult. First snake bite used. Buying a little bit of time, another chance, but this time not hit either. Snake bite's good. He saw it land. He knows he's safe for a moment, but hold on, there's a little bit of a gap. They tapped it, and Shin doesn't want to go swing.
TMV, check the pin or you use tweet the Shanghai format update. Number 1 seed chooses his playoff opponent, bro.
Get the defuse across the line. There's that third round I've been looking for.
Yeah, and it took a bit of a gamble. Like, they had that sort of 2-man push-up in the form of Chronicle and Alpha.
Hey everyone.
And a lot of that came off to a huge individual play from Chronicle.
Okay, we'll watch this
It was all a
in between the
end
maps.
with his teammate going down, focused. And he's just able to isolate every single battle to win them that round. We know they've got heroes, Fnatic always have. It's can they turn this into something consistent? Because right now
5-3.
Well, one
Again,
round,
Chronicle
3
just
times.
a hero round, as I said,
And it's been a
tends to
lot of
happen. I mean, an
individual
interesting
plays.
setup. You don't
This has
often
been
see this.
a very good adjustment. Like we saw before, Alpha here in that corner, same sort of setup, gets caught. Oh no, no, right, he's not going through the wall. He is going through the wall. Well, he's going to pay the price. Durka was there, waiting for Narrate and Martin to emerge. A free kill on the operator. Good control for him as well. That's the kind of wall that we've seen put out of Fnatic to allow those aggressive 2 pushes. But the attempt to counter has not worked out this time with the man disadvantage.
Or is he just gonna chill?
One of the better starts that Fnatic have been able to find.
He looks like a lot against Navi, where he's on one side and then he's
Is FNC bad or did everyone get good?
Quite convincingly.
Bad is too strong set now, thanks to the 2 months.
He was running Riot.
Bad is too strong.
In full
but
force that day.
That's for the camera.
That's for the cam. If it was going to be there on that side of the map, it isn't. Mazzy though.
Bad is too strong, but they aren't good.
This is a round where already
just
losing
like,
Martin.
they're
He's
like,
been the real danger man so far in this matchup. But Chronicle goes hunting.
You know, like we are getting a lot of these kind of
He
just,
finds his prey, but loses the duel.
you know, we're walking
Really
around.
nice setup. Magnum's shock dart to Mazzy, getting aggressive on B, tries to draw, rotates, in fact ends up
30 seconds
bringing
left.
3 players to the B side. Like you said, Tom, Fnatic have had trouble with this before. Always seemed like KC picked the correct site, and they've done that yet again, despite their fake not working as intended. Fnatic can get back through. Dimensional drift from Durka. The human drone.
How many can he
clearing
see?
all
If
of these
Thomasy
angles,
can
spotting
hide
one
from
on the
him, that would be
backside. The
big.
second about to be seen. That's the operator
Because
now.
they saw Thomasy on
Taking
B.
stock of, and I think they might even have caught Shin. Flash as he's back into this corner. Somewhere he's found so much success in the past. And now an angle that forces Shin into taking another fight, one that Alpha will win. And a decoy even tanks the first shot of the operator, but the Blade Storm backup is good enough to win the day. 2 versus 2. And the spike still to be defused. Nice shot from Narrate. Even if the Blade's ready again, just in case Leo was that little bit closer. And the tap draws him out into the open.
Well,
The
nicely
dash
played.
used, 1 knife at a time. He'll close this one out as the seconds fade. And Leo, well, he was going to take Tamazi down with him one way or another. That spike was cleaning the side up.
Okay.
Yeah, they wanted to remove.
Big win, Rascal X, thanks for 50 bits.
It's an immediate
You'd think with the amount of games Fnatic played last year, the fans would have more than one repetitive, derivative chant.
Always a response. And in this scenario, it came down to just those last couple of players.
Wait, you don't like
Blade
RV?
Storm in hand. You always had faith that he was going to be damaging in this round.
Okay, 6-3, Fnatic on a save. Durka with a 1
That's it. When
rifle.
they've been losing rounds, they've at least managed to maybe keep a couple of players, keep a couple
Stack
of
A.
guns.
I mean, it has been
This
a
time
lot
that
of A
didn't
hits.
happen, and
I
you
think
can
they've only
see how
done
costly
that
that
one
is.
B.
Yeah, especially
Done
after
nice
winning the previous, then coming straight in and losing. Cash is in the bin. Pistols for the most part, rifle for Durka. And listen, he can get a lot done with that if he's given the space. But look at KC's approach to the round. No risks being taken, no over-aggression. Everybody, in fact, 4 players are practically in
There really
the
hasn't been too much of a
pushes with a little bit of aggression.
too much of a theme to this game, really. You know, it's largely been like, okay, Chronicle aren't going B a lot. Right, they're putting this setup here, they're ending on A a lot. But other than that, it's been...
With these weaker weapons, it's the only place that Fnatic can
know,
really
you know,
hope
it
to
just kinda
find
comes
value
down to,
outside of Durka
did
just
you find
popping
the-
off.
You get shot,
He's
you
about to
lose
have
the
a challenge.
round, you lose the game.
Shane Thunders, thanks for the 5 months.
Looking for this fight.
Let's go FUT.
Almost caught by the timing. Almost caught again by the timing, but he's made it to the site in time.
Again, they have a good idea they're coming this way, but Magnum with the door open
Has already
finds
been
the
able to
first.
catch one in the back. Again, Tube becoming a frequent issue for the side of Fnatic.
Again, this Leo dart though
Leo
on A.
actually gets a second through the wall, but even still, they're in a deficit. They need Durka to get something, and Magnum has caused them so many issues. The ex-player exterminating Fnatic, and now Boaster, Stinger, 1 versus
get a
3.
kill.
Last time they played this versus Na'Vi, he had 1 kill in the entire match, which they won. He's yet to get on the board. Been finding assists here and there. We know that that Viper utility has been having value. There's no doubt about it, but
Toxins going up.
At least removing an extra weapon, making things that little bit more costly. There isn't the same backup cash for KC, but to be honest, we're getting towards the latter stages of the half. The value of it does start to become more insignificant.
Yeah, at 7-3, I don't really care if you can lose 2 rounds and still buy. Won't be much left to play for. Oh, that's a disaster for Boaster. I mean, tough enough that Magnum is jumping through the wall, but
That's
could
tough.
at least got the first kill on the board.
That's
hey,
tough.
KC 7-3, 4-round gap. The attack side not showing any signs of slowing down. All the Fnatic can find is a round here or there, and there's an immediate response
Nice
every
timing by
time.
Tomzy on the low.
The
I think that's what Comic Core realized is when they go
baiting,
for this A hit, they probably need to do a split more.
Tucked in the corner.
kills, no kills.
He said it a little bit more harshly than I did.
That was just a little bit rude, just a small bit.
So Fnatic going for a retake A setup this time.
The funny thing is that's you
Chaos
if you were
overall.
100%. You'd have said it much
Me
louder.
if I'm on Jake's team, to be honest, that'd still be. You gotta give it sometimes. Well, 2 rounds left to play for. Good money for KC no matter what. And the real issue for Fnatic is, look, it can be an okay half, 7-5. Just doesn't seem like we're on track for that sort of result. KC so far have control. They have the more convincing rounds under their belt.
So again, this is something that, you know, Fnatic do a lot of. Here we go again.
It's been an issue for them over the last couple of rounds. We saw Magnum go in that direction in the last to cause them problems.
Go to the guy with no kills, makes sense.
Managing to pick off Chronicle. This time they are pushing into the Viper Cypher.
Okay,
normally a lot of delay, but the raid's already through. He's already in. Boaster's gone within seconds, and actually so is Alpha. This is meant to be a setup that's difficult to break down. They've just walked in like they own the place. Even with an ultimate used, there's barely even a tickle of damage. They're just going to have to save. And in fact, there's not anyone left to save. Leo's running away. The rest of the team are already dead. KC are utterly dominating right now.
And they're not giving him any quarter either. Look at Shin's spot.
And you know what?
He's
I was thinking today about
They
making a
know this
video
player hasn't
about
fully
Fnatic's
wrapped
attack
back yet.
side and some of their problems,
Don't know
because
if
there
they will
definitely
clear
is
this
problems.
angle. In fact, they
Fuck me,
definitely
there's
will.
problems.
Guns looking, shots fired. Good connection by Leo. That's 2 under his belt already. Another 1v1 fight. It's not even for the round anymore. It's only for the weapon in his hands. For the few credits that they could string through, because they're low on credits. They need this. 3, 4, in fact, Leo standing alone against all of KC. Again, even the ace wouldn't win him the round, but style points would certainly be accrued. 4 bullets left, a player right on top, and Shin finally takes him down.
That would have been the saddest
8
ace of all
rounds
time.
for KC, and sure, yeah, they might have all died in the end. They have credits. It doesn't really matter. The real travesty. In fact, even some of these players go down. It's a worthwhile trade because they move towards getting their ult orbs, which Leo won't really care about because he used his ult in that round.
Wait, what? He might get back to it. It's
3 kills?
genuinely possible, but at this point it may not even matter just the impact of it. Like,
exactly.
He's had high impact in one round. This round he threw it in just as a last-ditch effort because they're getting bodied. And then this double duelist of Martin and Narrate has just been an absolute pleasure to watch. He's 15-4 right now, by the way, is Leo.
Yeah.
But it's irrelevant. They're unable to get anything done in the early
Go for this
stages of the
Viper's
round,
pit.
and by the time
Also
he's
finally
actually
gets a
doing
Viper's
damage,
pit, round 12.
well, it's already
That's
over.
tough, buddy.
Viper's pit has actually been used in Tube. That's how much they've had enough of that position. They're just going, yeah, screw it, go for a Viper's pit then.
I mean, I think this pit, yeah, look, we can see it there
it
from
has
third
other
person.
value.
It's very nice because it comes down and blocks the double doors. But again, KC, they've only got Tamazi moving
I'm gonna
around
be
that
honest,
area.
I think
He's
this
been
pit is
lurking
pretty
to
shit.
catch these Fnatic players on rotate. They haven't had
I
3
don't think
players
he's very
towards
good
the
at all.
site. One is stuck inside
but
the
it's
pit, but
Magnum.
there is ultimately another 2 here to fight. It looks like they made the right read on the side of Fnatic. Lost 1 player on the way through, almost lost
Problem
Leo.
is, he's got the
But
spike.
he's just about holding on.
He
The
needed
Viper's
to
pit
get
going
this
up
again. It's a
causes
problem for
problems.
Comico.
Orb retrieved. You won't see that for too much longer. And put on the right-hand side. A side
problem with the
Boaster
pit.
dropped. That pit inside a tube is now gone. It's wide open. And the
Now, can they get the
cage
spike
used
down?
actually buys a little space for
Oh.
Tamazi. Nice shot. Alpha's keeping it competitive. Still a 3v3.
Problem is they never, if they got the
Still
spike
this
down,
fight
if
needs to be
Magnum
planted.
decided not
Magnum,
to fucking
30
troll
seconds
and give
left.
someone else the
Way
spike
back,
first,
but he's on his way now.
you know, maybe
Spike
this
in
was,
hand to grab this plant actually around
then
the
doesn't
side.
plant in the pit either.
He's going for where the orb is.
Just to try and give them vision off it if they were to fall back. A lot of damage still done onto Leo. Durka as well is going to be desperately low on HP. And Magnum's already going to find out the danger man. Can Durka get anything done? He's not going to last much longer. Now it's left all onto Alpha. He'll meet the
9-3.
fate.
Yeah, this pair of base is fucking useless. Like, it doesn't really stop them going A. It obviously does nothing for B.
Masterclass. Hasn't been any
It's just,
level of
I don't even know how they came up with that
response.
idea.
Round,
it's just such a fucking
nothing strung together.
shit idea. What the fuck is that?
What? The guy was full blind from his own flash, still grabs the kill. There really is just no stopping him. And this is the real concern, Tom, because I come into this series, I look at the veto, I'm thinking we're going to go to Lotus and have a crazy, exciting game. I'm going to get to see Durka's Odin rattling off again.
If they win,
and we know the Fnatic's comeback ability is second to none. But
party will be for nothing.
Breeze, we haven't seen KC since week 2.
Thoughts on Loud now that Les is moved to bench. Bartha is mentioned as an replacement, but who knows? Is this the end for our goat Shardak?
Is Les actually on the bench? Has it been confirmed? I know there was that report, but have Loud like said it?
And it's not even about winning this map, it's the utter devastation. It's how convincing it's been so far. We need to see Fnatic show up in this pistol round. Yes, a good start for Alpha here. That's what we want to see.
Well, 9-3 yesterday, first map. They won it.
They did.
I'm not saying they're going to do it again because this has been a very
this is quite a nice timing. Chronicle coming through the wall.
Over this game's Joe ever.
Giving you the facts. This round
I mean, it might not. Never trust Karmine Core to not fuck off.
Needs to connect
they can and will fuck off.
Aggressive. They're looking to not just
and this one's got a nice round.
Win it clean at that. Not a single player even really taking much damage on the side of Fnatic. That'll be an Andaluthia flawless to get them right back on the horse.
It's a start. Now all they need to do is string together a second round, which has so far evaded them on this map.
Yeah.
But it will be a little bit easier.
If they don't do it in this one, then we have to call into question what's going on.
Yeah. At that point, we will be thinking just about bind. And Fnatic will be in quite one. Just classics for the most part, for now at least. A few seconds left for any crazy
again, they're going to
upgrades, but
mismanage
no
the economy anyway,
force
so
out of KC.
it doesn't really matter with Fnatic, because you know they're going to mismanage it anyway.
The ideas, though, are what I'm always curious about, because in these rounds, you're not going to win in 1v1 duels. Instead, you're going to use your numbers a lot of the time. The 9 catches 2, but they might not know those 2 are up an elbow. Luckily, the gate crash is used to move back towards this A site, and it looks like Fnatic will have an easy time taking it, as all 5 players are on our screen from KC, sat over towards B. They're going to be quite a while behind, and even the flank will be spotted by a trap wire, so no real dangers just yet for Fnatic in round 2.
No, like they managed to do a decent bit of damage themselves.
You're both of you like, get me the kills for sure.
They've always been a team that have been incredibly good if they want to force with those stingers or even coming in with low buys, but in this scenario, they've just decided to go for absolutely nothing. They've invested only into utility that will be used in the next round, and I guess if things got a little bit close in this one, maybe they'd throw a piece or 2 in, but they don't want to expend any of their credits and get right back into the buys, which, to be honest, thus far, they have been fantastic. So I definitely can't blame them. By the looks of it, they don't even want to give up the orbs. You can see Alpha is going to be sent on the hunt, only has a pistol. Boaster can do the same. And he's always going to be clean with it. Nice couple of kills, extra orbs. Maybe not the player that you'd necessarily want going for it, just because the ultimate you get on the other side. And the remainder are now just going to look to try and die to the spike.
Don't die, Leo.
Mission success. Okay. 9 to 5.
He'll die for the spike. Let's see how they mismanage the economy this time.
2 rounds strung together at long last, and now a pretty decent follow-up round. I mean, you can already see there the buy that they're getting through, and it's going to be pretty stacked in terms of rifles. But this is where KC have ran away with things previously. Considering how dominant those early rounds are, I'm not certain
they did it.
that a switch in sides is going to have as much of an effect as it
go.
needs to. Perhaps Fnatic being able to group, being able to approach these fights together is the key to success, because in that first half, they were isolated, they were eliminated time and time again. Narrate loves a bit of aggression, but there's not many players.
Obviously, you would think double duelist over here. This is going to be probably an attack-sided game. Thomas is going to have to do some big work here on B. He's completely alone as well.
Found Cypher as of this season. Is going to try and do it all. He's been very good in these
scenarios. Still, the ping is good from Leo.
An extra little bit of information.
The thing is, they actually go for the cancel.
All that utility.
And Karmine Core kind
The
of ready.
rotation came in from KC, but they've opted to just give it up on Fnatic. Falling back to mid.
Interesting, we have an outlaw here from Magnum.
After a relatively successful trade. The thing is,
Taking
KC
drones,
having to
they see
expend a lot
nothing.
of utility because that was their Cypher setup. That is where they expected to have a stronger hold.
Scanning ahead.
And although there's a couple of players close,
For a
this is gonna
little
be an
loss,
A-take
they don't
from Fnatic.
know what's going on. They think
not
maybe
really
it's
gonna
going to be a
much
re-hit.
that their opponents can do about it.
They have very much the wrong idea.
Even for a while, they had
This
Narrate
should
still
be
around this
Fnatic's
area.
round,
They had
really.
Shin on his way back, but
Yeah, just look at the map
calls
now.
being made to focus more on middle. That will leave them with the site wide open, and a spot that Narate occupied earlier for great value. Alpha will now do much the same. Tucked in, waiting for someone to walk right past, and the steps are being heard. There's two that he can hear on his way. We can see Narate is close
shot,
as
nice.
well. Big opportunity for Alpha here, and he converts it. 2 kills.
Nice, 2 kills in
The
damage.
Fnatic squad
Should be
now
a
seem to
safe
have
win.
this one locked in. The damage done to Magnum is
Comic just got into a
significant.
4v4.
Double flank on the double doors.
Got a little...
This is going to leave no room for KC to get onto
Maybe a
that
little
site.
undisciplined,
Boaster just
obviously.
needs to
I
slow them
feel
down
like
somewhat.
you have to
There's his
stay
first
here on
kill.
stairs.
He's on the board as our Fnatic, not just with 2
Like,
in a
we
row.
ended up in a
They're about to
4v4.
make it 3.
Shin is still here. Can still try and do a little bit of damage
We're
before
going
he
to do a
falls.
4v4, and Narate was here on stairs, and
will
that's
do
a
it
pretty good
with a couple
spot
of
to
players
be. Now, your
standing.
Cypher has died, so obviously you are
Their
lacking
bonus
information.
More
for
than
Calming
successful. And a lot of that, it is almost poetic. The Ravens
But that's a tough
going
round to
down
just, you know,
the spot he occupied
to lose.
literally a few rounds ago. I thought for a second that there was going to be a moment Tomazi just managed to pop off, but Chronicle has just shut him down through a cage and a wall.
Yeah, because they just ended up gambling B, essentially, when I'm not sure they really
Just
had
slow-moed
to.
his first kill. That's so toxic.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I don't know
So
what
now on
Boaster's
an eco?
favorite map is, but if I had to guess his least favorite, it might be this one. I don't know why I say that. Go watch the last one they played.
Well, again, Tomazi's going to be left on his lonesome trying to defend.
And pressure on B.
Sheriff in hand, rotation has been pulled. You can see the hesitation from KC now. After the last round where this same sort of execution was put into
This
play.
time they actually do go to the side, holy.
Might not have expected a full commitment this time, but that's exactly what they've got. All 5 players
Narate saving for an off.
looking now to try and retake, and there is an incredibly long flank coming out from Althea, but I think the round will be over before he gets there.
Yeah, he's actually flanking for the next round to get positional advantage.
Okay, 9-7,
So,
losable.
guys, I made it.
Both
Where is
teams
everyone? I'm
big
flanking.
struggling
I've got
on the
two, but
defense.
wait, I'm flanking,
So obviously
wait,
you
I'm
need to be
flanking,
proactive with Comical's comp.
Well, 2 rounds
So
in,
Fnatic can
it has
avoid
become
that.
somewhat of a closer
Might
game
get
than we
timeout
were
here,
expecting when we
Comical.
swap
Again,
halves.
Andaluthia flawless.
I
Two
mean,
of those.
up against a lot of weaker weapons here. I won't give them the roses for it necessarily, but the previous.
Nice.
Decent.
Nice round.
Next
Maybe
round,
Fnatic
indeed,
are
2
just
to
dog
go
shit at
before
defense,
they
but
can equalize
their
things
attack
up, and this is where
was
KC called for a
okay
timeout.
this far.
We're starting
Obviously
to
they
get
played.
into
I
the
mean,
meat
they
of
played a
things.
good pistol.
After such a dominant first half,
third
it's been a
round, I
while
think
since they
Comical
found a
made a
round.
mistake
Few
and
things
they
have been
beat
going
Rico, so I'm
wrong.
not
A
going
sneaky
crazy
position
about
at
it, but
Althea round before.
I would say this
This is where they need to
not
steady
too
the
bad.
ship for that final push, taking Fnatic's map pick, setting themselves up for a 2-0
Comical
online
again with
and
the
a
comp
free
they've got,
flight
they
to
have to
Shanghai.
be proactive, right? They're gonna buy an op for Narate this round, which
Highlighted,
you
win
know,
or lose
should be a bit of a
And it
game
does feel
changer,
like
but
that's what this KC team has. Now,
we
spoke
need
a
to
lot
win this round.
yesterday
And
about
if
how
I was
Fnatic
going
were able
to
to
go,
get
I'm
an
worried
awful lot
like
from their pauses,
Tomazi is
but in
often
this
starting B
scenario,
alone.
I've always been a big fan of
So
him.
if they
and
pressure
the way
B
that he
early, it
sort
just
of
creates
used the
a
game.
lot of
He's someone that
problems for
definitely has
Comical.
solid reads, solid adaptations, or even just knows the right moment to try and pick his players out of the dirt. 4 rounds in a row definitely seems like an appropriate time to try and pick something up. Even though it's only been a singular buy round, I'm curious to see if they'll do anything to try and stack up Tomazi. It seems like Fnatic have, in the early rounds especially, have looked to try and put the pressure on him, on that solo Cypher setup.
So here's our op.
For now, at least,
They
looks like we
starting
might see a bit
leaning
more
towards B.
pressure
But this
put
is what I
towards
mean, right? That like Narate's gonna
Fnatic.
come in here. So Fnatic in
Building
these
up
past
again
couple rounds,
more
they've
of a
pressured
default.
B fast.
The
And
more
it's like
games I
it's just
cast
this
with
guy on
Leo,
his
the
own, so
more
we
I
kind of start
wonder
panicking
if
here a bit.
There's just
It
some
feels
sort
like
of
these
a
guys like, oh shit.
statistical error
Gotta
with
go.
tallying his stats. Guy doesn't seem to die. Narrate. Oh, he's out of here. He is out of here. Dash at least secures him a second lease of life, but
No
Tomazi
fucking
becomes
way,
the new
Tomazi.
target. Durka up close, not going to be caught by a decoy, but TPing onto the backside. Now a good position to play from as the wall drops, but Martin behind a wall of his own swings out into Durka. Good trade back. Fnatic keep the control.
So yeah, Fnatic have found a weak point here, very clearly.
Down and Narrate very low.
Interesting pathing they went on here, though, right? Come this way to do a B hit.
A lot of these
we got a
rounds
save
have gone
against
down
the
like
Kami
that.
Core.
Burst
I mean,
of
it's just
aggression
been...
and an immediate save
Kami
call.
Core, we're just exploiting A.
Like
Fnatic are just exploiting B. We need to change up here. We need to get you. You, my friend, need to be on B.
Very fast-paced game.
See these things here?
I don't think
See how you've got two of these
been able
things?
to adapt to it.
Enjoy that, because they're fucking good.
We've seen the combination
Right,
of utility to initially take out Tomazi. As said, he's been a target. That's someone, I don't know if that's
this guy
the research
doesn't play
being done
Cypher.
by
He's
Fnatic,
not a Cypher
just
player.
to go, okay, they like to leave this man out to dry.
Player.
Let's just pressure him, be it with utility, be it
struggling.
with even putting the last burst of the Hunter's Fury to try and take him out. And then they even just had this sort of fast-paced push to make sure that nobody could really get back into position, because they already had them locked out of the site. Fnatic are doing it again. 9-3 down. We saw it yesterday. Obviously, people put a lot of that onto Liquid. I think a lot of the fans have gone, okay, you can't win from advantages, but I'm guessing
okay,
fuck
it. He doesn't go B.
Maybe it's just them.
No. He doesn't go B.
I see Leo get killed by someone. It's not. It's well, okay, all according to plan. He saved that one through. Definitely doesn't.
He doesn't go B. Don't put him on B. Don't put him on B.
Yeah, no,
Leo is fucking. They don't know what a fucking.
This map. It's 9-8. It's
They're
an incredibly
cooked,
close game, and I think it comes back to what I said at the end.
So
a lot of these rounds have gone down to like a burst of aggression and a save. But even then, like one of those 5 deaths was literally 5 players hunting him down, and they only barely got it across the line.
The thing that makes me nervous a bit is a lot of what we gave credit to KC in their run to kickoff.
Why are they stacking A? It's like they think that they're playing against themselves.
That was Martin.
Hey, we never go B, so they can't either, right? Motherfucker, they're going B on you.
Now it's not. We need to see a change. We need to see them starting to actually work a little bit better as a coordinated unit.
Okay, we end up with up on A.
Things up a little bit. Looking to try and stack
get
up some
across
control here. The problem is the weaponry they have is an awful lot worse. Other than Narrate having an operator, and that's why they've left him solo on A.
Fnatic have done very well in these rounds to avoid any sort of stacks that you see going down. I think weaker by, Cypher set up on B. Often you're going to move away, but they've had a lot of utility as well on this attacking side to remove these setups. Ult used by Durka. And this is going to be a little bit of information for the squad. I actually don't think that he saw Magnum on the way through. But definitely 2 towards the backside. There's the flash. Magnum spotted now, but he won't be taken down. It's Magnum to catch a jump on him, but Chronicle with double trades, keeping the numbers favored, keeping a bit of side control, forcing Shin into the open. He didn't want to leave Tomazi out to dry this time. Narrate doesn't either. Nice shot from the side. Another. They keep peeking the op. Now they beat Tomazi. A mistake. They might not live to regret. Double digits on the cards for KC in this of all rounds, and it's a reveal on Booster that gets
because they didn't shoot the trip
from Tomazi. This time they didn't leave him out to dry.
Leo tried to shoot that trap earlier and missed. Earlier in the round. It was just before he died. He tried to shoot it, didn't hit it, and that's now killed Boaster at the end. It really is an unfortunate round by all regards, especially because the initial setup was nice. They threw in Durka as a sacrificial lamb. But yeah, this operator, again, Narrate at times is just absurd, even ready for the players to try and lurk in, and well, in the end it was the cam that was left at the end. Tomazi always explosive.
Okay, this time they up on B.
He's been shut out thus far.
On A.
This time though,
Cypher is coming back. Has a put cam down.
Big. And again, they've swapped their setup. They're putting that operator in. As said, they've been pressuring Tomazi so much that they are starting to give him a little bit of extra support, making those adaptations.
Cam's certainly being spotted, as has Tomazi. But they might expect that means the traps are towards B. But like we've said, setup changes. A site traps now. If
so
Fnatic
playing
do go back in that direction, they'll be a little surprised by what they run into. And it looks like there is a shift. But it's not just back through spawn. Boaster is taking a little bit of space of his own up through middle. This is going to be spotted by Martin any second now, maybe not. TP used, nobody spotted outside.
Terrible Yoruwald? Nice.
So he decides to go back into the spawn, move to B.
Nice.
He sticks around. KC don't have a read on what's going on here. They're waiting for Fnatic to make a move, hoping the traps will be enough on A, hoping the push up from Shin will get them some value, but he's spotted. A good jump off that rope by Durka buys them a second chance at taking this man down. Despite the damage done, no kill for Shin, but they have the info that the A play is where it's coming in. Hunter's Fury burn.
surprised he managed to live to tell the tale, unfortunately. Narrate has not played a big part in the last round. Martin already gone, but Magnum's found a trade. And in the afterplant already, this is not going to get any easier.
Nice
Boaster starting to step up, start to see some life in the IGL's individual capabilities. But more importantly, just sticking it out, staying alive, and with the remaining 3 of Fnatic, not really giving
bit messy, bit chaotic
over
in
to
here,
the KC members. This almost has to be a save, but with the amount of finances that are still available for Fnatic, they're going to go hunting.
We do the worst Yoru ult I've ever seen. And then,
skill by Leo. That reveal is deadly too. It confirms the spot of Tamazi. There's players swarming up to move towards the spawn to catch him in nest. Although, they won't get there in time. It's this fight that defines it, and of course,
Leo wins it again.
Try to dish out
So it's going to be a big eco for Karming Core as well. Man, Fnatic are going to win this map.
Turned on God mode.
Fucking hell.
27 and 6. Like again, some of those kills were in scenarios where the round was already over, but a lot of them have just caused so much extra cost. Whatever stats you're going to be looking at the end of the game, I think.
Fnatic's going to have to give him a pay raise after.
I mean, the guy is 27 and 6. A pay rise is most certainly warranted.
Okay, second time out, Karming Core.
And yeah, like you said, that's not 27 impact kills. Maybe in terms of the economy, there was some impact, some ripple effect, but realistically, a lot of those have been exits.
If the funny
They're
thing
like
is,
a
if
big dog.
they lose this map, there'll be some scoreboard
You know?
warriors somewhere going freely.
Like they're like a trained dog. You know, they're nice, they're kind.
Everything's coming up for
They're like a,
they have managed to win.
you know, they do what they're told.
6 rounds of the last 7,
You know,
only
but
a
when you
solo
just throw a bone across there, they just go fucking and just fucking running after the bone. You know, or even better example. You know when you throw a ball to a dog and you fake throw it and you go like that, and the dog fucking runs away and he's fucking running and running, and then the dog like turns around and look at
playing the most insane crossfires.
where's the ball? You know, and then you've just got the ball in your hand. Like that's Karming Core.
Whether that was because GX were too good or because they had a bad day, who knows? Nonetheless, the defensive side is looking rough for KC, and that is one of the problems of this composition, especially with Tamazi having some trouble. Now this round again.
Okay, we've got knives. I mean, they need to do more of this, right? This should have been... We should have already seen this about 4 times.
Other than that, Fnatic massively
But this is the first time we've seen it, right? Where we get good, aggressive space. We know where we need to be. We get across there. Now, unfortunately, it's happening in a round where we've got nothing. Right, but a bit of delay. You know, they're gonna. It's gonna take them a long time to re-clear if they're gonna go for it.
Snakebite lineup coming through. It looks like it. The gate crash is going to be spotted out and pursued. In fact, it's going to be destroyed, but the fake was used instead. For Fnatic,
so now, Fnatic, what do you do, right? This jet has been up here.
They know that with all the presence they showed, that those rotations will come through.
Deep trip.
But after the push doesn't come in, KC start to think maybe it's a B play. Maybe they should be rotating back in the other direction and leaving A that little bit more open. Fnatic,
what the fuck? I guess we're on an eco,
walk through this door. Clearing it now with the knife, close is clear, and they can make their way to the site. The only danger is Magnum tucked in this corner, but they're very aware of it, and there's going to be a lot of players coming from the other angle. The boxes might protect him, but turning your back to Boaster won't.
And he's seen this KO knife, and you've destroyed the trip, and we still leave.
Fnatic just
Why
drops
are we
all
still
noise.
leaving? Like,
Just
trust him to win the round. Like, this is the thing, they just gamble. Their defense side is on this map. It just seems like just fucking guess. I don't know. Guess.
Even still,
it's just so tough.
Fnatic are most certainly back in this.
Like, it's an interesting call by Fnatic, right? Like, this is a nice call by Fnatic. You know, we've been stalled out here. Okay, let's actually fucking walk up this way and then we'll do a split like this, right? That's quite a nice call by Fnatic, I think. It's not really expected. You know, you're not expecting it. It's a bit weird. But as soon as this trip is here, their plan is kind of fucked. Like, this trip kind of fucks their plan. They're like, whoa, what's a trip doing here for? Shit. Do we like, they were probably considering, do we still go for it? Like, shit, they're still gonna be here.
Baffling how I somehow find myself like a fish going back to
and then,
the
like,
front of the
he's
ball.
hearing steps here, I'm pretty sure, Magnum there. He definitely knows the KO knife is there.
Just yesterday, we saw them make those comebacks. You even referenced it. You said, I don't think it'll be the same here. And to be honest, thinking back, first half yesterday, Liquid was kind of dominating individually.
Trust my calls, boys.
Trust my calls.
Well, there you go. Leo's
out
goal.
there. And this is the reality, though. When you're in a
And I'm sure when they
situation
saw that trip, they
where
were
Fnatic
like,
are
Leo, this is a
consistently
shit
able to
goal.
make these comebacks happen. Up against Koi, up against Liquid, now against KC. I mean, the other two you can excuse as teams that are not in their stride, not hitting their stride. I don't know how you make that excuse for KC. Boaster.
Okay, again, more pressure.
Snakebite will give away his position. It's
Oh.
fired off, and they know exactly
Oh, no, he
what's
didn't.
going on. But Durka,
I thought he just TP'd into the middle of nowhere. He's
spotted
doing so.
Martin in the corner, cleared out a lot of this
Okay.
site now. Flash pop towards back. Hunter's Fury, not a big fan of the blind ones, but this has at least caught Magnum, revealing his position, tagging him
too far
low,
away.
and getting them the space to plant
Again,
the spike.
they just go for a 5v5 retake.
Half got them the information. He wanted to check the rest of the site, so I guess Leo
they're just
with utmost confidence, just blind fires it into the place he
they
last
don't
saw
know
a
what to
couple
do
of
here,
players.
Gore, it looks like.
It's done a little bit of extra damage. The main
They're
worry,
always
though,
a step behind.
is just those post plants. Like how far away a couple of the
Very
players are. Still got a fragment
passive
available.
close.
Durka's already going to pick off one. He's the bodyguard.
Durka.
They've got a backup plan that they might not even need. He's still up close, just looking to try and finally get out of there. But there's Boaster on the lurk. A second kill already coming up for him. And for Shin, as said,
too
he's
passive with their
attempted many
comp.
a clutch, but this is not
If you
gonna
got
be
this
one of them.
comp, you got to be
11
playing to
10.
win a
Fnatic
main.
now take the lead after such
You know,
a
pushing down mid,
deficit
and they're just
from the
not.
first half.
They're just
I don't
their
know
best
how
chance.
they do
Like
this again
they
and again.
actually got into a decent round on that eco because they pushed out B.
Consistency is mind-boggling.
But now they just refuse. They're just.
The day they figure out their first
I don't know.
halves, it's all
They're
over.
playing with a different
You know,
comp.
like the
They're playing with a
race
5 Sentinel
at the
comp.
end of Incredibles, where he's like not really running, and then he goes, "Oh no, go!" and he just runs out in front of everybody.
It's been a long time since
It's
I've
like
seen
the little son who's
guy,
like really
Dash or
fast.
something, yeah.
Basically, he does like a school
Watch again.
race.
We won't
and he's
push
potentially
anything.
losing, and then just sprints past everyone, and then finishes second on purpose. That's what Fnatic feel like right now. It just seems
Super
like
passive.
every time in that first half of the first map, it's like they're
Okay,
just trying
hold
to
on.
stroll their way through.
Hold on. Do
Just
it.
practicing that flash in the servers.
And then it's almost like Elmer
Stuck in
Buddy
the corner.
pushes like a big red button, and everybody just switches on.
You've got the
A
fucking
completely
rifle.
different
Go
team
and take a
arrives.
1v1. Activate dash and fucking just take this.
11 to 10.
If you die,
Again, weaponry
unlucky.
weak. Again, the focal point being narrate. It's only one
What are you?
having a
If they're doing an.
weapon that they can use. Of course, we've spoken about the stingers with this team, but on this map, I'd be impressed.
I mean, this was one of the rounds they managed to win, but
Right,
you can't
okay,
forget
you've
it
seen
was
some
off
contact
narrate
over
being
here.
in
Hey,
mid,
their Silver
up
is
in
their
hand,
Silver is on
and
B.
finding
They're
so
not
much
fucking
value
doing
as
an
they
exec
cross
here
through the
now.
site to deal with
Take
Fnatic.
it!
This time it will
Take
be
the.
much more difficult to do for a number
Do
of reasons.
something!
Mid is clear, is the first one. No op in play. That also doesn't help. And they've droned it out.
You haven't
sending
moved.
players through
You
this
haven't
angle now to
moved.
clear all their bases.
Fucking hell.
Magnum, Stinger in hand to Mazzy. Nothing to work with because he's being domed out by Alpha here. Quick shot.
Oh no, we're getting exec on and we haven't rotated across. Oh no, oh, we're in a 5v2 exec. Oh no. Oh, our guys died on the site in our 5v2 exec. Oh no, because we've got no fucking space.
Exactly what he was dealt earlier. 2 versus
Fuck
4,
me.
almost no chance, and somehow, and I really mean, like beyond my comprehension, we are at a 12 to 10 score line in favor of Fnatic. They were 9-3 down at the half. I'm perplexed.
Like the thing is, yeah, and I think they look fine.
Okay, he
Right, but
doesn't
the thing
know.
is,
He does-
thing is, you can do
Literally
anything.
the worst spot he could have jumped over to. Shin's gonna get himself an operator. I don't know how long he's gonna get to keep it though, because Chronicle is so quick on his tail. Martin now hoping that he can maybe grab a gun from this. Other than that, it would be going down to the spike, and instead he's just gonna go down to Chronicle. Oh, online, 12 and 10 for Fnatic. They have dropped just a singular round when it comes to this attack side of Breeze. They have been utterly dominant. And now they've
What
just
the fuck is that? Is that in the open checking your cam? We didn't even see that. Fucking hell. Tom J thought.
Beep boop calm and corp played like poop.
I guess the Fnatic
Thanks
fans
for
will
the
still say
50
Fnatic.
bits.
They've been here before. They know.
Enough is clapping him,
Gotta
yeah.
give
I'm
him
not
respect.
surprised.
Probably smarter than me right now anyway.
You might be right, Minnie. I think Leo's smarter than us all. 28 and 6. You heard him earlier saying, "Trust my
Right,
calls."
here we go.
Sammy leading. Certainly
Right,
leading when it comes
this,
to
see
frags
this?
and-
This should have happened like
with
every
one
fucking
round
round.
left to go.
Right?
Hey, KC have got to feel pretty
This
rough.
is a good wall for this comp.
He's losing when it comes to death.
Right,
Well,
this
they've
is
got
a wall
so
that
far.
you
Hey,
want
he's
for
losing
this
when it comes
comp,
to that.
right?
That's true, unless it's a
Threaten.
golf score, which I think often is how you would look at it. Okay, now listen, Durka has an opportunity on this Euro.
Make them retake the space.
Right up.
Okay, we hear a camera.
Oh no, the gate crash isn't in play.
Okay,
Never mind.
he's probably coming in because we're not in there. Right? Do they tap ult orb? Do we have a reaction for ult orb tap?
Worked out successfully.
Why is it taking this long to do this?
Playing anti-flash. His only goal is to dodge that flash. He shoots, and he's gonna
it's
go
fucking
down.
miracle, isn't it?
Whoa!
Oh! We're gonna win this round! Isn't it a fucking miracle?
Spike down.
Who would have fucking thought?
Alright, he's gonna try and keep hold of that control. Dirk has already been spotted and forced back, but it means they can group up and try and fight this one. Well, I was gonna say,
isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing?
Alpha looks to try and turn the tide, and the Raid has just taken over this round. In fact,
whoa, flawless!
At the end. Out of absolutely nowhere, and Andalusia flawless for the side of KC to keep them in this map.
Hell of a time to show up. I like the setup from KC as well, freeing them up to fight a little bit more towards that site because they've got their Vipers.
This is the first time we've done this. It's round 23.
On someone like Shin to be holding those close angles and taking the fights. Instead, he's got full security, and you're just able to send the rest of the squad in scrapping. And the Raid is dangerous when he's got Martin beside him even more so. When Yoru flashes, popping all around.
Do it again.
Well, you can
literally
see how
fucking
easily
do the same
they can
thing
divvy up
again.
their attacking side. But that's one round. They don't have the Viper's Pit to work with this time. And now Fnatic look to repeat the success they've had time and time again here on the attack.
A completely abandoned B site. Maybe realizing how much Fnatic has been able to find an opener there. Just almost looking to play it as more of a retake and really stack up into this middle control. Already, the Raid's going to be spotted and forced to retreat. Fnatic have been methodical in being able to clear a lot of these angles. It almost seems like maybe Fnatic are just trying to be a little bit patient, see if Alpha can find them any sort of information. For now, though, hasn't really seen a thing.
Toxin screen down.
Be a very slow round out of him.
Can't use that.
But that position hasn't been pushed by a little while for Fnatic. Not in that slow late round, but the door will be closed nonetheless. Making that little bit longer rotation, push to the site.
That's too easy.
Plant to be played in, and on the back of it, Viper's Pit to secure it. Now this actually doesn't reach to the plant yet again. It's just locking down a little bit of map control. Good kill by
What?
And that's Boaster down. That's the Viper's Pit down and out of the round. And a desperate attempt now for Fnatic to fight back through. The flash is good, but the kills don't come on the back of it. Counter flashes, Hunter's Fury, tagging them up and dropping them. This is KC fighting back, but Durka and Alpha, they have other ideas. 4 kills already for Magnum. The IGL needs an ace to take it across the line, and Durka's the man standing in between him and that feed.
Okay, they did lose.
Not find it. KC, no.
I guess that was their best retake they did all game, but fucking hell. Play with some fucking confidence, guys. Come on. Fucking hell. Next is Bind. I mean, what pain... This is going to be a painful game, man. Boaster knows it as well. You know, Boaster knows they're both shit. Look at his face. Watch the Shanghai video? I will. I've just put a minute of ads. Now, if you're subbed, you won't get the ads, of course. So, if you don't want the ads, then sub. You fucking hear me? Fucking sub. Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough watch. But okay. Do we want the subtitles on? No, they're already on. Look at this. Look at fucking... Watch what I can do. Oh, you like that? Watch this. Oh, I'll do it again. One more time. Oh.
Leo here on behalf of the VCT team.
With the game. It's an FPS game.
Salty waffle?
If you say so.
Waffy? Thanks for the 2 months. Salty Wafy and Guankle. Oh, is it gonna do it like this? Well, we'll wait for the sub notes. Thank you, Guankle. We're gonna have to wait for the Pingu. I don't know why it does it like this. It's gonna do this 5 times first. So congratulations to the people who got the fucking gift subs. Does he read YouTube chat though, Lemao? I read them when they're not. Oh, there it is. Wait, did people? Oh yeah. Why did I only do 2? Anyway, thank you, Guankle.
Quick check-in before Masters Shanghai. We are well into 2024, and we're very excited about how the season has gone.
Fucking shut up.
It's an FPS game.
Childish Titus, thanks for the 6 months.
Master.
Thank you.
So far, we launched VCT China, introduced Team Capsules globally, and saw incredible viewership growth across all international leagues. That punchy and high-stakes start of the season laid the basis for Masters Madrid to set a new high-water mark and become the most-watched VCT
Jojo113, thanks for the 15 months.
Bong Alien.
Event ever. We saw a record-breaking 3.1.
You lose the round, you lose the game. It's an FPS game.
Felity, thanks for the 10 months.
FNC.
Oh, what the fuck was that? What did you say?
That's the spike, the overheat
we FNC. Oh, I see. You didn't really say it right. And Coffee Cup with the gifted to It Never Stops.
1 million.
The overheat moment.
And Rain Factor. Wait. Thanks for the Prime. And Turtle for Life, thanks for the Prime. And Zed Doonco, thanks for the Prime. And Axis C with a gift sub as well.
Peak concurrent viewers.
The overheat moment. The positioning. What a blunder. What a whiff.
And a tournament average of 1.1 million viewers. Double of.
The overheat moment. The positioning. What a blunder. What a whiff.
I don't even see that name that just came up. Herrera? I don't even see that.
That's the spike, the overheat moment.
Herrera something. I don't see your name on here.
What a whiff.
John Stero, thanks for the tier 1. 3 Evan, thanks for the Prime. And Aniketh Hotagi, a regular with a gift sub to Mr. Big Papa, who I think is another regular. I think.
That's the spike, the overheat moment.
Okay, now I'm gonna turn it off in a second. Disable it? No.
What we saw at Masters Tokyo last year. All the competing teams put on an amazing show. And
I'm not stopping it.
Made
I'm not stopping it.
A tremendous
I'm just gonna read what he says.
Inspiring us to continue building and pushing the boundaries
of our
sport.
History has been made.
Now
it's Brent everywhere.
With stage 1 concluding, let's take
Rookie
a look
the
at
Ghost Catcher, thank you.
VCT. One of my goals this year is to introduce you to more folks in our team. So to talk about some of the plans for Masters Shanghai, here's my good friend and strategy lead for Valor Esports, Bill Pan. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Leo, Masters Madrid was so amazing, but we're ready to raise the bar even further at our second global event, Masters Shanghai. The team is hard at work, building one of our biggest shows ever, which will culminate in the largest venue in VCT history, the Mercedes-Benz Arena. This tournament will feature 12 of the best teams around the world, and today we're excited to share that we're going to bring back Swiss.
Oh, that's just perfect again.
Okay, they're bringing back Swiss. Probably for the 8-team part at the start, I would guess.
Between the excitement of the unpredictable matchups and the incredibly high stakes for every single game, we love what Swiss has brought to our events. We're also going to be introducing a new twist to our playoff format, an opportunity for our top seeds to pick their opponents.
How the fuck? Who gets first priority though? What, did they all just sit in a little room?
Top 4 seeds who won the ILs will take direct control of their tournament destiny by getting to choose their playoff opponent.
How do you craft an enchanting table in Minecraft?
And before the start of playoffs.
But who goes first though? Who picks first of the teams? They just like pick random who goes first? And you pick a team? God, the fucking disrespect, man. Of who? Oh yeah, we'll take you. Oh, we'll take you. Oh, no doubt. Like, oh god, are you sure you don't want to like deliberate or like, you know, give it some time, give it some... No, we'll take you. We want you. 100%. We want you.
we're definitely going to see some spicy picks and trash talk coming out of this one. That's it from us for now. Make sure you tune in to the Masters Shanghai draw, taking place immediately after VCT Americas Finals on May 12th.
Okay.
Thanks everybody, and we'll see you in Shanghai.
Thanks, folks.
So the way this is gonna work, for those of you who don't know, so it's gonna be.
You get shot, you lose the round,
did I miss a sub, by the way?
It's an FPS game.
I think I did. Zammy, 715,
FNC
thanks for
wins
the 8
it
months. How do you craft an enchanting table in Minecraft? I don't know. I did know at one point. I don't know anymore. Jeb and Ninja, thanks for the 5 months as well. Fnatic wins it all. Wrong. Right, so the way this is going to work is similar to Master Soki, right? If you're a bit confused, what they're talking about, playoffs straight away, what are you talking about? That's a 12-team tournament, right? So, you know, teams like Paper Rex, right? They didn't play in the group stage. Teams like Fnatic, Liquid as well. You think Liquid are getting this far on their own? No, it's because they won EMEA, right? So they didn't take part in the group stage because they won their region. That's going to be the same this year. Obviously there was 2 EMEA this time because Fnatic won lock-in, but obviously this year it's China instead. So if you win your region, you go straight to playoffs, right? So it's a big advantage. You want to win your region. And now you get to pick your team. So the first 8 teams will do a Swiss like we saw in Madrid, right? So instead of group stages, we're going to do a Swiss stage, which I think is better anyway. Personally, I think it's more fun. I think it's better than the little brackets they do. I think Swiss is better. I think the Madrid stage was better, honestly. I thought it was just generally better. So you just have to win 2 games, which is the exact same as like the group stage was. You just don't know who your opponent is, right? So it still ends up in the same format, right? Where, you know, 2 teams win 2 games and don't lose. 2 teams... It's still the same. You just don't know who your opponent is. So Swiss is basically, other than your first opponent, obviously they'll do the draw. Whoa, RX Maestro with 10 gifted. 10 gifted. I don't think I've seen your name gift subs before. Bro, you could have waited for the sheet. You could have had a team with that. In fact, I'm gonna do it as 5 this time. We did it 10 for Madrid because it was only 8, but with 12 I'll do 5, and champs I'll do. What the fuck? With champs I'll do 5 as well. Okay, we are getting back in it. For those of you who don't know what Swiss is, basically, you know your first game. I mean, it's the same as Ridge. You know your first game. If you win, you play any of the teams that won, right? So if you're 1-0, you play a team that's 1-0. You always basically play a team with the same record as you, but it's random who it's just a draw each time of who you play. Right? You don't know who you're gonna play.
You don't have to do too much changes when you.
Okay, I'm just gonna quickly fill up my water.
Real nice results against one of the best teams in the whole EMEA. But it depends on Fnatic because after they changed their comp into this one, they haven't been doing the best bind we ever seen from them. It's going to be interesting matchup on this map.
Well, I don't actually think it's all that bad. It was tough because Navi did throw a wrench into that last game on bind, but I'm excited to see what they got to play.
I can't wait to see this. Fnatic, they are 1 map away from Masters Shanghai. Mitch and Tom, I cannot believe I am saying that.
Well, it was a strange start to that previous one, a strange end as well, but I suppose not for Fnatic after that comeback. Now 1 away from locking in Shanghai, Tom. Doing it on bind. Hey, look, last time they played Europe against Navi, 9-3 start. They were down 3 rounds. And what happened? They lost 13-3. But
the time before that, they did actually come back versus Koi.
It's a bar pause.
So there you go. But yeah, I'm hoping we're going to get a little bit more of a back and forth going into this one. I do think this is a map that, although we have seen KC lose a little bit on it, it's versus teams like the Heretics, like teams that they've always had a tough matchup against. So I think we're in for an exciting one. Nonetheless, Althea already up for contact. He's going to be under pressure immediately and doesn't get out of there. I thought he might have just scraped it.
Now a few bullets pursued through the wall. 3 players
Fnatic picked defense. Not a surprise. Their attack was awful.
Right call this time. KC flood in. Martin and Magnum caught off guard, and now they're realizing there's a lot more guns here than they thought.
Oh, did they get 3 HP?
Just about able to escape with Durka's life. 3 HP.
They've seen both.
as he goes for the teleport. Chronicle still sitting here. They have a choice on KC. Who do they want to fight? And it looks like they're deciding on Durka. A brave choice for anyone.
Raid doesn't have
2
wing,
kills
man.
already under his belt. And I was going to say he has his nade back, but no, just don't think he used his nade in the first place. Didn't get a chance to with the all-out combat. They know there's a chance he'll be coming from bathroom or even from mid. Safe plant for spawn, but they're trapped. They're sandwiched, but that gives them 1v1
Okay, that
fights.
should be.
All right, doesn't often lose those. All down to Chronicle.
Yeah, luckily.
Should be pretty big. Now the only thing is, it isn't planted for him, right? That's the only thing. But in here in lamps, they should be good, especially considering Shin is the high HP player. And won't even die to one shot.
This map in particular has so much history, so many memories, but he needs to try and isolate one of these fights, having no idea.
So Shin can just jiggle that?
Whereas opponents currently
he should have an idea,
Shin
there you
already
go.
just getting information, and it almost needs him to make a pretty catastrophic mistake.
Okay, well played by Chronicle.
Meantime, Narrate on the wraparound, even with
okay, that was a
HP,
bit of a weird game.
able to
Didn't
get
see
an
the
extra couple of
weird
kills.
round. Didn't see the first kill.
The 1-0 secured.
Oh.
I mean, KC did a good job of this considering how this started out. 4 players, they catch the first, it spurs them into a big site push, and fights come all across the board. Able to isolate those fights in the end. Narrate did a fantastic job on just 22 HP of keeping that competitive, keeping it workable for his side. And now they get an easy follow-up. Fnatic only have pistols, the base pistols of the Classic to work with. KC stacked up 4 rifles brought into this round. It does mean the margin for error is slim. They lose more than 1 player, they'll start to feel the cost of the round.
Okay, they try and get aggressive. Obviously, he knows that at least Gecko Sky are there. You'd assume it's even more.
Second round, so opting to play things a little
And he
bit
sees
safer.
that they're still running after him.
Tomazi has just spotted.
He actually does die. He doesn't realize the angles.
He's going to get picked off immediately. Now the margin for error is 0. They can't afford to lose a single extra player with all the weaponry that they've invested into. The post plant will definitely help with that. Right here. Definitely look like they're trying to hold out in
Okay, they
case
know
anybody
the 4 are
rotates
here.
from the defender spawn, but they're mostly
So you
coming
should
in
just
from
leave
Luka.
one guy to look this way, and everyone else should be focusing on.
Having to drop out with these pistols, I suppose it's not ideal, but no fight really will be. Narrate's avoided a lot of that damage, making it out on time. The Dizzy helped him on the cross, and Fnatic, well, they realize they're going to dive
I mean, they
out of
killed
here
this
for
guy here,
orbs,
so they know where their
or they're
escape
going to
is.
go down to the spike afterwards, and I think that's the
Probably
call that's
TP
being
here
made.
for the Omen.
Question is, I see Alpha here walking out and around on long. He might have a chance if Shin sticks around just a little bit longer, but away he goes. Down to the spike, all of Fnatic fall, and KC find their second round. Just the 1 player lost, and that was the player with the pistol. So cost is very low, and a pretty beautiful follow-up for this KC side.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is just already the amount of ultimate orbs that have been picked up by Narrate. So
Okay,
Thrash is
pretty
a
good
very
buy here
real
for Karmicore
possibility.
then.
I
Not
wouldn't
like
be
the
surprised
best,
to see
but pretty
them
good.
fight
And yeah,
one
we'll
side of
one
the
for
map for
Gecko.
orb, and well, you can already see where they're gathering up on the map. It definitely looks
So it's
like
gonna
they've
be a
decided to
fast
go
B
for the
hit.
B orb. It's also where you're more likely to see someone take a little bit of a risk,
Spiked
maybe
analysis
go
for
for a
this.
peek, take a fight. That's currently where Chronicle's sitting though. You'd assume he's only going to utilize the flash to get information, but for now, just going for that jump peek.
Oh,
That's a bit of a risk, and one that hasn't paid off. The hope here that you wouldn't see KC grouped up outside along, ready for the fight,
That is
but
a bizarre
the intention
decision.
was always to take it towards the B side.
Poster has stopped them well
Poster
enough.
now isolated, having
they
to burn
can't
up his
TP.
flashes, has just 1 left to work with. And the aggression out of Alfier, having not spotted anybody,
Big from Alpha.
decides to go hunting them. That's Shin drop, Smoker down. Thrash in round 3 is used to no success. Poster able to pick off 1. They know that he's still here. Having dropped Leo as well. There's no way that they don't account for this player who got a kill just moments ago. The swing is good. Tomazi finds it without the help being needed and ends up finding his teammate Magnum too with a snake bite. Looks like that could be a bit of a problem because a man standing in the 1v2 is Durka. Close fight first.
Ardell, thanks for the 60 bits.
16 HP.
Hi TMV.
Hello.
I traded out his teammate. What a good play.
Traded out his own snake bite.
Okay, 3-0. Obviously, Chronicle just with a pretty monumental error there.
As unfortunate it can get for Chronicle. Like, you're not going to have that many players just building up to try and get the orb, but I guess when you haven't put any sort of information finding utility out,
oh, that's Magnum's
it's just not going to be great. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't fault Tomazi for that.
Look at his face. Look at 3-0 though. And wow.
So Fnatic
looks
on the
like Fnatic
Stingers.
trying to take a leap out of the book of KC. Stingers galore. Alpha. You know, He's a hipster.
Full stack down B long now. That was kind of classic calming call, like, oh, we got stalled out, what do we do? Let's just brute force it the same way. Right? This time a bit more of a default.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, that's a great position.
We do get a big reaction here,
close range. Yeah, no, it's just a perfect position for that weapon to be. In fact, if I was to choose anyone to have that weapon, it wouldn't be Boaster. No,
it's all right. He's going to peek.
In his position. Well, you're right. No success found, but at least damage done. The assist onto Narrate as Chronicle claims that, and well, the Guardian can be picked up perhaps to hold close inside hookah.
Yeah. They're actually going to gamble, rotate off. Now, it's understandable. When you've seen that many players stack up towards B long.
Okay, calming call with a nice silent reclear. This is the kind of stuff I want to see more of, right? This is the kind of where we get like a fucking mad good read. This is not something that you often see with calming call. It's a nice. Right, where, hey, they expect us to do this, so let's do the opposite.
Deep flash up on A,
revealed nobody.
Boaster's flank, reveals nobody.
Like, they're silent players. Now, they've taken a fucking long time. Long enough to, again, get into a position where...
And not the best weapons to have to retake with, again, some players being trapped inside hookah, stingers in hand. Nice shot by Chronicle, but just the one to be found.
Fortunately as well, all the weaponry has been dropped outside B long. Are they going to be able to get back in? Dirk has done well. He actually called the timing on Martin, and now it's left all onto Magnum.
Wingman, you know you have to go.
Needed. He's been crispy so far. Needs a little bit more. Needs to deny the diffuser, and now up to just burst.
Wow.
A Red Bull
a 1v3.
KC. What a crazy round that was from Magnum.
Fnatic. So yeah, calming call, they get the really nice call, they get in there, but again, they're just a little slow to do it. And that gives Fnatic like a way back in because there's no time pressure.
This shot.
The shot is beautiful. The cross look, he realizes I have to stop the defuse now, takes it. And I love the fact that we've seen this guy so animated, so hyped, and then he wins that clutch and he's just...
Weird there, he just said all of them are, and then it got muted.
It muted, the mic cut out.
Yeah.
Oh, noise gate, the noise gate, Tom. He probably said it really quietly.
All of them are lovely people.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's just a B hit simulator right now.
Well, looks like KC are not going to slow the pace of this round, straight up and into the fray. In fact, my God, Martin!
And there's your good calming call, right? This is what they are good at. Like, oh, we're just gonna fucking run at you as a big death step. Good luck fucking stopping it. Like, that's the good calming call right there. The thing is, you obviously just can't do that 12 rounds in a row.
Should we save? Let's save these weapons.
It's tough to do that 12 times in a row.
Same with the attack of the last map.
But
like, when KC truly get rolling, when the confidence is behind them.
There you go.
I genuinely think that Martin might be the most disrespectful player in the league in terms of his gameplay. Like, what he does within the server is disgusting. Like, to just, you get the opener, you go, okay.
Yeah, I saw the format video. I think it's good. I'm very much looking forward to the format.
Like, no one even got the time to talk before he'd already killed the second player. And that's Chronicle as well. He's bind royalty.
Like, I think that the idea of having them choose their opponents is like fucking genius, if I'm honest. The thing is, like, it's a random draw anyway, but like, you just add stakes to those games.
You lose from 9-3
right?
And your mentor's gone. Like, look,
you just add stakes to the game.
This team, you got players that are 18.
I mean, look at that. Everything is just good.
Most of them rookies. The ones that aren't rookies, one of them
I mean, it's just been B hits.
Last year. The other was Shin, playing in a team worse than the tier 2 last year.
Interesting to see how they decide who picks first. I would assume it would be random. Because again, those teams won't have actually played a game at Shanghai, so there really is no way of doing it. There's no like tiebreaker between them or whatever. Because they're playing in different leagues. Right, so I would assume they just draw it out of a hat. Who gets to pick first, second, third,
Something's
fourth.
got to light that fire. And now they're looking for the torch. 5-0.
And obviously in the playoffs, it's double elim anyway, so it's not like it's straight elim.
It's far from over yet when it comes to Fnatic. They've got plenty of time to course correct.
Yeah,
what's the best VCT moment on each map? That would take too long. What they should do is they should send one player. They should do a little ISO ult tournament for it. Now we're fucking cooking. Choose a player and we'll do an ISO ult tournament.
With the retake with Stingers where Dirk is able to put a couple onto the board. But other than that, again, it's an awfully slow start for the players on Fnatic, and for KC in these early rounds. I don't know what pep talk Eng Zaysh is giving them, but I could use one of those. If I start the day off this good every single time,
well, we need to
be unstoppable.
We need to get a whiteboard in. Right? Why are you here?
So threaten towards B again.
A few of these statements that are on the background.
I like this as a call to threaten this.
It is on the
if they did come back A here,
why are you here? Obviously the conversation, but you're here because you're the best and you deserve to be and all that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here.
Wow.
Well, Durka's being dropped by Narrate off rip, but there's a second player aggressing up. It's Alphier. Not looking to get
so you just gone B every round, so you're expecting that, hey, they're probably going to stack B or something?
Another opening pick successfully found, and a big difference.
And that they might get a bit over-aggressive here on A, thinking that again, you're going to stack this. So this is a nice idea.
In series where he's popping off, things slow down. Just the way that his role works here. A lot of the time, it's other players taking the first fight. It was Durka in this round. Alpha backed off and left him for dead, but now he's standing his ground. And he's got a teammate with him. Leo up close, blinded, but not expected to be here. The element of surprise grabs one, and he's going for more.
Wow, Leo.
That mosh pit forced him out. Much to Narrate's chagrin, Tamazi, the last man standing, 1v3, and the spike not under his control. This is going to be a tough round to win, and we could be witnessing the first for Fnatic.
Definitely hasn't spotted out Chronicles. He
okay, gonna have to get on the board,
Fnatic,
little Leo.
They are going to be onto that
hero
board.
play.
A huge individual play.
They did get the first kill as well.
And Leo. Not really the expectation of the second player being there. And even after getting off to a pretty decent start, I think that was Magnum walking through with the spike and the first contact of the round. That definitely made things a little bit easier for the side of Fnatic.
Okay, 5-1.
You can't really give this team anything.
5-1. Have the ult advantage as well.
Plenty of cash in the bank. Showstopper available, but that's for both sides.
Okay, first real default towards A. Interesting they struggled with B so much. I like the kind of bluff here by Fnatic.
Oh, convincing.
Right, like, after the timeout, you're expecting us to probably 3-stack here on B, but we're sticking with it on A.
Punish on Durka, and the thrash for Leo. Completely halt the push in its tracks. You can see KC are playing this one a little bit slowly outside of Bath. A lot of players looking to take that control, but a small little shift up through mid from Tamazi and Shin, doubling up.
Boaster can
just tucking into this corner.
Boaster is, if he turns around, I was about to say, it's almost just a game of chicken. Leo again, he tries to do the same, but Tamazi's got down to his own snake bite this time. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make, I guess. Nonetheless, it's come at a much higher cost to the side of Fnatic. The same gambles failing. Boaster blissfully unaware that they could have walked past, and that is, again, if you've played against Nats ever, you should have the expectation that he could do that alone. You see that Viper screen up, you need to be more aware.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's the whole reason it's put down is for that cross. The idea to fight back in does not work out for Fnatic this time. Lamp secured
and that buy won't be great. Two of their players can't buy.
Right back on the win, disrupting the economy further of Fnatic.
He has no idea. Absolutely none.
I mean, I can understand him not expecting two to be there, don't get me wrong, but they didn't know
again,
looking at all.
The explosion by Comicore is pretty good.
And when you often don't get a chance to make a second time. All right, round 8.
His are always my favorite. Like, whenever we cut to Tamazi, I know that whatever he's going to say is going to make me laugh.
It's silly. It's a little bubbly. Okay, for KC, looking for round number 8. No ultis in their back pocket, rifles to play with, but they've been super disruptive. It's not just about early round aggression, it's about the burst of aggression that comes out of this squad. They showed us last round they can slow it down. Now, they're gonna have to, because Alphier has used the Viper's pit, and the whole idea was to move towards B-Long. So we gotta spread out and find another avenue.
Good Viper's pit against what they're doing. The dog comes out Shower, nice.
They've already taken full control over towards Showers.
Oh, they're just gonna fully come through Hooker.
With that Tiger as well. So they definitely have information. The only real opening is towards Hookah, and well, Leo's going to try and slow
I remember when I had a mosh pit.
Oh, Magnum. He's gone through on his own. Nobody else was on the same wavelength there.
Oh, that's fun.
Tries to hit a timing, ends up being completely blind, and they've just lost a player for little reason, really.
I mean, you have to imagine the chaos once that mosh pit goes down. It's a split-second decision, and they didn't make that decision the same way. Little disruption. Shin's left towards the other side of the map.
All the better
push is coming through.
Chronicle they don't know how to play. They didn't know how to defend with their comp.
Normally, they would have already fully rotated. But Alphier stuck around in this pit.
still on long.
I mean, they're just. I mean,
one
this
on the
is just
side as
like,
well with Chronicle following and
this is a
pursuing
no
through the TP
0%
to drop the rate.
around.
Now they've got to run into Leo, and there hasn't been a lot of success when that's the plan. Alpha Year, though, is with a weaker weapon down below, picking them off. They dealt with Leo, but his buddy was still alive, and the reinforcements came in on time. Another round found, this time for the defensive side, putting it up to 2.
That overall was just a fantastic round from
being
Fnatic.
A bit stupid.
The initial control just used the Viper's Pit. Then you had the aggression where they take all the way into showers to make sure there's no rotation back. And then you just had Leo set up. His only goal was to slow them down. And he did that twice. Both times they attempted to get into the site.
My bad. Yeah, my bad.
He bought them so much time. Come on. That's a mistake initially that definitely cost them a little bit, but KC still firmly in the lead. Plenty of cash still to play with. Ults fairly level, if anything. Viper's Pit available for Tamazi. Still, that's the thing. Leo did all of that. He had Thrash the whole time. He just decided.
Aggressive control straight away. This is one of the
I guess realistically
getting
it up in there to be used. Your teammates aren't going to be able to follow up on it easily either. I think he made the right call this time. A lot of players.
The thing is, if you're Fnatic, you know you can basically, if you can hold on to Hooker against the Omen, because they're only going to have 2 smokes here on B,
not going to commit themselves.
You can hold into this. This is a very powerful position,
considering
right?
the fact there's still a double stack up on A. You'll have the Viper wall going up, and well, that's already caused a lot of problems for Fnatic. So understandably, they're going to give it some respect this time, using
I think
some of their abilities to clear out
start
these angles. I think Chronicle used the
using
Tiger
that
to clear
stuff to really take
sure
this.
Nobody was sneaking their way into that position.
Okay,
Eventually, the target will be acquired. It's the B side. Thrash on its way. Good catch. That's got one. Did it catch the player in the corner? It did. Huge value to be found, but they don't know. They don't know that Tamazi's here. Him being seized almost helps him out in this sense. He's forced into a late flank play. The Chronicle couldn't expect. KC dominating the site now. Just Leo to uproot, but that's a big task for any man. 2 kills already, another found, and just 1 man left down to the Classic, and he'll find it. A sensational play by Leo to keep control over B.
I can't imagine what he's saying, but I don't think we're going to hear that back. I actually think that there might have been Martin completely running out of ammo in both guns. At the end, he just sits there and accepts his fate. And the fact is, there was moments in that round where it looked like it was going to completely fall apart. In fact, it did completely fall apart. But Leo, and again, I said it, he had a slower start to this map in comparison to the other. 6-3. Again, the climb back starts, but for Fnatic, this time it's been a little bit
I'm not even going to speak.
Again, they still haven't managed to break the economy of KC. They had such a clean start to this game.
I'm not going to speak.
That they have had finances for days. Operator now in play for Durka for the first time, allowing him to hold a little bit.
Not every day you see
that.
that.
They are going a lot quicker.
Hey, Leo's good though.
Actually, this time,
Leo's
the hero
shit.
of the last round is dead immediately.
That's a first death for Leo. Can we mark that down? He actually had 1 in the last map as well, I believe. Or last time they played this too. Shit, hello! Well, that was a risk that has not quite paid off. They didn't think that Durka was still around here, that anyone from Fnatic would be, but now they're miles ahead. The plans will be secured. There's no denying it. The Viper's Pit extending out just in time to catch Chronicle. Magnum's reposition gets him way out of the way. The Thrash from downtown. Not going to be finding anything, but at least clearing this space for Magnum to now reside inside of KC. Only have the 1-man advantage. Magnum and Martin are both very low. This is still a very winnable round for the side of Fnatic. But they decided to back out. Yeah. I mean, the Viper's Pit is really what seals the deal in a lot of these scenarios.
Well, it's again a weird round by Comical. I mean,
at this stage, you'd
they
have
catch Leo out.
Through the Viper's Pit to get to the spike.
Take a blind TP, just basing it off the fact that Fnatic have been fast rotating in the last round, which they were again on their way. So it's not like an awful call, but it's risky, right? It's risky when you have no information on what's going on here, but they're just basing it off the last round.
We don't have access to
Cast
that.
around.
We're going to use the Viper's Pit, and
I'm going to cast this
straight
fucking
across to hold onto the one bit of ground that was really dangerous. And you see Chronicle had exactly the same idea. He was like, if I get through this pit, I can almost start defusing without anybody being able to see. God's sake. Every time.
Right then, fuck it. I'll cast around. Karmine Core versus Fnatic round 11. Fuck knows who's with me this time. Fuck no, it's just me. It's me. Oh, is that elevated I hear? Hello, TMV. Hello. Comico, they're coming for a bit of an A lean in here. Looking for that A hit this time. In they come with the dog. It looks like it's gonna be fast. Wow, TMV. Look at Martin go. Wow. Wowza. Magnum dies to the mosh pit as well from Leo. Can Leo survive again? Leo still gets one before he dies, but now we're in to a 3v2. And yeah, I don't know, with just an operator and a judgment, I don't know personally if I would go for this, if I was Fnatic. But I guess here they come. They're coming in. They're smoking it off. Durker still with his full kit of utility. What will they do? Boaster with the judgment. Oh, but Martin with the trade. And now 2v1 for Durkee. And he's just got to save. Tough one there for Durkee. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm American. Fuck yeah. Yeah, go America. And that's going to be the round. 8-3 to Calming Core.
You're 50 HP. And he just goes, oh, I'm going to swing it now. He won't expect me. It's absolute lunacy, but it works out.
I think he might just tape over his health. Like
I don't care.
It's like a pure mentality thing. It's
yeah,
like
that was a bit of a boring round. I don't know what you want me to do. To be honest.
One, I'm going to play exactly
one
the same.
I'm #1. That's what it's saying. It's not my HP.
But like, look at how he started the round, for God's sake.
Yeah. But this, like... I don't know if we'll see it. Yeah, look, teammate gets judged. Oh, I'll just go fight him. I'll just take him down. Don't worry about it.
Okay,
if he
last
goes
round.
Down 2v1, and who knows?
8-3.
But he doesn't go down. That's the beauty of this man.
Elevate wants to share the revenue
right now. Leo back in form, looking good, firing off last time for Fnatic when they didn't have that great of a half. That great of a game. It was Alpha here. It was very much the same position. Magnum on the other side for KC. He lights out. Durka's gone. Operator in hand. This is an ambitious play, and he needs his teammates.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe he doesn't need his teammate. He doesn't need anyone. Durka's doing it by himself. Free kill onto Martin. That was the
but
wide
they got the
swing.
kill on B.
And now Magnum's trapped in the corner.
Yeah, the problem is the rest of the team have gone in the other direction. Like, they have managed to get those opening kills, and especially with some of the weaker weaponry. I'd say it might allow for an upgrade. Unfortunately, the man who needs an upgrade
it's going to take him a while to get it. I mean,
Boaster.
fuck it. Look
And the
how
other
far away
players are
we
now
are.
so far away. Leo does still have that Thrash available, but they've got so many angles still to clear. They're going to be able to at least reduce some of the places they need to spot. The fight
nice
is going to
job
work
by
out
Durka.
again for
Okay,
Durka. This is looking like his round.
Oh, it's all down to timing the rate. He didn't get spotted. I don't think they realized he was here, otherwise they would have sent Thrash back in the other direction. He stood up close, good for one, but the judge is there. The upgrade wasn't needed, and they caught Shin far, far away. He stands almost no chance. The teleport through is expected, ready.
Okay.
Was Leo. 4
Nice from
rounds
Durka, good round from him. I mean, got a bit weird out here.
Oh,
They're trying to run like a
evidently
fake.
more than enough. A decent resurgence at least. Like, I think, again, some of the rounds they lost early on, the clutch out from Magnum was ridiculous. And even some of the set plays they have, like, that is such a gamble to send in Durka like that, but it worked out magnificently.
Okay, 8-4. Fnatic's attack, though, against Navi was dog shit. But then again, Calming Core aren't playing Cypher, so who knows?
An 8-4 half, heading onto
Maybe
the
Fnatic know what all
side.
these agents do.
As you mentioned, we've seen Fnatic many a time with their attack side comebacks, but it's a little bit worrying that they have to rely on it.
It is somewhat.
Okay.
Like I said, the day they figure out half #1, it's over for everybody. We saw that Fnatic before. This is the comeback
Came back
squad.
from 9-3, 8-4.
8 rounds, moving to the defense.
I did start with an attack round pistol that looked pretty good on map 2.
Paranoia here for Shin.
And again, they did pick this side this time.
Alpha's snake bite is good.
There you
No
go.
escape from Martin. The opening pick goes
the
their
dog
way,
pushing
but the
him
fight
back?
sure,
Was
is
he like
traded
stunned
out.
into it?
At least.
4v3.
Alpha almost a raid boss scenario, has a ghost and shields. Magnum, no, okay, it looked like Boaster was sending a fake out. Just running straight towards his opponent, but he'll win the fight anyway. And puts it into a 2 versus 4 scenario. This pistol almost looking guaranteed. I think it definitely is now. Tamazi left 1v4. You need some pretty drastic mistakes from the remaining players of Fnatic, and even though
Okay, well, this round could have gone pretty different if Boaster doesn't just fucking,
Well, that pistol round puts them right back in
fucking
and
run
from the
around
door.
and get that
Won't be
kill.
slammed in their
I mean, he's
faces
laughing
just
about
yet.
it.
And remember, for the side of Fnatic, for the side of KC as well. Elimination's not on the line here. There's a lower bracket. It's not yesterday.
Yes.
I don't even know what that was in reference to.
It was the Boaster kill, right? The human fake out being used. But yeah, for Fnatic, they're in a position now where
Magnum was hurt by confusion.
Yeah. Fnatic in a decent spot, like I said. This is a squad now that very comfortable when it comes to playing from behind.
Okay,
Attack sides looked good for them.
Scout destroyed.
Pretty much no matter what, unless they're up against Navi.
Well, yeah, 10 rounds versus Koi. That was when they made that comeback. And Koi have been, to be honest, a pretty decent bind team. That's been one of the maps that I think they've actually been quite enjoyable to watch. It was a 15-13 overtime loss to KC on this very map.
Okay, they denied the spike, the fast flank. Nice from Carmine Core.
Will be able to pick up the kill this time. Classic clearly better, and you can see that the main goal here for KC is just to counter with as much as utility as possible.
Alpha just
However,
takes a TP, so
Fnatic,
yeah.
They're just going to decide to back out of
So they've seen Magnum, he's normally the guy that's on B, right? So they've already seen him over here get this kill, so they'll feel like this should be open. So going for the TP does make sense.
Another position where these retakes are just
That is a bit weird, but
difficult when you're coming
as long
out
as they can keep onto the 3 guns, they're fine.
down. Fnatic have a lot of control. Moving into fight spawn, long range duels with rifles. Doesn't get any better than that. They'll even have a flash to initiate Alpha Year, taking them both.
Get out of my way.
At this point now, KC, three players about to drop out. I don't know that one's gonna work. Magnum may be worth dying for the orb. He's getting close to ulti. There's still quite a bit away, but his ulti's valuable. Same thing for Martine, just a 1 on the board. But I could see them going down to the spike, making that call. Magnum is gonna go for it. He's jumping out. No success. The other two just default to spike after round 6 secured for Fnatic. A 2-round round. The side of KC, they don't have to panic just yet, but after the last map, Tom, alarm bells would be ringing for me.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be in the back of your mind, whether you believe in it or not, to have such explosive starts and then just watch as Fnatic creep back into the game. Come on, for that exact matter, it's a much earlier pause this time.
Okay.
Carmine Core. You're gonna see.
Did they take a first half timeout? I'm gonna guess not if they took it this early.
This is a round where you can
coming into what, the third round?
Coming in with a almost full buy. They kept the 3 rifles standing. The other 2 players only had pistols. So this is a pretty easy scenario for them to come up with full rifles on every single player. Ult's not particularly close, so one play apart, but if they win this round, they are very much back in the game.
Oh, 100%. Turns from competitive to perhaps even favored, thinking about the map, the side, and the squad that's in front of us.
Why do you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs?
That second half graph didn't look a little different. We looked at it on the desk last week. Fnatic seemed pretty decent at mid to late halves. But more recently, they've been relying on those comebacks. 8-4, not that damning of a sentence. 8-6, very doable. And a win here will equalize things.
Fuck's sake. I swear it's always on the coaches. Swear it's always on the coaches. I would bet good money a lot of these tech pauses, they always seem to come during a timeout.
And I would, like I said, it's not like even if they lose
I would
this
bet
map,
that it's the coaches can't hear them or they can't talk to the coaches or something.
To 1 win away from Shanghai. And 1 loss away from going home.
That's the scary thing as well, because you think about the back and forth matchup they've had versus Heretics, the games they've had versus FUT. Like, these are teams that you don't want to be facing, like, especially if you're KC, because you've already had losses to both. So it is very much a scenario where pressure is on for both these teams. And although it's like, maybe you look at percentages and you go, well, from this point, there's a 75% chance you're qualifying. You know, it's a good odds, but those are tough teams. Every single team remaining is one that we could send over to Shanghai and could compete.
Yeah.
And something
I think what really hurts about it for those teams that will end up losing out the matches today is that you sit there and you realize, okay, 75% chance of us making it through. Now all of a sudden the odds change drastically, and you know it's because you failed to close out that previous series. For KC, very much the same for Liquid, who are now watching from home, knowing that one map result could have changed the series entirely. 1 round, 1 clutch If Magnum had found that final one on Breeze,
and the
granted, I'm
angry...
asking Magnum to get an ace to keep them in it, so maybe there's better examples we could point to. But nonetheless, after a narrow margin of a loss, to miss out on an event like that is heartbreaking. Yeah, KC will see that start to materialize in front of their eyes if Fnatic keep rallying up these rounds.
I think it's also just the difference of those two teams. Like you've got KC, they managed to win themselves that first kickoff event. That was huge. Then they make it to an international. That was even more important to them.
There must be a Sweeney Todd film before 2007.
After the year they had last year, sure, it matters to the org more so than these.
Something Modern Millie. I'm not sure many of you will know this.
But even still, and to be so close, to be in that scenario where it can all slip away after the last map. And in the manner in which Fnatic have done it. Of course, for Fnatic, the odds may be even more important.
Don't know.
If they
Viva
let
Las
this
Vegas
series go, they get eliminated. You're talking about the team from last year that won 2 international events. Of course, made it to champions. There was never in doubt that they would get there and competed
2014
at the highest level for the entirety of the year. If they don't make both Masters events,
know it.
Unacceptable. With the players that they've got, with the investments.
Future Armor into the wild green yonder. Is it that?
Not something that they can have either. And that's the problem that we're in at the moment. Is like every single
really
team seems to have very high stakes. I guess the only one you could maybe give a little bit of wiggle room to would be Heretics, just because they've had to swap players in and out because of school, because of visas, and all of these different things. But yet now everything is coming up at the right time. They looked amazing yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that even going to the international stage, there was a very real chance, and we heard it the other day in the post-plan that Weber, I think it was Weber and Nilzinho were on, that there was still going into Madrid a serious chance that Weber would have had to play. This is
Funny girls.
Yeah, they
Funny
won
girl.
the event, that's the thing. But this is it, like you have a squad like that, like Heretics, who are able to consistently deliver.
How do you spell the Willy?
In a coach playing, no matter who's swapping in and out, with Patatek leaving.
Gremlin, thanks for the 3 months. Thoroughly? Is that what you're trying to say?
What I've been happy is seeing the community realize that over time that Nilzinho, I don't think his stocks were very high coming into even this stage, or more so into this year, into kickoff. Even when they get some question marks around it, but we've seen it from almost every player. We've seen it with the replacements. We've seen it with the coach playing. If you have a system that you can just slot a player into,
Hedwig and the Angry...
That's a wonderful system. That's something that not a lot of teams can manage to craft for their core 5.
Angry...
When there's moving parts there as well.
I think the fun thing about this year in general has been the turn in the tide. Like we looked at a lot of very experienced players who've been around
into the water.
For a long time, and other teams taking risks and bringing in a lot of
Prince
rookies.
of
And honestly, the teams that brought in the rookies have been the ones to excite a lot of the time.
Egypt.
Like you're looking, even talking about teams like BBL, who
and
honestly should have been in the playoffs. It was brutal defense.
Anaheim Tail.
Sure, others have taken risks that haven't paid off immediately, but even we've seen the upturn of teams like Koi.
An Alaskan
GM
Tail.
starting to look a little bit better. Obviously,
an Alabama
Tail. The majority, but bringing in Purpo definitely showed some.
An American Tail.
Team, so I think that's been something that I've just.
Oh! Why did I go to Alabama first?
The expectations was, okay, Fnatic's going to rule the server. They're going to carry on. Okay, Na'Vi, they're back.
Hold on, there's an alarm going on.
And don't get me wrong. It's kind of harsh that they've got out in the manner that they have, but that's the format, that's how it goes. But then you've still got all this young blood. Heretics managing to eliminate them twice. I don't think many would have had that at the beginning of the year. This KC squad with just so much talent. And also some players that have come back that I think we're so happy to see back. Like Magnum especially, like someone who deserved his roses, deserved the success that he's having. Eng. God damn, every team that like passed up getting Eng is just like, they must have just like punched the table 1,000 times. They've probably done more damage.
I've got an alarm going off.
Combined,
so I'm gonna turn my camera off and I'll be back. Don't know if you can. Can you hear that?
The obvious choice. Like, it was the most obvious choice.
Yeah, you don't get any brownie points for coming into a meeting.
Hold on.
I'm thinking.
It's not a fire alarm. I don't know what it is.
Okay. You know that mech and you know the Masters 3 champion. Yeah, I've heard of them. I'm thinking of picking up their coach. Do you think that's a good
I've just
idea?
been doing some scouting.
Yeah,
you know, I feel like I found a good candidate. Like, you know, it's a pretty easy equation. But even then, when Casey come through, we started out kickoff. We talked about the Eng method. We talked about
Thinking
the
man's
promise that he
alarm.
could bring, but people didn't believe in this roster. Led by Magnum, a lot of young guns. Even an import from North America.
Well, he made the bold claim of like, I think we're top 4 when we came into
top
kickoff.
3 even, I think it was.
But even still, you're in a scenario where you go, all right then, and then they finished top 2, top 1 even. They won it, and you're going, okay, that was kind of bold. And it's definitely been for both the teams we have on the stage right now. I think we're seeing how much depth there is in terms of these different squads within EMEA, because a lot of the victories, even versus like you expected the victory for Fnatic versus Koi to be easy. It was not easy. They definitely almost lost the map. And okay, from then on it looked a lot cleaner.
That was
for the other side of things for KC after
a bit strange.
What was a fantastic run at kickoff, all the way through, like having
some
real damage, like competing versus top teams.
I don't know what went off,
when
like
a
house alarm or something. But
and then things have looked a little bit more dicey since they've been here. Losses to, what was it, Heretics, losses to FUT as well, who are definitely a team that I'm so excited to see later in the day, because I think that they have been one of the teams that have just
thoroughly modern Millie. Oh, that's why you said thoroughly. Beatbox in Fox, thanks for the sub. That's why you said thoroughly.
The fact is KC were expected
Thanks
to
for 100 bits, Cano, as well.
I guess they kind of did finish first.
Across the universe, into the woods.
Like, it's not quite as impressive.
I put itch. It's angry inch.
They're definitely still looking competitive, and unfortunately, they've now been left to sort of stew in the fact that Fnatic might be doing it again after such a dominant start. Was it 5-0?
Pie eating contest,
so.
what?
Definitely up there. So
types of pie.
For that to
fucking hell.
Come crumbling down to just a 2-round lead, and you looking to face off against what will be a pretty tough bonus round.
Who cares about celebrities?
For the side of Fnatic, because they
complete the lyrics. This will be bad.
Investing into these rifles, I think the old school like Na'Vi-esque of okay, let's buy
all
3
the
rifles,
vampires
2 pistols has now been taken on by most teams. I think one of the only
do
teams
know
who
that
hasn't
song.
been doing that was KC.
See the man with the lonely eyes. Oh, take his hand, you'll be surprised.
Back up is Fnatic. Realistically, like you said, coming in with a strong
so much
bonus
fun.
That I wouldn't even really refer to it as
nothing
such.
to kill or die
And
for.
what they've been able to do, and what they are
and
able
no religion too.
And we've seen KC have a lot of success within that first half, is the death ball burst into sights. Your Martine diving in. Dirk is going to do his best cosplay. Leo showing up here on the get-go. He was someone I mentioned in the first half. Has these slower starts.
Old time rock and roll.
He finished 0-1 in first kills to first deaths. Up against Na'Vi.
We are all just prisoners here.
That's a terrible
of our own device.
But he's popping off. Fnatic can group up. They can burst through. And this is what I'm thinking. KC, they're stewing in it. They're knowing that lower bracket is beckoning them in. And you're on the defense. It isn't somewhere I expect them to come back into things after this tech pause and say, all right, let's get this one done. Let's go fight them. Let's bring them. Bring the pain, baby.
Does anyone know the words to Ballroom Blitz?
Haha, got your attention.
Everyone attack?
It's not an easy thing to deal with.
I hope that Martin was
don't know
able
this
to
song.
like maybe get a little bit
2 out of 3 and bad. But there ain't no cook to
Have you done
bill.
today's GeoGrid game? It's very hard.
The podcast is over.
Box.
I hope all of you subscribed. I expect plenty of extra money in my pocket from that one, but we are going back into the game. 8-6.
We did okay.
Fnatic on the climb back again. KC want to try and stop them in their tracks, and more importantly, Durka has got a judge. He is about to back
Beatbox in Fox. Good to know that Crimson knew one there.
From the get-go.
And Morite, thank more to Array. I always get that wrong. Thanks for the 50 bits, and Mills Everett, thanks for the 100. I haven't done GeoGrid. No, it's hard. We can do it. Okay, Comical, big tech pause. They get the first kill.
Not with this man lurking around. The site itself has been
fast
seized.
hit.
Shot out of Chronicle is absolutely clean.
Magnum.
Magnum didn't stand a chance. And that off angle is one they very much needed. This will allow them to get the plant.
So they faked the plant kind of with the wingman. Kind of baits them in. And nicely done by Fnatic. So the wingman going forward, you think it's the plant, you're baited in to suck. You come in to try and destroy it. But it's not the plant, and then we just hit you with util and fight it out. Nice by Fnatic. Nice plan.
See, didn't have the spike above his head, but I'm thinking, oh, they're going to plant, he'll flash, whatever. No, they took the fight to them.
I think also just look at the reaction of some of the players on KC. I think they thought exactly the same. Like,
how embarrassing it is if you get picked as the first seed and lose the game. Well, that's the point. That's why it's good. It's just adding stakes to something.
It was this kill, yeah.
Like, it just adds stakes to those first games, doesn't it? Which is good.
Guys, how did you die? Did you overpeak?
You know, whoever gets picked first in that game, like, it's just gonna be.
One that has worked out.
It's gonna be like everyone's gonna want to watch the game. It's like, oh, yeah, the disrespect. It like forms a rivalry. Would you want to pick a team from your region, do you think, or would you rather pick a team that you don't know?
KC needs to put a spanner in the works.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at the buy. 3 stingers and pistols.
Poison's off.
It's a tough one to find any value with. Maybe Leo's giving them an opportunity, playing up close.
I'll pick
the
Fnatic
spam
first.
battles leave Narrate very low, down to 50.
Now remember, the team has to make playoffs, so the bad teams will get eliminated.
At least drop one. Problem is, you can't expect that from every engagement.
You have to keep that in your mind.
Those weaker weapons not going to have an easy time unless they can catch them off guard. The 3-man flank underway from KC. A long
the
flank
3-man flank. Haven't planted yet. Could be some danger.
It's not a spot they're likely to push, but as soon as he tries to retake some ground, some information, Durka's going to be there to challenge him. Good connection to start with. Alpha low, but there's Durka dropping to Mazzy. Now everybody's coming from the back, which is spotted out, but Boaster
now I think they know all
switches
three
to
of
the knife at the worst possible moment.
They should
Still
have
not
that
looking
idea.
doable though. Alpha's low, but they've got the time on their side.
The one thing is the rifle. It got retrieved for Martin. That's at least something a bit more dangerous, but Durka puts him in the dirt.
8-8, we're back.
Anymore.
Tied already.
Havoc can be caused.
Calming Core's defense sides looking
now stabilizing around the
shoddy.
For a moment look dangerous.
Shoddy.
And for Shin, the only plan is to just try and get the gun and escape. Nothing more that can really be hoped for. In fact, he may end up just going down to this spike after all. Got the gun, but he should just be able to get out of there.
He's good, he's good. 8-8. This is what we feared. Fnatic come through, burst of energy, equalize things, foot back in the door. And although they may be one to give an early lead away,
do we have to send Fnatic?
They're not one to let
do we really?
lead slip. 1 round to take the lead.
Mostly.
KC put all their credits on the line. No ultis to work with on the defensive side, but a thrash online for Fnatic. They are 1 away from seniors, although I don't expect that to be a highly reactive ultimate or a round changer.
Especially if they can't defend.
And I noticed though, Fnatic, although there's a lot of
4
players
stack on
this
A this
barrier,
time,
and perhaps you'd expect a quicker fight, they are sending Boaster to the other side of the map to watch for some aggression to presumably play after this deep flash from Magnum comes through.
It does mean a lot of the setups will have to wait. The range on Brimmy, not quite as high as anyone else, but
no flash either.
It doesn't seem like they plan to go in that direction. Now the problem here is that Magnum is desperately alone. There is nobody even remotely close to Flash. I don't think it actually goes deep enough to catch
doesn't
anyone.
go deep enough.
So this is
I'll give them the idea that no one's actually in hooker. Obviously they'll need to check that they haven't come into it, but
is yet
they
to
might.
find that information. Obviously, with no recharging flashes, he's going to have to basically just play contact at this point. The site's going to almost be completely given up, just hoping for a miracle shot. And Alpha, well, he's not quite going to catch them. He doesn't know Tamazi is there. That's
okay, but now they know. They have a very good idea where everyone is.
Team have just been saved by Tamazi. The nade that
what do they want to do? They've got elbow
through. Might give him an angle, but players have already pushed in towards the elbow. Wingman's on site with a free plant. And 4-man elbow
just
push
deep enough to get it.
There's no way you expect this. Aggression out of Durka. Thrash on his way around. Magnum clearing the site. Wondering where
what
the hell was that? Durka! It looked like he was speed running it. Playing a neon, but somehow hitting the headshot. Narrate 1v2. Has a buddy to defuse for him, just needs to defend it long enough, but the shots don't land. Fnatic have come out on top again. And 9 rounds now secured for the attacking side.
9-8.
The momentum is in their
favor. Even mad if Fnatic qualify?
Out of KC's
I mean,
pockets.
No, because
9-8.
You know, they've been decent today.
And the team of last year, the team
you know, if they win this game, it's like whatever. You know,
will make their way back to a Masters event in Shanghai. Another Boaster's always been brushing up on his Chinese, so I'm sure he'll be ready for that one.
You did hit a 6-shot, Durka. You did hit a 6-shot. I don't know how you hit that, but I'll tell you
now
what.
Now we're back to an eco for Carmine Core.
Fnatic, 9 rounds, 1-round lead. Weak buy from the side of KC. Still poses its dangers. We saw it even on Breeze. A much more open map. But that map, I think, played out a bit more chaotically than what we're seeing here. It was one-sided halves, dominant early fights that defined the round, that sent players to go and save seconds in.
Big
this time it's been much more push and pull, much more
they use it.
of the mind games in play. And the battles, they've always delivered. Even if KC go down on this defensive side, they're taking a few with them. This time might be different. Showstopper to entry. Players to be spotted. Nice position.
Got a kill. Wow.
Predicts it perfectly.
Now again, we got this double flank. I mean, they're coming for these flanks basically every round, but...
Or that it followed. Now Magnum and Shin with it all to do. And they found Alpha.
Both?
Okay, good start.
That's an opportunity. The thing is, though, the rest of Fnatic immediately fall back into passive positions. Seekers is available for Magnum, but I don't know if he's going to want to give away the entire game for himself. Already, Durka, they're going to try and just isolate him. No, it seems like Magnum's going to take that 1 versus 1. The timing couldn't be worse, but Durka still wins the fight. And now Shin, no chance. Nade placed onto the spike, make sure that no one can get anywhere near it. Molotov there as well. There isn't even the time to get even close. Fnatic
10-8. Fnatic won every attack round, I think, thus far. And
they are running away with this attack side half. Again,
6-0. They keep going for these flanks. The flanks are okay, but they just can't hold the site.
When you look at how these rounds are being won, it seems like Fnatic have full control. Granted, this was one where there was a lot of weaknesses, but even going to some of the others, the A plan doesn't work.
Second timeout.
Flank up through the teleporter, spotted. Tamazi drops him. That seems like it should be the round over, right? But there's always another hero to step it up. And Durka and Leo have been those heroes. Durka in the last couple especially. And this one with the showstopper well placed.
Leo's having a fucking game
already. KC call a timeout, and they have much to discuss and not a lot of time to implement it.
What did the end map want?
Need to be made here and now. They're going to be fighting in the lower bracket.
That's the thing you've got to think about. Leo might be about to like set one of the best ratings we've ever seen in a match, because he's barely been dying throughout this entire series. Had so many high impact rounds. It seems like he has already booked his ticket. Now that man is ready to get
Leo's on that cryo arc.
They've already missed one international event. That one was a little bit more local. I don't think they have any plans to miss another for KC. They got to try and dig deep into this one.
I think Shin is the weak link. No, not really.
This one seems to already be somewhat out of their hands, but they do have ultimates online or close. And we know that...
I think they're just a little inconsistent in general, other than like Narrate, I would say.
Always got wise words.
Everyone else is prone to having like some disaster games, but then also having some very good games.
There's definitely value there, and it looks like they're going to try and sell an early ruse with already sending in quite a bit of utility towards that B side. You could look at the defense. They almost fully rotated off just that little bit of utility.
Straight off a pause as
well. Sky stuff.
That decision is going to haunt them. Fnatic have taken the space.
Thing is, these two still chilling back
here. It looks like they've gotten here just in time. They'll be behind the smokes, but with a showstopper to play with, that push is slowed down, staggered slightly. Steps heard, nice connection. That's Alphier down and out. Viper utility.
Yeah, these two are way too slow. I don't really know what we're doing here.
Easy adjustment from the right. KC.
For me, this is probably wrong with the Gecko. You probably want the Gecko in shower. But then again, these two need to not be that slow. Like, their timing on the fake was just
managed to thread the needle right up behind, and in fact, that is going to be a damning sentence for Leo, who shouldn't expect him. Although I think I heard a bullet leave his gun.
He got his gun out.
I don't even think we should have two players here, let alone the spike.
Chronicle has thread the needle, but
I honestly think you probably want to either force back or 3-1 this.
You've not seen many.
Right, have this guy just like big chill, send 3 this way,
he currently
actually take the space. This is like, a lot of teams are pretty bad at fakes because like there is like a certain time window that you kind of have to hit. There's also no smokes here, so it's like, what are we doing?
Magnum will go down for free.
10 seconds left.
Right, so it's like, well, why have you got no smokes? You're trying to fake this big exec, but why aren't you smoking it? Right, so the clues just start coming in at a certain point, and then it's like...
They are going to break their way back after a long hiatus from that board.
That's why that 100 B's fake was so good. Right, because it was convincing. Like it looked like a real round.
Oh yeah. You gotta hope they started as they mean to continue.
You know, because they did put a smoke down. They go for the gecko up into a razor. Right, it looks real, even though it's just one guy.
Tend to lean more towards KC, making the right adjustments at just the right
Whereas
moment.
this, after a bit of time, just doesn't look very real.
Pit and Thrash online for the defensive side as well, so quite a bit to play around.
I feel like if I was Fnatic as well, like
Fnatic taking a slow approach.
Like you've every site you've gone to, you win.
Doing much the same on
just,
B.
why do we need to fake? Right, like it's working anyway. They can't stop you anyway. They're not even getting close to stopping you.
But it's Martin tucked in a close corner, and to be honest, every time I've seen Martin in a position like that, he gets at least 2.
The play doesn't seem to be in that direction for now. Again, though, for KC, they might be a little bit hesitant, just with how the last rounds have been played. Orb taken.
Creating pressure towards B, they get the ult up, they're coming down into a shower, they bait out Viper's Pit, they were going to come back towards A anyway. Actually might be a bit bad for them, and then they've just seen them in shower as well.
It definitely has. That's the information that will hold players within the site. In fact,
so now what do you do? Because this has kind of ruined your plan.
Rotation out from Magnum to try and get in to help.
A brave play to try spam through.
Ult this and then pinch.
Catch him. Flash close. Shin in a little bit of trouble. Paranoia used. Shrouded step for out. Yeah, he's clean, but he's straight into the fire. Manages to make it out.
We ult ourselves off
standing on the other side of this orbital strike, but he's caught immediately. Alfier dropped inside the pit. For Martin. Doesn't have an opportunity to follow up until he goes to the back site and sees Chronicle. Thought he was going to get caught off guard.
To get into the site.
Should be the plant, and caught off guard or not, Martin will drop. Plan to come through.
2v2.
No denial of it just yet. And in a 2v2, this post-plant position from Magnum could be everything.
The TP. They both come back long.
Expect him to already be here. The steps are heard from Tamazi making his way through hookah.
One off a gecko.
It's just a question of whether Leo will turn this angle. No, he was watching it the whole time. Even got a little spoiler with the barrel coming around. Just Tamazi left. Defuse to be had. Orb to work with, though. Best play might just be to try stick it inside. And that's not what he's going for. Instead, trying to bait them out. They're going to have to swing this to spam. It looks like they don't believe he's sticking it. 1 kill for Tamazi. Still so much time to run down. Boasters played this perfectly. Well handled. They didn't even know he was there.
Okay. I have to get up to 11. Common Core I still think can buy because they had 4 alive, but
isn't a death sentence just yet. Is this just spam both Boaster and
they
Alpha
just get 2 spam.
within the smoke?
I mean, again, they did kind of do what I said,
quick decision to double
which is to kind of like
the reason that
pinch them in between the pit and like their Brimble.
Because he slightly bypassed that Molotov, but because they hadn't cleared it, Fnatic were ever vigilant.
So we had the ult here, Viper's Pit here, you push them into this like little gap in the middle.
Only with a sting. They do have an ult that's mirrored on the other side, and Fnatic have used quite a bit over the last few rounds. But the fact is, so have KC. And the finances are in a slightly different spot. In fact, Boaster's not far off max.
What does that check? Just like top truck?
Doesn't look like Martin will take a fight, but he is shoulder peeking it. Oh, a little wider than that. We'd seen that result before. The snake bite even took him down in one of the rounds. Nade up and over. It doesn't slow them down, but Boaster actually runs straight through the nade, trying to pursue Shin on the back of the Thrash, but a player close, not expected. Narrate does well to pull it back into their favor, and he does it again. There's no stopping this man. 85 HP in the Thrash online. It's going through. It's straight towards these players. He heard them stepping away, and they run right into the waiting arms of Magnum. Only Chronicle, 1 versus 3 to close this round out. He's spotted now as well. They know exactly where he is. The flash good, but he drops it out of the sky. Repositions, catches 2. And an idea of the last player. Flash is perfect.
I lied. They're not. They're not good at these. Chronicle's good at these. Chronicle's good at these. What a play.
Sensational play.
I said it. This man has history on this map. This man is a legend of this map. And put him in that spot.
Holy shit, that was
3 players in front of him.
Pretty insane.
And Chronicle knocks them all down. Narrate did what he could. Oh, he tried. A real fight. Magnum as well. With a double up after they were forced into his position, but it's this double. And then just winning that final firefight. for the Red Bull clutch.
Now that might be
12 and 9.
GG.
The superstars of Fnatic now just one round away from making it back to where they belong on that Masters stage.
That's what, 1 round this attack? I mean, how many defensive rounds have they won? 3?
3 chances to go to Shanghai.
Across both maps.
Fnatic, they're not going to let this one slip without a serious fight. My God, Narrate tried last round.
Saw you, Mosh.
But it wasn't enough. Mosh pit up and over, denying the exit. Tiger to lock Narrate in. There's no follow-up on it just yet. Whoops. Martin didn't want to go jumping again, and he still managed to get the boom bot up and over. Still, the information is the same. Push up by Magnum is good, and he's caught Boaster. That's their way back. Their access to the B site now denied. They might just have to tunnel vision forward, straight into the waiting arms of Martin yet again. He's not finding the first, and now that they're already past, they expect Shin. 3 quick kills, and Fnatic are on the cusp of victory. Magnum's only got 20 HP, and they know he's coming behind. The Seekers lock in that info. Alpha even stepping past his walled a little gap, just enough to reposition. And with Tamazi in spawn, this one looks done.
Magnum's gonna go down. Wow. There's nothing more he could be doing, and it will be Daka to finish.
Well, GG. Fnatic are in Shanghai. I think either FUT or Heretics will beat Karmine Core, unfortunately for them. Is that tomorrow? Do the games happen tomorrow? I think they do. Yeah, upper final and lower round. And lower final, grand final on the weekend. Okay. Okay. Fnatic, who would have thought? Who would have thought? You think Fnatic are back in form? Not necessarily. I mean, they have good moments, right? I mean, their attack sides were pretty good. As I said, Breeze for me was very much not good, but Fnatic, like, they have problems, right? And we saw that. The problems were their defense sides in this game, but they've had problems on their attack side and other maps, right? Like, against Liquid, they had problems on their attack side here on Ascent and on Icebox, right? So to me, there's, like, clear problems. Not necessarily like, oh, not like NRG where it's like, oh, they have this very clear problem on one side. It's just that Fnatic have like different problems on different maps, right? There's just different things that like they aren't fully. Fnatic, I don't think they have a map that's like, oh, clearly this is a good, like, you know how you feel about like if Paper X played Lotus today against someone, you just be like, oh, Paper X are gonna win. You know, or Lotus last year for Fnatic, right? Where they just have, or Icebox before that, or Bind before that, right? Where you just feel like, oh, Fnatic are gonna win this map. They're really good at this map. I don't think that map exists for Fnatic. I think that that's their problem. Not that like they're awful, but that's who won map 2? Yui paying attention clearly. Right, someone said GeoGrid was hard. Let's do it. In Europe, flag with an animal. Albania obviously comes to mind instantly. What else have we got? An animal. None of Scandinavia. Belarus doesn't have an animal. None of the Baltics do. There must be a good one I can get here. Flag with an animal. One of Slovenia or Slovakia have a mountain. I think it's Slovenia that has the mountain. What does Slovakia have? What's in their little crest? Is that an eagle? I don't know. Does San Marino have something on it? In Europe. There can't be many. I've already said Albania. So I'll just go with Albania. I was looking for a good answer. Flag with an animal is landlocked. Okay, Bhutan is a pretty obvious one. Landlocked. What has an animal on it? Does Paraguay have an animal on it? Don't know. Honestly, don't know. Bolivia doesn't. There must be one in Africa. Right, Zimbabwe has an eagle on it, I'm pretty sure. And Zambia has a bird on it as well. What's less likely, Zimbabwe or Zambia? Or Uganda. Uganda has the fucking little bird on it. I'm gonna go Uganda. That was only rare? Fuck. Should have got Zambia. Population under 5 million. Flag with an animal. I'm gonna go... Fuck. Which one's... Right. One of Dominica or Dominican Republic has a bird on it. Which one is it? I think it's the Republic. But is it Dominica? The other one has like a red and blue flag. But one of them has a purple, but it's one of the only flags with purple on it. It's got a little purple like parrot or something on it. Does Papua New Guinea have a population under 5 million? I would think so, but I don't know that for certain. It's one of those countries like, what is Papua New Guinea's population? Don't know. Wales wouldn't count. I know Wales has a fucking... It won't count Wales. It's not a... There you go. Wales doesn't count. Obviously, I know Wales. Population. Bhutan's population. Probably can't be that high, really, can it? I would be surprised if Bhutan had a population above 5 million. In the mountains. But I'm going to be annoyed that, again, whichever one it is, Dominica or Dominican Republic, is going to be a really good answer. And it annoys me, I don't know which one's which. Okay. Starts with S in Europe. Spain, Slovenia, Slovakia, Serbia, San Marino. I think that's my guess. Starts with S is landlocked. Could have had San Marino for this. Should have gone San Marino for that. That would have been a fucking giga answer right there. Landlocked. Let's think Africa. It starts with an S. It's landlocked. Did I get rid of one of my good options? I mean, Slovakia is landlocked. So I have Slovakia as like a backup option. What else? There must be one in Africa, surely. I can't think of one that's landlocked though. Okay, I guess I'm going Slovakia. Starts with S, under 5 million. Slovenia, I think, doesn't have 5 million. Seychelles, maybe? Should have gone St. Kitts and Nevis or St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That was my chance for that. French is an official language in Europe. I'm going to say Andorra. Surely French is an official language of Andorra. French isn't an official language of Andorra? What? It's not? Fuck you, Andorra. Yeah, I know France. I'm trying to get the best answers. Oh, France. Good fucking job. You don't say France. I thought Andorra would be a good answer. Other answers include Monaco. Monaco is definitely right. Switzerland is right. Belgium is right, I would think. Maybe. Luxembourg, maybe. That's probably it. Let's go Monaco. Right. Is landlocked? French is an official language. Could be Luxembourg here. Andorra. Again, anywhere in France. Anywhere in... I think Mali speak French. I think. This is a risk, but I'm going to go Mali. Now what? French is an official language, population under 5 million. Vanuatu?
If Fnatic is back, I'd coup to pick for the sheet, PRX or FNC.
Paper Rex. If you want to win, pick Paper Rex. French speaking. French speaking population under 5 million. Fuck you, Mali. Fuck. Vanuatu is such a risk, but I want to go for it. At this point, fuck it. I've already fucked it. Oh, what a guess. That's a fucking guess right there. Right. So the least popular answers, there you go, Vanuatu. Rwanda? Oh, fuck off. But not Mali. Right, let's see these correct answers then. So, flag with animal in Europe. Andorra, good one. Croatia. Did I say Croatia might have one? I didn't even think of Montenegro. Moldova. I should have gone Moldova. That one was pretty obvious. Is landlocked, flag with an animal. Andorra, fuck off. Bhutan, Bolivia, Kazakhstan. Moldova, Serbia, Uganda, Zambia and Zimbabwe were both correct. What was the least popular? It was Zimbabwe. Fucking hell. Population under 5 million. With an animal. Albania, Andorra, fuck you. Belize, good one. Bhutan, Croatia, Dominica. It was Dominica, not Dominican Republic. Kiribati. Oh. That would have been big. Malta, Moldova, Montenegro. Starts with S in Europe. Obviously all these. What was the least popular? Switzerland is the least. I've got to think that the geography nerds are the ones doing this. So it's actually the pretty obvious ones that like. And then here San Marino was the least. I should have put it for that one. This one, what was the least? St. Vincent it was. I knew it was going to be. French is the official language of just 5, apparently. Not Andorra. Fuck you. I could have had Niger. I did think about Niger as well. Chad. Look at all these fucking ex-colonies with French as their official language, but not fucking Mali. Definitely not Mali. Vanuatu, what an answer. Seychelles, good one. Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Djibouti. Fuck me.
Just take over, and they did some. I mean, teams like Karmine Corp has been playing so risky and individually perfect. So I think the evolve from Fnatic from kickoff to here is like super good.
Yeah, it is great indeed, but this is the thing. There's 2 more slots left, and it comes down to 3 teams still. But we are going to see a Team Heretics versus FUT coming up. And for me, not just because I'm biased, because there's also 2 Turkish players on the side of Heretics, but FUT, I feel like they're just the favorite in this playoffs bracket in general. I
already got it. I already did it last night.
Where I thought they weren't good.
I think that it was complicated because at the beginning of the year we could not see like the full potential of FUT.
Okay,
if you think about how everything started, how they were in that group A, and both KC and Team Heretics ended up winning that group, right? And they were the teams that we ended up seeing send into Madrid. But now when we come to stage 1 and everything is unraveling bit by bit, we see a FUT that is bringing in new compositions. Some of them work, some of them don't. It doesn't matter. They're adapting to how everything is moving and following along. And now we see them getting the first seat on their group.
I mean, I was almost like gonna point out the exact same thing. They're trying out new stuff with their agent comp as well, because they have the credibility from the last year top 8 of the champions.
Let's go.
Even if that doesn't work, they're not getting a bad vibe. They're not getting a bad mood. They're just taking it over again. Like
should put the equal somewhere else. Okay, it's not divided.
I feel like that's the word, right? Yeah. We talk about teams winning convincingly, team looking good when they win, and Vlad, the FUT feels
17.
like just one of those teams that I personally think will be a huge upset if they don't make the Shanghai.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm completely agree with you. Right now, FUT is my favorite as well in this playoffs. Right now, on League, they compete against Fnatic, Liquid, and beat everyone. Literally everyone. And they have to make it into Shanghai as well as Fnatic.
It's so complicated, right? Because the teams that we have left, right? There's KC that just lost, Heretics and FUT. Only 2 out of those 3 are going to make it with Fnatic being through. And we have to think, are we going to say, you know, take some time off for KC and Heretics after they went to Madrid? Because definitely FUT has surprised us a lot, right? I think that they've also adapted to the circumstances of how the stage works and working week by week, changing and adapting a lot super well to your opponent. But now, when we go back to this kind of tournament, this kind of format where you're playing in playoffs, you do not have that much time to compare opponent to opponent. You have to have a set plan, not only because of playoffs, but if you make it to Shanghai, things are going to be very different.
Should I do I'll do the map veto now. Let's do that. Let's do the map veto now, and then I'll take a walk. Right, FUT. I have banned Sunset, ban Breeze, ban Breeze, ban Sunset. So Sunset and Breeze are the 2 they're banning most regularly. I think against Heretics, you ban Sunset. Team Heretics, you ban Split. FUT pick. What would FUT pick? I might just pick Ascent, honestly. Against the Heretics that doesn't really like Ascent. And then Heretics pick Lotus. What did you play yesterday? Did play Lotus, but against FUT you definitely pick Lotus. Then FUT ban Breeze. You ban Icebox or Bind. You ban Icebox. And we play Bind. Okay, there we go. Done.
They struggle a lot, but in some conditions, such as 3 versus 3, Fnatic did individual decision making, which was, I gotta say, bad. So FUT actually took really advantage of that. So they won it, but I got some intel about this.
Oh.
Like, I don't think this is gonna be played today.
You know it's not gonna be played?
I mean, as far as I know, the second one, second game against Fnatic was not supposed to play with this comp as well.
Oh, but they forgot when they locked in agents. Please tell me that's the, tell me that's the lore.
I mean, I'm not just joking, but this is like my estimation rather than a solid info. But I don't think, I would be surprised if this comp would be played today.
Wow. Okay, well, we'll see if we even get Lotus. Yeah, even if we get Lotus. But before all of that, there's also some Turkish players on the other side. You know, we got Rians, we got VCT, and we had VCT with us last night at Postplan, where he was talking about how, you know, I actually, first of all, cannot believe a Turkish player said this. I was kind of like, okay, are you sure about this? He was like, the reason that, you know, we're so good at the team is like, I don't really need to frag. I don't really need to perform. Our macro is good. We kind of prioritize the macro, which he's right, but it just sounds weird coming from a Turkish player. That's like, I don't need to aim. It's all good. So I thought we play a little game because, you know, we've got CNED on Cracks on the other side. They're the OG Turks versus the young bloods, the new up-and-comers, the ones that are not even prioritize their aim, apparently. So I've got a few questions for you guys, and I do believe you have some props as well. And I want you guys to just choose the answers, and there will be Rians, CNED, Cracks, and VCT as well. Let's just bring up question number 1. I actually don't have them written down in front of me. Question number 1. Which duo, so I want you to pick the Heretics duo or the FUT duo has better aim?
I mean, given the, tier 1 experience and the official stats, I mean, I gotta go ahead.
I was gonna do the same.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, you scared me. For a second, I thought you went with the other duo. I was gonna be like, whoa, okay.
I think it's crazy. I love the versatility and everything that these boys from Heretics are giving, but there is something with Cracks. I honestly, if Ada Captain was in this battle, I would have knocked out a single second, but yeah, I have to go with it.
I had to pick the two, like, you know, OGs. I had to go as OG as humanly possible. I feel like Atta is still in the middle pack in terms of coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think, though, that is going to be enough? Is the raw aim of these two will be enough to be Heretics?
I think it depends on how much chaos we're going to see in the server, right? I think that these are probably the 4 players. Maybe I would add some Boo. I think that he's been great in it, like thriving in that chaos, right? Where things are going crazy, when rounds are veering extremely explosive, even without an initiator, who is going to go up on top? Who can take all that thinking into thinking, action into action with making the least mistakes?
I think both CNED and Cracks is not known as raw fragging, right? Both players are good in the individual decision making, and also Cracks is one of the best Turkish support player ever.
Oh yeah, he's cracked.
I think he's my best support player. So, and his KO and the way he supports, and as a clutch player, as a pistol player, all around, he's one of the best Turkish player ever.
I mean, there's a reason that FUT, you know, they kept him out of everybody for this long as well. Let's roll up question number 2 as well. Same concept. I want you to pick the Heretics duo or the FUT duo, which is, who would you rather have on your team? If you were making a team, would you rather take VCT and Rians or CNED and Cracks? Or you went for the young guns?
Yes, I went for the young guns.
I mean, this is a tricky question. It's depending on whoever is gonna be the third. So I will go with these two.
No, whoa, wait a second. Okay,
yeah, I will go with these.
You can't combine them. You gotta pick a
That's cheating.
No, I gotta cheat this one.
You can't combine them. You can't combine them.
I'm going with the youngsters. I think that
I wanna go with the youngsters this time as well.
I think it's crazy. Like Wood, for example, is extremely flexible.
Let's just play a Sporkle quiz. Didn't even do the map thing yet. Current logo for each category. Fast food. Domino's. This is a fucking chicken, so I'm just gonna. I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna say that. Is this delivery or is this a fast food? Oh, there's 2 more. the other one? I mean, I'm going to say this. What's the other one? Is it these birds? Is it this horse? This horse could be anything, though. This is Toblerone. It's not really fast food, is it? It's just chocolate. I'm going to guess it's DQ. Let's fucking go. Automobile. This is Kia. Oh, there we go. That was all of them. I was worried then. Social media. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Snappy Chat. Is YouTube a social media? More so than any of them, I think. Airlines. You. Fuck. Well, this is Adidas. This is Penguin. Is this an airline? Is this Australian Airlines? Is that what that is? This looks like a delivery company, but it could be. Is this Australian Airlines? It is. I'll go for this. Is this Delta or something? Let's fucking go. Chocolate. You. Oh, is this not Penguin Books? Is this the Penguin Bars? What's the other chocolate one, though? Don't know. That's not? Have I just been fucking scammed? What the fuck's this? Must be you then. And you. It is the book publishing. Well, what's the fucking... How the fuck am I meant to know this? It's just a fucking penguin, man. It's a fucking penguin. Oh, Matt Vito. Oh, it's all over the place.
Want to do anything with Ascent, and Lotus is going to be our first one. It's so interesting, right? If we think about the changes that we've seen in the compositions, same goes for Split and what we saw yesterday from Heretics.
I think FUT is gonna win Split. I mean, their win condition is to win Split as well. I mean, CNED is playing Chamber there. Remember that? And
so you think that's staying?
I mean,
let's see what FUT do here on
Lotus. So bad.
They're dropping 20 each every time they play Split, and Decider is Sunset as well. I mean,
do you think
bullshit.
That Lotus could be a trap?
What's this?
Picked it, which they're good on it. I get why they picked it, but is it a trap? Our FUT.
What are you? Who are you?
Expecting that.
What's this? Someone tell me.
Or Lotus, they have.
I mean, I don't know either of these.
For this,
stupid Americans.
I think they had enough time to prep Lotus from scratch, both map approach and also agent comp as well. We're gonna see
Godiva chocolate.
Really nice.
What the fuck is that?
We've seen teams struggling to adapt on the fly to new compositions, right? That's probably what FUT was looking for the first time that they.
The bird is Nestle? That's their fucking logo?
We're not going to see today.
That's Nestle's logo?
Expecting that because they also changed their composition yesterday when they went into this Lotus. And
what the fuck is Godiva chocolate? How many of you have heard of Godiva chocolate?
And something that is not the neon. Probably.
You don't know the Nestle logo? Cause I don't fucking buy Nestle!
To stay on top of their game.
I'm so glad you mentioned Minibu Neon because he was telling us last night. I kept saying, I got stun, and his teammates are like, no, you don't. You got a nade. You don't have a stun. And this is the other thing. While Vut was like, I'm gonna trash talk you today. I've got him. I'm coming for him. Minibu was like, I'm gonna be very.
What's Godiva? Lady Godiva is
I've dropped CNED once already, and I'm gonna
fictional.
So let's take a look at the agent select Vlad.
Woman?
See if we get anything new. We don't. You were wrong.
Still playing this comp.
You were wrong.
Oh my God.
If they win again.
Didn't change it.
I mean,
fucking
I have no idea. Like, either they trick me or they have to.
Godiva is a
because like with this
either legendary or semi-real woman. I don't really know, to be honest. But
Godiva is like expensive chocolate that tastes like shit. You get it as a Christmas gift from a relative you don't really like. It's not an American thing.
Oh, okay. Okay, Kana. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, Godiva is a legendary or fictional or real woman, but didn't do this. But apparently to
does not have that Viper.
like her husband, I think, committed some crimes or something, so she rode through the town of Coventry naked on a horse.
Oh, surely they don't get away with it for a third time, right? With this comp, and with that said, it's time to jump into the game and throw this over to your casters. It's Pansy and Steel.
The story tells how Godiva begged her husband Earl Leofric to stop a heavy tax on the people of Coventry. Leofric said he would do this if Godiva rode through the naked through Coventry.
But still 0-2, a chance to make up for that. And for the
Oh, so she was a real woman.
The opportunity to go to Madrid being denied by Carmine Core and Heretics. Huge chance now, but narrative aside, break down to me what we're looking at here. Give me some of that nuance. What are you looking for in this matchup?
Well, I think the first thing to point out is that Team Heretics, they played these maps yesterday.
Yes.
So
of all the places Coventry, yeah.
And that's going to be one thing to look out for. And
okay,
they
FUT.
have no initiator going into this.
Is that real?
It does.
The story is.
I like the breach from Team Heretics,
real,
and if they bring out the op early, it's going to be scary for FUT.
Yeah, and I can even see the desk were a little bit curious about the selection when it came to the agents here. But let's see what FUT has in mind. Is there a method to the madness? But FUT looks very ready for what's coming his way.
Walk all the way up.
So just going to filter away from this. Does want to outstay his welcome, but CNED's going to see that as
an open
door and a big opportunity.
First kill, and this is welcome to FUT.
Didn't land, but it didn't matter because CNED landing 2 back-to-back.
Welcome to playing against FUT.
The sight's there, spikes down. It's
a team that I do really like. I really like FUT.
Mini boo and boo.
This is going to be tough to close out.
Yeah, it feels like a formality, doesn't it? Maybe a bit of damage could be achieved, but doesn't feel like you're going to get much more than that.
Some ultimate orbs as well for a raise, potentially.
Yeah, would be nice.
Last player
Fallen wants this one done. Yeah, going to find Mini Boo pretty quick, and it's just on Boo now. Left in a 1v5, and the time, well, I think we can hear the beep.
Now, I would favor either of these teams. Like, whoever loses today, I do think will be favored against Carmine Core.
Relatively simple, relatively clean.
They both beat Carmine Core. Pretty sure.
It's a great start.
Who did FUT lose to?
And one of the strengths that FUT has is that they are so good once they start getting a lot of momentum. So if they start winning a few rounds in a row, it's going to be interesting to see how Heretics adapts to that.
So both teams have beaten Carmine Core already?
They stick with the same game plan for the first little bit, but it's going to be very important that they take an early timeout to put FUT on ice and not let them run away with a lot of momentum.
Jay's
okay, let's see if that momentum
fucking warrior scream.
Only one round so far, but out of all the players to start building up
okay, they win pistol.
Right, so straight onto that Vandal, looking very, very comfy here, looking
Stack
hot to trot, really. And we've been seeing some real vintage CNED throughout this season up to this point, even prior to playoffs, of course. It's
so double trips,
CNED fans back out
stack
from
on
their
A.
grave. Good to see him looking very well situated in this talented roster, and a bit of a stack coming in here for Heretics. So right place to be, but only classics really, and a little bit of utility to complement. Be able to shut down on this kill on CNED. And they do. Okay, Mini Boo's going to take him away. That is big. Any recoverable weapon, though. I'm not sure if they can quite get their hands to it, but they will.
Okay.
As soon as they notice that, but are pivoting towards that B side, this kind of falls a little on maybe what Benji Fishy can make out of this as well. Again, it's only classics, and I say that with bated breath. And this position from Mr. Fallen is lovely. Should be able to spot the cross. Doesn't want to outstay, as he will be hunted down as well. That rifle is in hands of Mini Boo now.
This has actual real danger to it.
So FUT doesn't know exactly where people are going to come from, so they're questioning, like, do we push or do we just stand our ground?
So the rifle's been dropped over to Rienz. He's playing it in back by Mini or Benji Fishy. The first one to try and take some contact here, but this should spur on the rest of Heretics if they want to try and get involved. Really nice from FUT.
Now they can just focus one way.
Oh my god!
What?
He's got time!
Plenty of time to spare.
How the hell did he just find so much impact in the last two of them coming through? I mean, the trades were exceptional.
So they lose the one rifle. I mean, it's a nice little call here, really, by Heretics.
Stun to come off cooldown from Rienz.
That was a
great trap setup that they had over at A. It was set up by
but then this is unbelievable.
all of C mount control.
That is unbelievable.
And they know. Yeah.
Bro, I gave you. To be fair, Rienz, I think a lot of us saw it, even in Madrid, even in the losses, the guy is mechanically just a terror to witness. He can really kind of hit those highs. Now, seeing that already come through here, this is a stark reminder for FUT, though, isn't it, Josh? Because they're now going to be back on red alert. They thought maybe they had a comfortable beginning. Oh, cool. CNED's having a bit of a heater. Brilliant. We can get him up on that ult early, potentially. Not to be the case. Benji Fishy going to get that first bit of contact.
Okay, so Benji now needs to be careful because he's within range of that outlaw.
See a Guardian and an Outlaw. But CNED leading the pack with just a classic.
So, by the way, this comp is good at dealing. Should be good for dealing with this.
You can't get enough.
They have They have a good comp
easy
for this.
work. And I've got to say,
right, it's a comp where
is quickly becoming one of my more favored players to watch. Absolute talent. Yes, Jay though. Again,
FUT are, I think, gonna do a lot of just like straight exec.
So far as
if they need to play retake, they can.
Right? They've had everything they've needed. No real big problems in this round, but there is still
if they need to win this A fight early, they can. I think Karmine I think Heretics of
stability here.
You know, this was the comp they were playing yesterday anyway, but the two teams that they
is good on their defense as well.
Are stumbling into, like Navi and
probably gonna
FUT.
line this up.
Like this comp against the meta comp, I don't think it's very good.
It's fine. 4-on-2 gets the info. The spike's not worth that much. 300 credits.
We're gonna need something mental from Mr. Fallen in this. Maybe out of captain gets one.
Now, any damage they can do is good.
Buys a bit of time. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making things up. Trying to focus towards the door side here. Timing's everything.
Last player standing.
Boo's not having it. And now out of captain. It's a formality.
Okay.
And Boo
makes sure
very, very reserved from Heretics, and rightly so.
Yeah, the main goal for Heretics there.
Someone finally gonna beat this comp? Yeah, I think this comp might have overstayed its welcome. As I said, I feel like this is a good comp for dealing with it as well.
Because those Vandals are going to be huge going to this next round.
Because it's gonna be the Cypher. I think is gonna be good for this like
they need to pick up this
kind
round.
of
And I wonder if they're going to do
style
something
that FUT like to get into the sides
Davi
with. They have the util to retake if they need. Like there's a lot that Heretics can throw at them that should be favorable to them.
We need to see them walking around.
And this is where, like, if we can win this round, right, this is where we can start building up our eco even more.
Raise nade. It's not going to be good for them.
No, and I wonder if maybe Heretics want to kind of turn those screws they've already got in place. Yeah, a little bit of aggression to start with. Miniboo going to pre-fire that pain shell over towards the back of the wall. Stunning. Expecting CNED's presence.
You win this fight, they try and go for this little sage wall up as well. Doesn't work.
See the stall there. The rest of FUT couldn't help him out. He was left on an island.
This is the thing, you should be able to win this fight against this comp, and they can't retake that space.
Does he find value for the second time around? Forced away here, and again, this guy
they don't know where it is.
It's just like, bloody hell, you get to see it all happening. Very
they're just running into every trip.
Now. Everyone from Heretics can make it over here. And they're going to have to try and deal with this utility flood coming in. Already the flash, every bit of pressure. J tries to play it forward, but FUT actually getting an effective trade, a 2-for-1. Miniboo the only one to answer back so far, so down to 3v3, with a spike down, but Miniboo holding the angle, trying to catch it on, backing away, pops the ult, that's going to clear. Cracks is gone and it's down to 1. Miniboo on 28 HP, looks up to the challenge, and he is. Beautiful from Miniboo. Set into motion perfectly by Benji. Everything is coming up
probably going to be a little exposed here. They're also playing on Heretics, probably their best map on Sunset, he decided. So
trying to lock it down,
might have
waiting for his teammates to rotate, but that rotates were too long. And now his setup's completely different. The camera's outside mount, he's popping it after FUT is in the site. He's playing his life. He's alive at the back of the site with trips, but what is FUT gonna do to it? They don't
I'm
have
surprised they picked the attack side as well, because they actually have a defense strategy.
They don't have Sova shocks or prowlers and all these things. They don't have an initiator. So they're walking into these trips often.
Yeah. And again, this becomes a bigger conversation about this composition in particular for FUT.
Okay, so
I think it's a little too one-dimensional. It leaves them a little bit too vulnerable to some of these very traditional setups. They're going to be suffering through on this.
So
you're going to need some of these players to individually.
As long as you win this fight, now you can leave one guy and literally just sprint across, because again, their retake of this space is not going to be good. If I was FUT, I would actually just be sending CXX.
So far, a lot of those, you know, I guess FUT falls. A lot of the issues that could be happening are, and another challenge. The young gun himself, well, utility invested to maybe dissuade the approach, but Rienz is here. Deadly duo. They noted the camera, but do they even consider Rienz?
I think it would be funny if this is the round that FUT wins of all the rounds.
Well, I mean, you might have just willed it into existence.
Gets the first kill, gets the ult off.
The position's going to be found with the hat invested off the back of yesterday's pick.
What do they want to do? They didn't just throw the camera.
So again, what do they read into this, and how do they want to approach this round? They're down to 48 seconds. They've got a little bit of time to play with still.
Gonna come towards A.
Free A
I
site.
mean, they've kind of bamboozled them here a bit.
Resin.
Time is
Heretics,
eventually Heretics are going to start to come across.
They know that if they spread apart, that's their worst chance.
Minibu's got to be careful. Oh, he's feeling himself though, feeling confident enough. Minibu took most of the damage there. Wait and see if Yellowjay's lurk does come in. It did, but he got spotted. So he's going to lose a little bit of that effectiveness. TP going to be committed to as well. This is going to make it trickier. 13 seconds. FUT's options are becoming limited. So they've decided B's the place to be. Going to invest the ult off the back of Ada Captain, but they need that plant to be going down and nothing to deny it. For now, there is nothing to stop this. Actually, CNED might... No, he's... Ooh, took a little bit of damage, but keeps his life. Recovered rifle with cracks.
Sage wall in here as well.
He's going to come in. That should be CNED back in fighting form. And a brutal retake here for Heretics. Not easy by any means.
Pretty important to this. He gets the first one.
But it's Yellowjay to be the star. Another pick found. Couldn't get the follow-up there for CNED though. And now Heretics start to clear. They're starting to find these problems. Going to lose out by door, but they still hold even numbers. 2v2. Counter all comes in. Going to force them away. Going to force them towards the door. Rienz wants to put his body in the line, and he does. 1 HP is all he's going to need. Fuse, in the meantime, comfortable in the end.
Breach all wins in the round. Nice ult by Heretics.
Rienz and Benji Fishy looking well equipped for this.
That was so close for comfort. These guys are probably so nervous when this situation arises where it comes down to 4v4 retake, Viper Spit and everything. But the reason why I said, like, it'd be funny if this is the round that FUT wins, it's because they have the Sheriffs and they look scary with Sheriffs for some reason, but the main reason was they did like a split, a 3-1-1, 3 towards C, 1B, 1A.
Minibu gets an op, round 5.
Space. Here comes the op for Minibu, and this is going to be the decider. Like, how is FUT going to play into this? No initiator. Paranoia is the only flash.
And I think watching kind of the 100 Thieves game yesterday, seeing what they were able to achieve when there was no one to really force on these players with the operator off those longer lines of sight, you're going to see this once again. But for now, FUT need to be really aware of this. You've got to know the downfall of this conquer running. Rienz, oh my god, this guy's filthy! CNED had pause for thought there, and
so this is what the Fnatic game should have looked like, by the way.
In the end by Mr.
But it didn't, because Fnatic aren't
trade comes in, the site's not available. Minibu's still around, the res going to come out. CNED back up. Minibu wants in, just kind of forced away. Paranoia there.
Paranoia hits both. Nice
back down, a little bit of an exchange on this. Mr. Fallen though, clearing house. Minibu turning into a combat AWPer at this point. Mr. Fallen is just
crazy,
expending ammunition, leaving just Boo and Benji. I say just.
Losable.
Okay, baiting the TP. He's still around. Where's Benji in all of this? Over by stairs. Mr. Fallen's on the case.
50-50.
Surely you don't win that fight. Now you don't. Yeah. Mr. Fallen doing more than enough just by himself here. And Boo left in a 1v3. Paranoia and a smoke and a TP, not going to make any difference to the outcome.
Back in there. I mean, really, that just came from just causing a bit of chaos here.
This
right?
is
just like
sort of
causing
like a
chaos.
Vu from
the Omen flash was kind of big, hit both of them. Your Omen flash is going to be big, kind of your only initiation,
all together.
really.
They face check, they die to an AWPer, they get that res up, and then they get to A site. The last time I think was against KC, and you know KC was stacked towards B and C, and A site was open. But a very similar situation where once they have that res, it seems like they're just going A together, and if they lose someone early, as like a human drone, they just res them and
okay, so now no ult for Minibu.
They take that space.
So they get rid of that.
But they have to find repeatable success as well. This can't be a one-man show. Mr. Fallen. Ooh, a little bit of chip damage on either side.
Chips for both.
Doing the same on the other. A little bit of an equal exchange almost.
It's an annoying amount of HP, to be honest.
And they really want that camera
if
gone.
They go for the heal.
Oh. No, not quite.
If they had a satchel, perhaps.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? They don't. Huh? If only you knew. There he goes. They should.
Wow, what a shot.
Benji Fishy taking CNED out of the sky. Oh man, that's wild. Well, FUT found the camera, but Heretics found the pick, so I think they'll take that trade.
And again, it's just a similar sort of setup with the trip on B.
They can't get a res this time.
You can tell Heretics have a very good,
picks out of place and he plucks it.
very good understanding of what FUT are going to do. And again,
they're losing out on
this is like how the Fnatic game should have seemed.
Not even towards A. You
right,
still
where it's like, oh yeah, this comes dog shit.
There's nowhere they can slip to quietly aside from B, but there's still utility there.
This is one of the situations where you just grind out the next 30 seconds, not necessarily looking to force a plant. You are looking to see what you can get. What opportunities can you find in the isolated duels, make it into a winnable situation. Otherwise, you just have to save. So here, Mr. Fallen making a little bit of a fake presence. It's going to give the opening into B site. Here comes the spike plant with the wall. 3 versus 5 is going to be very difficult, especially when Breach's stun comes online.
Okay, plant. is in place. We're going to need an over-delivery from one of these players. C's will be noted. Can't get punished on it, though. This is getting uncomfortable.
The flank here, I mean, they're just going to wait for Miniboo.
The pressure doesn't get dealt with just yet. Has to swing and gets to. Massive impact for that captain down low. Still viable, still trying to fight.
I mean, they gave it a good go, those two, but
simply too heavily stacked against them. Heretics having the bodies to trade back in. But man, FUT is still dangerous, but you've got to look at that scoreline now. It's
okay, probably a timeout here for FUT.
That's one of the traps.
I mean, everywhere they're going is just kind of just, what is that? That is an unbelievable shot.
Fly swatter.
So nasty. Ugh.
One of the traps is that there's 4 places that the defenders can come out. They can come out Waterfall, Heaven, they can come out Link, they can come out B main Flank. There's so many angles that they can come from. FUT need to stabilize. Once they get that Sage Wall down on Waterfall, maybe they have to take control of something. And it got a little scary for Team Heretics. They dumped their utility a little bit early. We saw that yesterday as well. You drop the C's, then you drop the Hunt.
Yeah, they have Razor. We got knives here for CNED.
You almost lose that.
Yeah, it's going to be stunned.
Looking for adjustments here.
Get this early control in B.
See if they play the classic game of avoid CNED. Hard to avoid him now. Oh, I think he just ate the paranoia himself a little, unfortunately, there. May have been mistaken. No, it just got sent from the other side. Miniboo gonna find him. Again, CNED just being really manhandled in these couple of rounds. Yeah, a little unfortunate, or I guess depending on which side you're on, Benji Fishy able to just like one-tap him out of the sky, basically. But outside of that, here, they are so well equipped, and they disengage. Heretics aren't playing the game that FUT want them to play at all.
But again, they have no control, no space.
Spike planted.
That wall is gonna break on its own in about 20 seconds. These guys are gonna pop it. We see Boo actually expecting a late flanker coming in. He's going super late on this retake.
This is difficult though. There is a lack of utility for Heretics, right? They don't have anything available now, so they might have to go a little bit ahead of this. And FUT, well, they've got the positioning. Cracks, they're going to see the barrel. And FUT doing well. It's an effective trade until then. Boom and Benji Fishy tipping the scales. YeNaJay's got to go nuclear in this. He knows who's on the spike. He knows the kill that he's got to get, which is on FUT. And he's seeing everything. Oh, he's playing this like an absolute master. 6 bullets. He's toying with him. He's done enough. YeNaJay, excellent.
Hey, well played by YeNaJay, wins the 1v2.
Keeping Heretics.
And I mean, this is kind of how they're gonna play, you know, just straight exits and just can you retake. Maybe Heretics need to invest less into their going, like, taking A. Right? Like, I think that honestly, you might feel like you can win that with just a nade, honestly, and then kind of use more as we go on. Like, if they are there, if you do find contact, then start using your,
shutting it down so handedly. And also, I've seen them set up with the breach for the
use all the breach stuns and stuff like that.
So I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a heavier defense towards B. We've only seen Rian's there by himself. Maybe he gets back up now. But I mean, FUT did find a little way into the game there with these B plays, but I don't think it's going to keep working for them.
When does the buck stop, right? And you're already seeing the money starting to be humbled, though. Heretics
So what did they use this time? So no Omen Flash yet, just a boom bot. This is kind of what I'm talking about, right? Like, just use a boom. Don't use too much to actually take this space. And now, you know, we still have double prowlers here. We still got, you know, breach util. We still got a raise util. So if we do need to retake, you know, we've got plenty to do it.
So much time wasted just to find that camera from Benji. That's getting a lot of value for Team Heretics.
We just got to be really careful here on this replenishment of the smoke. Do they challenge on this?
Shadows traveling.
No, but he's going to feel the pressure. Expecting enough to try and slip further away. TP close enough by. It's clear. How do they want to use
an Omen ult as a drone? I mean, that's fair enough in this comp. I mean, it makes sense. And now look, they're looking for it.
They do have the Viper outside C mount, so I don't know if that's a
late
flank or if they're going to do...
It might.
Yeah, just... Here comes the Sage Wall.
I don't know where he is, and now you're playing this retake.
They took link control. This is really good. That Omen TP allowed them to know. A is looking a little light. Maybe it's a C stack.
Yeah, this was good fact finding. We do have
the captain on the lurk this time. Finds Benji. He's going to come through C.
Gotta hold it back this time. Yeah, really nice from CNED. Not forced away from the fight. Finds a new corner to play from. Cracks there by his side. This is looking clean. FUT. And something
nice
they needed.
It's a nice round. Using their Omen ult there in like an interesting way to make up some of the deficiencies of their comp.
That B-side is a problem. Heretics need to find a a way around this or something to deal with it, because FUT are finding comfort, and that feels like a bit of a mad
And
statement
this is
after
like,
the first couple of rounds, but still.
Like, how can this comp ever work? It works because it's a 3-site map, right? And this might be an eco now, by the way, for Heretics as well.
Flawless in this round. None of those potential threats being exploited.
Right, basically, of just who was it? Was it Zoltox or Elvit? I think it was Zoltox who told me that he once played a scrim against a team that was just playing Sage Deadlock, and it was just running down into a site and then just walling. Like, they were just guessing a site. They were just making you play rock paper scissors. You know, just like walking up to a site. Oh, was it you elevated?
They last about 7 seconds, huge area of effect, and it completely like stops you from moving in. Team Heretics.
That is a funny way of playing. It's kind of the same sort of idea with this comp, really.
For 7 seconds, and
you know, like once we take a space like the Sage with the Viper,
half the Spike's time taken
like,
away, you can't even move through the choke point, and this is really just a thorn in their side. So figuring out a way around that. They're going to have to adjust to maybe do what they were doing yesterday against Na'Vi, which was taking these fights a little bit earlier.
Okay. How would the Paper X comp do against it? God, that would be such a different, that would be a very interesting style.
The agents, the composition to do it.
Style change right there.
FUT has the agent composition
You've got the fastest comp in the world and just the comp that just walks around doing nothing.
We haven't seen an actual tactical timeout. This is obviously
how would it do?
Red. It's tech pause.
I don't know, honestly. Like, it would depend very much on how well FUT could. If FUT could get their utility in time, then they would do decently on defense side. But if Paper X just beat them there and there was no delay, like if Paper X could find
so maybe don't feel the need to yet. But for Heretics,
right
do they decide, okay, maybe we'd like a little check-in
I actually think that Paper X's comp would beat FUT's comp. Because I think Paper X would go fast enough to where they couldn't stop them, right? Because a Sage is fine, but you can't stop a Raze and a Jet. Right, the Jet and the Raze can just blast back over it, and they can still get support. And the Omen can just TP past it as well.
It looks like it's potentially FUT's side. I'm not sure.
It's kind of that old card TCG game idea of you want to go a bit slower than your opponent or much faster.
Panic on their faces when that happens. I don't see that here, and I'm always curious when they like leave like bottles or cans of beverages like on the right side by the mouse.
By the mouse, yeah.
I'm like, you're an animal. What's going on?
That is
more tech pauses. Tough.
They seem happy enough. Everyone seems in good spirits still, so hopefully it's a quick solution. We haven't been informed what the problem is yet. Maybe it was the same thing as the first series, which, might take some time. They're having a nice time in game, though. They're having a little jump around, just looking at stuff. So, as I said, no one seems upset yet.
Well, as you say that, that's one of the win conditions for FUT, right? Is it like when they are happy, when they are
it does kind of work.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, Cena not looking too happy.
Yeah.
Charles Neddington having a serious chat there.
Well, he's also been like first at a lot of time, just dashing in, getting like stun naded.
Famed
really no chance to play, but
football
I mean that's the fault of their game plan there. But
I don't know any Kenyan football clubs.
Let's say people only tune in. Oh, we're all good. No idea what happened, but we're good now. So there you go. That's all you need. And of course, Heretics do decide then to go for the tactical.
I think it's a good time for them to go for it because one of the things I noticed from them yesterday, and something that I'm going to look forward to as the game progresses through their attack side,
that can only go well, I'm sure, on Twitch.
Around kind of like midway through the first half,
might be a good way to get some people banned.
Adjusting their game plan a little bit, and we're already at round 9. So I do wonder if this is going to be like a trend.
No, I don't care about MLB.
Looking out for that. Team
what
Heretics,
happens if you just type in Britain?
They do a major shift in just the entire approach. So we do see them.
Countries not invaded by Britain on a map.
What they should look to do here is make
I
sure
think this is a false claim, to be
really
honest. I'm pretty sure this is.
So I don't think we're going to see much of an investment at all
not
here
fully
at all.
True, but
even though they do have the Nightfall, but I think they should just do a full save.
I'm with you on that.
Sweden,
Switzerland as well, then can maybe work towards
not
even
Switzerland.
In just a small way, get that ready to go, which you should have regardless. But
when did we go into Switzerland?
Mini booth. If there's any sort of silver linings they could try and grab, that'd be fantastic. Because then they've got more to play with. But I am seeing their investment coming in here, Josh, and it looks like they're actually going in for
Mali,
light shields and sheriffs.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're going to commit yet because we haven't started the round, but that's what it's looking like.
It's one of the traps that you get into as a team is like you have 3 rounds left. If you can get 2 full buys, that's great. If you do like a weird light buy, a full buy, and then another kind of mixed buy, that's not the most.
So on an eco now for Heretics, but with a big comeback.
Sheriff eco.
Is that what it's called these days?
It's what I've called it.
Okay.
Which is,
are you trying to make a trend?
We already did this.
Stop trying to make Chico happen. It's not going to happen, okay?
It's already happened. All right, you're late to the party. Yeah, you're in my burn book. Relax. You can't start quoting Mean Girls after being on our show this much.
Hey, I wore pink yesterday, right?
It's true. You were on brand, which is wild.
Okay, they force them into A. The spikes here, walking C.
Item to adopt, but you know, I'm sure we can work on that. As it stands, though, caution being displayed by FUT. Maybe trying to figure out what they're up against. Is it this sort of stack? Are they trying to feel out where these players are? And it's quite a widespread approach, kind of 3-2 split here. And there is no resilience towards that C side of the map, so they might start drifting back from this.
I'm surprised Krax was the one to kind of go and
nice
lean
goal
in
by FUT.
first point of contact. He's got the res available.
Yeah.
I know CNET's not been having a great one, but you still, in that role, have to be the guy that just has to face check in these situations when your Sage has a res.
You're going to be a little suspicious.
Yeah, not the most fun.
They've created enough noise there.
To do it for the greater good of the side, but at the point where our captain's got to, he'll be happy, right? He's cleared pretty deep, he's got through towards CT. Doesn't need
30
to go
seconds
too
left.
far, but he can take a fair amount of space. Spikes down. So this stack, sadly, a bit of a gamble, but it's fine.
Smokes down.
Yeah. Not gonna make things any easier on the way back in. And actually, the captain got to be careful. Yeah, decides to back away, rightly so. You don't want to give any opportunities here, any springboards into the round. Let's see if they can keep this clean. FUT, do they get away with this with
the
5
well.
standing, breathing, and no res is needed? Crack's the one to find Rienz. All looking good so far. Looking like 5-5 should be the scoreline in just a couple of seconds, really.
They're just going to die to the spike.
They are already peeling away.
Again, once this comp has some space, obviously
Heretics want to hit.
It's very difficult to then stop it.
Clock's a big factor. And yeah, this is comfortable. Very, very comfortable.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what that adaptation that Heretics.
Okay, 5-5.
On the timeout, obviously here they're just.
This might be bad for Heretics. I think that they were thinking, oh, wherever FUT make a bit of noise, that's where they're going, lads.
That timeout to talk about this round here.
And they've got ults.
And then they just did that too.
Only Mini Boo's is missing.
Well, they made a ton of noise and
on the
walked
other
in
side,
C.
TP was taken by Mr. Fallen, and CNED utilized his not long ago. The rest have theirs.
Okay, they do have 4 big ults though.
A massive swing round between
now
the two.
Viper's Pit, they're going to come into B again.
Obviously in their favor, and maybe tip the scales for that secondary half. So, what do we have coming into this? Already looking like, well, quite straightforward for FUT here.
B play used the Viper's Pit to secure the round of the post. But the Rolling Thunder.
Rienz. Right place, but is it the right time?
He's got someone to take contact this time.
On the other side here, Boot's going to call for support here. And it's Rienz this time to just destroy CNED and looking for the follow-up. There's no layers. The smoke already in towards this. B main denied. They can't make it through. They can't capitalize on what CNED tried to achieve there. Yes, they've still got the res, but they don't have the space to invest it. That was deep invested in towards that B site. Rolling Thunder going to come through. Yetterjay unaffected by this, so could have a chance, but they're still checking on him. Still going to try and keep him humble. Boo barely alive. Going to back away. But they've sent them away from this now. This is difficult. A double phase through by Door. They're taking no prisoners in this.
FUT lose a round, it's not free.
Maybe hoping to get that res.
Man, if he got both there and got the res, then it's back on.
V5 and Heretics finding stability.
Good adjustment from Heretics.
Are going to win the round. We might get an op here next round.
We've seen Rienz there by himself before, and just a trapwire. And this time he had someone to take first contact, and the two of them together were able to just dismantle CNED.
The object from CNED.
Yetterjay, nothing
I don't really
to do
understand
here.
at all.
A lot of angles to clear. And very complimentary ones. Oh, man. Smoke gonna go in.
No time to even run around the mapping on the spike. They know they have to come through.
There it is. So 4 alive for Heretics.
Okay, 6-5. They did use their breach ult, but
invested
a win is a win.
There, but that's about it. They'll be happy with that. Able to be a little bit more reserved, and this is again the start. There was no
the timing isn't that good either with the
Omen
Flash,
maybe the
really.
spacing not quite where they want it to be. Probably a little frustrating if you've seen it as well. If
Then again, if Krax gets that kill, weird as it is,
5v2,
he gets those 2 kills.
Trickier to do that.
Yeah, we do
got the attack side op out for CNED.
Show me it. Show me what you can do, CNED.
A lot of the time, Team Heretics on their defense, they're doing a lot of jump spots. Obviously, Fishy with his camera is able to get a lot of info for free, but the rest of them, they peek and they jump spot. And this op might be a really big play over at A. If
you see a shot coming from deep
like
here.
Was doing a jump spot, maybe got info
So
of a player.
you got the idea of the stack here, probably Cypher or something passive here.
They had that triple stack towards C, right? Like they've kind of pushed up Boo a little deeper, felt no pressure on it.
That's the thing, when you take control of C, you have access to both these. They do have a fade ult.
What are you expecting on this one? Because we have seen this tendency from FUT to then end towards B, but as it stands, doors being swung, all the indicators is going to be this A site, but Still not fully confirmed behind it. Maybe, as you said, Boot caught a glimpse at the start, but that's about it.
They do have the Cypher lurk towards C. It's the only thing that I can think that they don't end it in here, but they've got the res, they've got the Viper's Pit, they've got the Sage Slows to disrupt the post plan.
Viper's Pit out here just to get some space.
Play-in. There's no one peeking into the CNED, clearing methodically as he goes. Yeah, a little bit of util invested, TP can be taken and actually committed.
Wait, does the Underchain not? Okay, he does hear it. Knows they're all A.
Yeah, so this is big info and it's going to be a run.
Can they get
30 seconds.
They're going to go around the world though?
Okay,
30 seconds
That's enough. Yeah, the Jays not going to overextend here. He doesn't want to give up what he's garnered, right? That site is so valuable. He's got to make sure they have safe passage. The time is going to be close. It's not going to be a huge issue, but it's close enough.
Viper's Pit probably from the entrance here. Sage wall up to right into the site, potentially.
Sounding like it's CNED already going to take away Benji, Fishy, and it's going to be Yerajay to follow up here. 9 seconds now. Eyes towards the spike. Minibu going to deny the push through. Spray comes in.
Oh,
doesn't quite get what he wanted, but he did get some damage. But it is a 2v4. This is so difficult now. Numbers so good for FUT. They can just kind of sit back a little bit. They've still got that Viper's Pit. They've still got so much working on their side. And a captain. Oh my god, the timing, no! He just sit back a little bit too deep. Cracks with a great trade though, as Minibu waiting for his very limited amount of HP. It's
okay, we end 6-6. There's no fucking way FUT wins this again, do they?
6-6. This game is going to be right down to the wire, Josh. It's got to be, right? We're seeing these
two
teams really going back and forth.
But again, they're really dead. I mean, their defense side again, they can't really fight A, but they don't really need to necessarily as much because they're just relying on holding it.
Times from him where he'll have his Omen ulti and he'll go across the map at such an inopportune moment. And right here, Yerajay was able to slip through into C site, hear that he came back, canceled the ultimate.
Again, they're kind of like, they play such an extreme comp that it's like when that little lurk, right, you're like, oh, they're going A, they're going A, they're going A, they're going A. Like, they surprise you when it's not like...
We're talking about the kind of pitfalls,
you know, when it's not that, and Yerajay's able to just walk up and find a kill.
Viable. They made it work to an extent, right?
God, if they win on this map for a third time with this comp...
And now they get that defending side kind of slip into a little and feel much better on.
Right, this is good already from Heretics. I like this.
Away, but look who's played in on the box here. Yerajay. Not spotted, not checked, and there's so many potential victims too, even a third not to be, but still great damage from Yerajay. I'm sure Heretics will be kicking themselves for that one. You take them when you get them. Riens tries to make
a spike as well, dropped in a bad spot for him.
Benji Fishy, he worked miracles last time.
Yeah,
this
can just chill
might
out
be a
here.
touch too far even for him. 1v3.
Well, this is going to be both pistols, but they did lose a second round, so that kind of negates that somewhat.
Needs to fall to his hands. How does he get around this? That's a damn good start.
I have retrieved the spike.
He's got 48 seconds. He's got time to play with this. This scares me because it's him. Out of all the players,
no, this wall just goes down.
He's absolutely Himothy right now. I just don't get how he can make all these situations look so doable, and he makes them sweat, right? He's so got the spike. Played a little towards that C side, but again, he's already adjusting. He's already trying to invest that utility a little late into this round.
30 seconds left.
This is very winnable.
And he's going to have time because they're on the wrong side of the map, so he's got an opportunity. How does he decide to play it?
Obviously, he doesn't know where they are.
Take his camera back. He's got his flank covered. He knows they have to come from spawn. The link door's still intact.
He's got him somewhat funneled. I mean...
He just doesn't know how close they are, so he doesn't know.
I think he wants to isolate one
fight.
Like,
he can't really play in tree here. Yeah,
he can do it this is where you have to play.
Okay, does he get his dream come true? He damn well tried again. This guy's lethal. He's gonna hear them drop. He's gonna note it. A very good attempt. Again, he gets so close to this guy, but still. FUT playing that very diligently, trying to take as few risks as possible at the end there. And I'm able to handle Benji.
The more times you're in that situation, oh yeah, this is you guys got a hard clear left situation right there. But the more times you're in these clutch situations, these 1v3s, it's just so easy. You've done so many reps of it. You know exactly how you need to play it. You gotta find that one
go for this outlaw. I mean, again,
a little bit too curious, getting some info, take them out, work the time, try to isolate some fights, see if you can pick one off, and then get it down to that 1 versus 1. Where now the time's on your side once the spike's planted.
Interesting. I quite like the idea of it, actually.
The Na'Vi buy?
Yeah, I makes sense. On the other side, CNED trying to thread the needle a little here.
So you just want to stay close enough to him to where you can.
Benji might be on the receiving end of this.
Light shields for 4 of the defenders as well.
There's a real opportunity for Minibu. Well, that's a good find. CNED going to take away Benji Fishy, so that removes.
So off the trip being broken, put up the wall.
Going to deny an easy point
Difficult
of access.
wall to.
He's waiting on the other side here, and it's really on Minibu to make impact happen, right? But I'm looking at the way FUT are playing. They seem very aware that someone could have slipped through this side.
There's the one guy with the shield as well.
Probably one of the players you didn't want to be finding, considering he does have the heavier armor there. This is all just a kind of push and pull opportunity for Heretics. They just want to try and find that pick, do a bit of damage, but aren't really allowing them to play to that tune. Do they check the top of the wall? They didn't. Oh my god! Okay, they did eventually, but.
There it is, but it's only good for one, and now it's in a position like this is the thing. FUT are gonna play so passive here, like across the map.
I don't know if you'd want to try and go for it, but if maybe they could work out
30
or something, that'd be fine. But it's gonna be seen a challenge.
Oh, the wall doesn't help him.
Oh,
maybe it does.
Come on! He was probably ready for that third as well. CNED, clean as ever, clean in house here. Not bad work from him, taking that scoreline a little further away now. We're starting to see much better progress from FUT.
You gotta love the lineups. Lineups are so nice to get. They're so satisfying.
Yeah.
These outlaw buys on round 2, attack side. They are really kind of like scary to look down the barrel of, just because. How do you decide if you're gonna go for?
Okay, so Benji just has a sheriff, but yeah, I mean, I personally like that kind of buy. Obviously, they need to do full shields because of CNED.
It's kind of changed that whole perspective. It's not such a gimme anymore. And into the
and they were like that. The outlaw buy is good for catching out teams, right? For being too over aggressive, right? That's what it's good for. It's good for catching people out, getting too aggressive. Now this is good by Heretics, right? Again, you know you can take this space for free. You open the door.
We haven't seen this from them yesterday.
You open the door. Coming down and clear C, right? You make them not know where they should be going.
It's going to cause an overreaction. 2-1-2 setup right now.
And now you come back. Like, this is how you should attack against this Fnatic calming core.
They'll have a big advantage into the round.
You know, push them back on C, make them guess, although they have guessed correctly.
Having to clear tree, just deal with the utility that's been put into play. J already investing a little bit of that.
This is going to be a signal to see if there's an audible back towards B.
Looking like they want to try and pivot. J though.
Oh
my god, the drive-by. Minibu just pre-fires it. Very aware. CNED. Tag, no frag though. Voot still standing. They've got the B site, but it's pretty precarious. It's certainly not comfortable yet.
And now FUT's gone for really not good at retaking, right? This is not where they want to be.
Trying to clear his way back in. How to FUT want to
I mean, what do they have? A snake bite?
Utility at a minimum. Difficult.
Snake bite and a wall.
Paranoia still in play for Boot. Minibu at the forefront.
Wall going
front
down.
Lines traded. Next in line, Benji. Good for 1, but 20 HP. He's vulnerable. No one there to trade back for him, so they're going blow for blow, but they're down to 2. Grax and CNED need to do some serious late round damage, and I don't know with that tag. They've got it in them here, but they're going to make it damn costly. They're going to make a damn good go of this.
No wall for the defuse.
Just forcing Grax out of that position he was favoring, and CNED's gonna fall. Okay,
does win it, but it gets
alive.
costly. I mean, it gets very costly.
Not clean by any means. That's not what you're dreaming of, but you've got around that.
That's the FUT.
Love the approach from Team
That's the FUT way, really. You know, just win some angels.
The rubble. Benji stealing front B, re-clearing C, going back to A, pivoting back into B, just breaking the ankles of FUT. It was so nice to see. We didn't see that at all yesterday, and I do wonder if this is going to be something that we see over the next few rounds.
I like when they're not. If I was them, I'd be like heavy defaulting C, but early and see if we can walk out here with like Benji or someone.
Here we go. First full buy for FUT. I saw them
Again, this is wrong, right? Like straight away, that's wrong. What they just did, wrong.
Siding on the Vandal instead for CNED. Going to be checked early. But look at this from J. He's going to push himself up here. A little bit of a battle on the other side. Does Benji read this though? There is pressure coming towards the A site at the same time. Just next to each other. Benji seems to have no IR. Very diligent to shoulder check it, but J, this guy's aim is nasty. What a horrific battle, because look who's on the other side as well. You still have support coming around on the other side. Boo's found J, and now it's on CNED to try and bail him out. Oh my God! Sprung back into actually still got Benji! Just on a slingshot! Boo took him down, but it's still a 4v3. It's not out of the realms of reality here for FUT, but it's difficult. Rien's not quite on a platter. Crack's gonna take him down the trades. Cracks is desperate. He's trying
but
so
8-8. He actually got
to
too
make it
greedy
work,
here.
but Miniboo and
He
Boo
got too
still
greedy.
standing,
There's no fucking
still
way
alive,
they think
but
he's
what
here.
a volatile round.
He kills
Whenever
Benji
I see
100%.
Benji has
I
his
think the
ultimate
jump
on,
peek
like,
baited him
just
into thinking,
available,
oh shit, he knows I'm
thinking,
here.
oh, man,
But there's
if he
no
gets this
fucking
kill,
way
this is
Benji's
over.
reading
Team
that.
Heretics is
There's
converting
just
these
no
rounds.
way. And then
I
obviously the
feel
kill
like they
with
might
the
have, like,
trip
a
is...
100% success rate every time he's able to use that.
I mean, that is unbelievable.
Oh man, that was a good kill. Hard
And then
to
again, once the
get that
spike
kill
is
on Zenit,
down,
actually.
this is not a retake comp.
Just whips across your screen.
So now back on an eco, they do have knives.
I think CNET realizes it's too hard to get an off up against this with the prowlers, the flashes. There's so much,
Again,
and then
he's
like
doing
the
it again.
double satchels in his face. There's so much stuff.
You get shot, you lose the round, you lose
Uni 7169, thanks for the 9 months.
Stealing.
I had TH winning playoffs, but switched it to Navi last second Sag.
He's not happy.
No, he has no
with how the last
cages,
round
so he's not going to
went.
get
You know,
out.
just go back to it again.
But maybe he can, if he does get a kill,
Why not?
ult.
Lots of info could be gathered from it. And all they've really seen so far, confirmed, is Benji. That's it. They put stock behind that, faith behind that. Not yet. He's taken a little bit of damage though.
Just spam martial shot through the smoke.
Yeah, must have. This is all.
Now they do have 3 on C, including the knives.
Backline pressure. We can see where Heretics are, but do they continue to commit? There's 3 players here.
They can pivot back into B through the door if they need to once they spot.
Ult's gonna come in though, and on a platter is FUT. Can they close down the kills in time? It looks like they can. Miniboot does well to find out a captain, but there are still 2 towards CT, and the danger man CNET is there.
They get spiked now.
Plant
know someone's coming to
safe
flank.
from his challenge.
Oh,
Careful now.
Needed that.
Boot does get to keep his life. Oh, that's why you're careful.
Or that.
Giving out haircuts for free, Boot.
And
Mr.
gets
Fallen's
the
got
lure.
Benji. Okay,
See,
game
Mr.
back on
Fallen,
here.
good,
We've got an
good
upgrade
understanding of
in
Benji
hand
there.
for Mr. Fallen.
Could you come back this
Get a
way
J.
and res?
The body, seeing if they can get a res.
Oh.
What a shot! And yeah, they got the body now. And now they know Cena gets let off the leash. He can close that gap if he can. Yellow J applying the pressure, and now Heretics in danger.
Nice.
They've just been put
And they
out of
use
their
breach up.
misery. What a round to turn
Wow.
for FUT. Beautiful shot from CNED. Catch on the lurk, and the answer back. Everything lining
Wow.
up for them.
Nice round by FUT.
It's always those sheriff rounds.
I mean, they did have 3 players here, but after the first death, I mean, just a good understanding by
Don't know
Mr.
why,
Fallen.
but
Like,
it
he's
just
obviously
feels like
he's
they had
seen
aim
Benji
on it.
fucking throw that cage, right? So he obviously knows, like, okay, Benji
Ugh.
might be looking, so I'll just chill.
This one?
Right? They just played that. They just played that time. Wow.
Honestly.
It's kind of nuts, isn't it? I mean, I kind of expect no less when we have like one of the best Turkish teams here, and then 2 other incredibly talented Turkish players as well. It's just there is a lot of aimers in the server. You see the little watch party there as well.
Great FUT.
We are back into
9-8
game
up.
underway. A little bit of a pace change too, but confidence now being built
Coming
here
out
for FUT. They can
towards
start stretching their legs a little bit, taking some of that
And they
space.
come.
Over towards Mount,
Comes the
CNET
wall.
feeling a little bit more
Goes the
confident, a little bit
slow.
freer. Stall comes in to try and slow down the presence from the tree, but Miniboo gonna disrespect
Wow.
that.
Big first
But
kill.
when you
Huge
do that, yeah,
headshot.
that's massive.
Once more, wants to allow the rest of his team through as well. He needs some support here. Hey, the plants be coming down. They can't deny this. They can't stop this. The paranoia. He's just playing it forward. They tried to make something of it, but
Holy
Yenergy
fuck.
still. That's 3 in the round for him. He's even hunting down a 4th here. Nightfall
use
comes
ult?
in. Yeah, they'll note him, but they're still scared of him. And yeah,
He
without
goes
that-
forward!
Why?
Oh
Yenergy
my
is
god!
Absolutely out of this world.
Oh
in this
my
game.
god! I was
Big impact
surprised
in the
you
last
used
couple of
ult there.
rounds, and he's
But
not letting off now.
this is why they're
Get
just
hit by
good,
Nightfall.
man.
They're gonna back off, wait it out.
They're
a little
just
bit.
fucking
Nope.
good.
Holds W.
It's
goes in,
crazy
gets
when
his
you
forward.
just see
Who
like
needs
players
sour?
like
You
this,
got
isn't
aim.
it?
It's fine.
It's crazy when you see like these kind of games. It's
Aim
like
and confidence.
these other teams
That's what
have
they
no
think.
fucking chance.
Like
Like when you're playing against teams that've got players like this,
Teams,
you
once they
just
start
don't
feeling that
have a
wind in the
chance.
sails, it's hard to stop them.
Especially off the back of a round that they won with Sheriffs and then Jet, you know. Yep, he's back. He's happy again. So
That's scary.
Okay, timeout Heretics.
This is where we're gonna see a change in the game.
I mean, but
like
you had the win
round,
condition really there, right?
And,
maybe you want a bit of a reminder of like
kind
what they should be doing,
where to go, doing a little
which
bit
again
of
I think should be a bit slower
else,
and like
activating
more defaulty across the map.
But
Push CNED back on C,
we saw
take A control solo, kind of go from there. Dank Raiders.
Or the post plan. And we
Thanks
just
for the sub. The Gifted by Dizzy Violet. Sorry, it just comes up as Dank Raiders on mine. Not sure why. So I don't thank you, Dank Raiders. I thank Dizzy Violet. You're just I don't know who you are, but I'm not thanking you.
2 away for Mini Boos. Not close for Rien's. Not close for Voot. Not close for Benji. I mean, well, Benji's is easier to get, I guess, but still on the other side, they still have that res. It just sits there looming, right, in the back pocket of Cracks. And not far off the Viper's bit either for Ada Captain, so they've got that option on the horizon. Operator is out as well for Cena.
I'm
love
offended.
to see this here.
Retake B, wall and camera. I wonder if they're just going to leave this wide open. Get
How is FUT winning?
line.
They're just fucking
Stack
good,
towards C.
and it's at the end of the day, it's an FPS game.
Do we get vintage Charles
And now when they got the op out as well, like this is the thing with this comp, right?
Flashed off first, but he's not really
Oh, but the
respecting
TP
this
across.
at all. Spots the player. He's been seen. Lost away. He has to respect it now. They've got themselves that first.
This is the thing, like once this comp gets an op, right? Like everywhere you go is bad. Right, you're gonna get stopped by an Almond Flash, you're gonna get stopped by a Sage, you're gonna get stopped by a Viper, you're gonna get stopped by a Cypher. Like, this is like, probably the theory of this comp started with defense, I would have thought.
Double tripwire.
Away we go. They're all in on this one.
Oh, there you go.
Big pick on
That's a
Yedajay.
start.
There's a lot of bodies here, right? We spotted that early on, putting a lot of faith behind Cena to putting
Did you
everyone
see him
else on the
there?
other
I
side
don't
of the
even
map.
know.
This is a very tricky path to walk. So many players now. Utility dealt with, and Mr. Fallen watching for that cross. Doesn't quite get it, but Cena does. Benji goes down, and now Fallen looks for another angle. Boost found him. So now Numbers actually sitting with Heretics here, but Cena's still alive. There's always still a chance. Krax has res too, but he's far. This is not comfy. They're about to double swing. Proactive work from Heretics.
And this was
Try to find
winnable
themselves
as
safety
well
in
if
the
he
post
waits.
plant. Krax with just that res. He's got all his utility though. How do you dice this up? Tricky to separate. To overcome, to conquer, not gonna happen.
I think if Cena waits, they actually could win that, right? Because they can use the res to bait a
Stay within
swing.
touching distance now.
Use the res to bait a swing, go for it.
Grabbing that round is going to be big for Team Heretics. They got the showstopper online now as well.
Like that's
Big
probably
opening
the
kill
best
here.
chance you've got to
Slipping their
use that
gap
res.
on
No, he
that
didn't see me,
tripwire.
just
The
spammed.
Prowler just triggered the second one. That would have caught Mini Boo there. Once Yedajay falls, the whole round kind of falls apart behind it. But getting another op out is going to be pretty important. But still, so many abilities that take him off the line. The HOD, the Prowlers, the Flashes,
Okay,
the
Cena gets
stuns.
up again, big round. Money's now low for FUT.
It's hard to get some value.
Yep.
And money low kind of here as well. We have Razel.
Painting a similar picture. A little bit more commitment of utility, but maybe just trying to identify has Cena pushed up. Now we can see where he has. And that's a little bit scary considering where they're coming back to. Cena is waiting. 3
I
players,
hate when they don't just
3
wait.
potential victims for this.
Oh,
man.
wow.
Great
Gonna
jump
get what he
spot.
wants. Very diligent work from Heretics, maybe noting the lack of not rattling off shots on the other side of the map.
Door.
Deciding now's the time. Pressure from Door. What does he do with this? Pops dash, feels it.
Wow.
Gets it. Beautiful.
Drops the orb for him.
Benji removed. And Heretics now, do they continue on this pathing? So they try
Again,
and
they
back
have
away.
Razel, but
TP.
Cena
Hello.
hit that
You see
flip.
one? Yeah, he's definitely soaring below the wall. How long does he stick to this? How long does he wait? We know.
They have stun, they have flash.
And they're waiting to just pop into this one. Ooh, gets invested
So
on the
trying
other
to
side.
create presence on
Really
A,
trying to sell
like
this
that.
tension over here. We've seen it flash
There's
off
your
the angle,
breach.
but Heretics are pivoting.
To be.
Yeah, right in. Mini Boo
Oh.
needs some help here. Gets
That's big,
left
that's
to
big.
rot.
Now
Yedajay's
5v3.
gonna find him. That's a huge
just
loss
chilling.
for them here, but they're gonna get the plant, I guess. Yeah, and they get away with limited amounts of damage done towards Rien, so, but it's still a 3v5. Still got that paranoia. Still got smokes on Cena. They've got a lot to play with here. We're gonna
Trying to
need
clear out all of this first.
almost one of these players to go above and beyond. Good timing on the paranoia.
Repositions.
Who trying to play with Rien's here. Gets caught by the paranoia on the way back through. Anyone got vision still?
Rien.
Oh, apparently Rien's a boom!
Rien.
Absolutely will he do? Rien setting up Vu to close out, at least that player coming through, which was Mr. Fallen. And now out of captain, what are you going to do with this one? Jump spot swings.
Wow,
Vu
what a
there.
win in the
Heretics
3v5.
right back in this one. 10
Wow,
to 10
Rien's
now.
just going
Not letting
crazy.
this game
He's
slip,
had some
but it is
crazy
getting so
rounds,
damn
Rien.
close, but
That's
the
a
money
massive
shot,
swing
it's
round as
starting
well.
to run down for FUT.
This is getting scary for FUT because I think Team Heretics is starting to crack that code a little bit when it comes to their approach on their attack side, losing Benji as a first man, but having a really good just like idea of what they want to do and how they're going to react to once they see CNET's up, how they kind of make these plans around it. And I love the usage of the doors, of the splits.
Let's go!
I think they discovered that.
And Mr. Fallen's presence on A, like that was literally the difference.
I'm really liking
Okay,
how
so FUT take a
they're
timeout.
using
Like his presence on A, right? It took 3 of them and a lot of time to just like clear out where he was going.
Yeah.
Nice. I always say too,
You could argue
like
that that's
everything
okay.
else, oh, it's a big
Maybe
round,
you should
big shot
argue
there.
that, you know,
You know what
one
I mean?
person
It's
should
like,
still
it's
be
in your
staying
head,
heaven
it's
in case they
awful,
push
rough.
deep here. You know, just get that information.
Cloud9 as well.
Maybe that's what they're talking about, that they don't like that 3 of them went this way.
Tough. And
You know, that
speaking
they
of tough,
didn't
this
need
is
3
now
players to
FUT,
go that
right?
way.
10-10.
Yesterday maybe can just
Tide
hold
started
this.
to turn against them at potentially one of the
And then just, you know,
worst
kind of
spots that will be.
blood in from 3 different angles.
It's also tough for FUT because they have so many ults that can't really be used proactively.
No, they're reactive and, you know, stuff like that.
The
But how you meant to...
someone has to die.
Yep.
The hat, someone else has to die, but from the other team.
Man, how do they get back in?
So what do they do? We got 1 rifle. I mean, do you
Because
want to force
it
this?
just
You can
feels so
buy
silly
a
that it's
Guardian
like,
for someone if you want.
On this half, it felt like FUT had the upper hand, but that timeout. Whatever, you know,
Gone
Niels
very
and
back
Webber
and
are up
forth.
to, it's been working. They've got the right reads
I
on
mean,
this.
never discount FUT with
I'm
Sheriffs.
looking at Heretics as well. Those ults are going
And
to
the
start
Viper
coming back
Spit
in at
and
the
a
right
Res.
time. You know, past this round, they could, you know, build up a couple more
Rien's
points
gets his
towards
breach
it.
ult back.
Miniboost isn't there, but still, they've got a lot to play with. So you've got a hero
Again,
rifle,
this Fate Horn is a late
Sheriffs.
push. Whatever.
Benji's got to be really careful not to get caught out here because it looks like they're trying to find him. Oh my god, Benji. Benji's in severe trouble. He's in a 1v5 essentially.
He doesn't know about CNET on his left.
He's not. They pass each other.
Hello.
Okay,
Ooh.
CNET's got him. Okay, that's a
They're
rifle.
gonna-
That's
Hat
another.
comes
That's
from
2.
Yetterjay, maybe?
Yeah.
Is he coming up? It looks like he is, yeah, okay. They're going to be pretty aware, but it's going to give them the full picture, right? This is huge. So now 2 rifles.
Okay, you're on your bike
All
now.
the info.
I know. Miniboo getting a little proactive, going to have to back himself back down here. Rienz does have
No,
ult,
they
so
have
things
breach
get a
ult,
little
but
too
you're
dangerous, a little
surrounded,
too dicey.
basically.
He can invest it. Smoking towards door to try and deny any of that. Maybe springboard
His
back in.
camera's told them
Yetterjay
that no one has
takes
come
a look
out.
at the glimpse at all in that smoke. Bloody hell, what is going on? This is about to get hectic. Playing back in towards Tree. They want to try and take this space back. And Heretics doing so well at that. He's down to 2. Cracks in Yetterjay. What can you do with this? Cracks made a damn good go of it, but Yetterjay, 21 HP and 2 to find. And they, I mean, the camera is a problem, but the time's the bigger issue. And they've made a mountain out of a molehill, but it's not going to be enough
maybe just not.
for the round. A very, very valid attempt and a very costly round for Heretics, but a round for them nonetheless.
That's great. They only had to invest really a
So the
Cypher
Viper
hat
Spit comes
to get
out.
all that damage onto Team Heretics.
Oh,
And
what
that
are you
might
talking
be
about,
the
Steel? They
difference
wanna
maker
win that
to
round.
swing this back in their favor. If FUT's able to pick up this round,
5v4, you know where they all are.
Heretics
That's
broke.
unlucky.
They had to use
That's very unlucky.
Showstopper. They had to use Rolling Thunder, and they lose 4 players. That's 4 repurchases fully that they have to do. So FUT could make something happen here. They haven't had a chance to get the res off. Maybe they figure out a plan to use that, but right now we're just seeing them spread across the map.
Okay, so they lose some of those ults.
He's out and about here. They heard the classic, and that might be enough of like, hold on.
Who's shooting a classic at this?
Yeah, that there you go. There's your
Oh, he goes
confirmation.
forward.
You're not gonna go. Ooh, bloody hell. Careful now. It's Danger Man for a reason.
Wait, are they doing the play where they're gonna go through waterfall
Again, very
with
passive here.
the raise, maybe use the Nightfall to make it happen, split into B.
That'd be nice.
They have to wait for the stun to come online for the breach again, so we might be seeing this about like maybe 48 seconds. I wasn't paying attention to the clock, to be honest. Probably in the next 15 seconds or so, though, we're gonna see that type of play. Smoke coming in, raise going in, Nightfall.
No, this is where you can
I'd
punish
love to
FUT,
see
right?
it.
That like they're
They've
never
clearly
pushed
got
up on
something
A,
in mind, right?
so they
'Cause
never have this info.
they are
You know,
fully
we're wasting
paused
almost smokes here.
Letting that clock tick down, getting closer towards Mount now. Rien's getting ready, but Zenit's already
Miniboo
gone.
gone, though.
If this was the plan, then they're starting to falter. 35 seconds, got to get a move on, and they don't really know about Ada Captain. Now they might do, as he's going to shift across a little closer.
Oh my
And
god.
yeah, Benji's got him on the way in. And this is just a very late round. Oh my god, Rienz! That doesn't even look fair. How the hell did you just find CNED?
CNED did not look happy about that death either. He was putting his hands up in the air.
Now they're pinging for the
I'm
res.
seeing it. And now 3v4.
You have to res here,
Cracks does still have res. I keep feeling like I keep saying this, but he does have it. And is this the time to go for it? Are they going to wait and punish this, though? It's the smoke to try and keep it safe.
Best opportunity for it.
See?
He just dies with the spell.
Ends. A glutton for punishment here for CNED. Dead twice in a matter of moments. Cracks and Mr. Fallen trying to do something with this.
Oh my god, I mean, Heretics again with another fight like that. Okay. Up to 12. Heretics on a save. Again, they found the first kill, but again,
I like the idea.
I mean, just
Heretics.
What is that? So it wasn't. Oh, I was gonna say, how did Boo get the kill? He didn't. That was the answer. Just spam through.
Just getting spammed there.
And then wow, just abusing the map. Yeah, FUT are struggling here a bit because they're never like this is the problem, right? They can never take A, and so it's like you are just relying on like we can hold the site, right? You are it is a reliance on like we must be able to.
That was quite important to get to 12. Funny that.
Which I do think that even with their comp, even though it's not great for it, they could Sage Slow plus Omen Flash if they wanted to, right? Like that is something that they could throw in. I think every so often. Just as a different, just as a different way of approaching A that means that they can't, like, it just means every so often you don't get hard exploited.
But it's so hard to keep yourself motivated when you've just been backhanded twice in a row in one round. He's been the sacrificial lamb in the last one. Like, I know it's his role, but as an individual, it's gotta be hard to be like, cool, time to, I guess, do it again.
I hate the, like, you need to set him up thing because it's like, you should be able
to. I think guys are saying that they need to play safer because they're probably finding first kills enough to where they don't need to be dying in some of these situations. But the truth is, like, again, they're being asked to just essentially, like,
if he gets like counter flash, he's able
to,
like,
if they come to you, you better be able to stop them, and if you can't, then we are just in massive trouble.
This is Valorant.
All the MQX, thanks for the 12 months.
The fact of the matter is, I feel
now
like
bro FUT are trolling.
We're avoiding
I mean, that comp isn't great.
They went to the opposite side.
I've heard that's a great strategy. A classic, some might say.
And Heretics are abusing the map for having paper walls.
We go back in.
Okay, they do take some space.
See what you got for us.
No one's in a position to listen for this either. Benji's usually towards C or B and would have heard this, seen the paranoia, heard the dash, all that stuff. I don't think Team Heretics has a clue. And this full gamble stack from FUT might break these guys.
Heretics. This path is paved with danger, but Miniboo just hops over the top, still gonna find Yellowjay. Good trade from out of Captain though, and there's a lot of players nearby, more than maybe they'd expect. But Rienz is up for the challenge, he's up for the fight. A 4v3 now. CNED didn't continue on that pathing, he didn't continue on the flank, but he's still nearby. The Bulldog with Mr. Fallen and Crack's still there. They've got to find impact in this one or it's over on map 1. Plant coming down, he tries to look for a victim. CNED can't close on it. This Rienz takeaway Cracks, and now just Mr. Fallen brought to his knees.
Finally. I mean, FUT gave it a good go, but I do think, like, you saw them get exploited for their comp, right? Heretics had enough there, and their aim was good enough, right, to keep up with FUT, that they were kind of able to exploit that now. This is kind of the only map where FUT are playing a comp that's that bad. On the other maps, they play comps where you can't just fully exploit what they're doing. And they still did win 10 rounds, which is kind of crazy. But FUT, I don't know why they stuck with that one. Again, to me, it's just like, they must be doing well in scrims because people aren't taking seriously in scrims. You know, they're playing against teams that, you know, if 10-13 is them getting exploited, what does it say for Heretics? No, Heretics were good. Like, it's just like some of those ideas. I do think Heretics comp actually was better than, like, I think Heretics comp is better than the meta comp for playing against FUT. Because it just gives you more options, I think, when you're playing against FUT. Right, when you've got the breach plus the fade. Like, when you're playing both of these, again, we don't need to, like, win this fight. Like as long as we can win the fight at the start of the round, which we can, like, we're still chilling. You know? Like, we're chilling here. And then we have more retake options versus this comp. We don't want to get into retakes very often against this comp, but like we have more ability. Again, it is a 3-site map. Like sometimes you're gonna lose the site. It's a 3-site map. What are you gonna do? Have good players. Like even with their like, you know, no util execs that they do, basically. You know, with an exec that consists of this. Right, that's their exec. Slow orb and a Viper molly. Even with that, like sometimes they're gonna take the site. But I do think that Heretics did a decent job. But to me, it's even more exploitable. As I said, for FUT, what I would like to see is just every so often, throw a slow orb in here. Put the fucking one-way up here. And see if you can do this. Right? Even if it's a bit delayed. You know, put a snakebite down here as well. Right, if you want. And find this. And you can Omen Flash across this way. Right, so Omen Flash, TP up. And take this control. Right, and you only have to do it every so often. Because the thing is, you still have the Viper Omen. Right, so we can still do the, you know, they can still do this. You know, TP back out. Like, that's still something they can do. It's just about winning this fight early on. And sure, if they blitz at you with a ton of util, yeah, maybe it's not going to work. But this should be enough, really. You know, this should be decent enough to try it. Oh yeah, these countries invaded by, not invaded by. Which one's this? Belize? No. El Salvador? Honduras. Panama? Costa Rica. Nicaragua. Wait, which one I haven't not said? Guatemala. It's Guatemala. Togo. What's that here in West Africa? Ivory Coast. Siton. Rwanda? Burundi? What's this one here? Equatorial Guinea? And then some of the stands. I'll never learn how to spell it. It's close. That's close. We never invaded Mongolia? Really? What's this one out here in the fucking... Don't know. What's this one down here as well in Africa? And the one in Africa I should be able to get. Is it just Congo? No. It's not Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Angola. What the fuck is else? What is there? What else is there? Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, DRC. I thought that was all of them. The question mark is kind of on Republic of the Congo. You made me fucking type the whole thing out. And then you, little you. Marshall Islands. Let's fucking go. That's crazy. Hold on, I need to open a window. It's gonna be hot. Monarchs of Britain by Royal House. A monarch in Britain. James the First. Robert First. I don't know the ones before that for that. James the Sixth. What? He was a Stuart. I don't think it'll let me type Liz. Oh fuck. Mary. Who was a fucking who fucking was it? Anne? There you go. That was tough. Hanover, Great Britain. Who's the first German one? George the First. Fucking go. Then George the Fourth will be for that. Saxe Coburg and Gotha. Liz 2. Oh no, that's Windsor. Saxe Coburg and Gotha. Who fucking changed their name? Edward the Seventh. Oh, George the Fifth. York was one of the Henrys. No, that was Lancaster. Was Henry 4, 5, and 6? Who was York? Edward the Third? No. Edward the Fourth? Yep. Wessex. No. Who's the fucking guy? What's he called? Alfred the Great? He's Wessex, no? Is he not fucking Essex? Wessex? Fuck, what are they called? I mean, Henry the First is, yeah. Then you've got, what's he called? Edward the Confessor? Edward the First? What was he? Edward the... There you go. Denmark, King Canute. I don't know about Anjou. Stephen? John? There we go. And blah. French after Henry the First. Henry the Second. William III. This will be like one person, surely. Who the fuck would it be? Empress Matilda? Matilda disputed. Fuck off. Who is it? Stephen! Fucking Stephen. Everyone hated King Stephen. Is it Stephen or John? The one that's in Robin Hood. Is that Robin Hood? Stephen. For the Scottish ones, could have had Margaret, Duncan, Malcolm. I should have got Malcolm. Should have just said Malcolm, really, shouldn't I? Tough. I swear Alfred the Great counts as Wessex. I guess it's England. It wasn't technically England then, but that's tough. I only just beat the average. That's tough. A lot of Scottish people doing this apparently. Hold on. Give me. Freedom from Britain first. Oof. Australia or India? Australia. Tuvalu or Fiji? I'm going to just go Fiji, but that's a guess. Nigeria or Kenya? I'm going to go Nigeria. Sudan or Cyprus? Surely Cyprus. It was Sudan. Seychelles or Brunei? Seychelles. Let's fucking go. Trinidad and Tobago or Barbados? I mean, this is just a guess. I'm going to say Trinidad. Solomon Islands or UAE? UAE. Vanuatu or Dominica? I think it would have happened first in the Caribbean, so I'm going to go Dominica. Only just, though. Lesotho or Eswatini? Eswatini. Fuck, it was Lesotho. Ghana or Sierra Leone? I mean, Ghana's a bigger country, so you would think Ghana. Game started already? Fuck.
It almost had it. I'm seeing instant kind of.
But I was figuring out who fucking got freedom from Britain first. Ghana.
B was like,
it was Ghana, you see.
They lose mid, but Boo isn't taking B main control. Here, what happens? They lose mid instantly. Dog comes into B main. Boo goes forward with it. They use a flash to extend a little bit deeper, and they give up B heaven and B site entirely. They say, hey, if you're gonna go B here, like, what are you gonna do? You have to get into the site. You have to plant. You have no main control. We go for the retake. But the fact that you have no one at B main tells us you guys are going A. And Team Heretics is able to stack A. Benji getting 2 perfect kills on that entry. On that opening, I guess.
Yeah, it feels wild that it was that late into the round, but yeah. And again, Fu is
Heretics
going to be
big
tested
defense.
constantly, right?
They
This
did
is going
change
to be a
their comp.
consistent factor he's going to have to be up for the challenge to, which isn't easy.
I did think
Yeah,
that
he's up against
the mid
pistols
defense
round,
against
the headhunter's
Navi
still
wasn't
gonna be a factor,
great.
Still going to have a little bit of util to play with as well. Rienza needs to keep him safe.
But Wood didn't do an amazing
He doesn't
job.
get shot down on. A little bit of adjustment already. Again, doesn't want to outstay his welcome. You can see they're targeting this. CNED not getting what he wanted so far, and they're going to pivot. Spike is in sewers, however. So that's going to be a long time before it's picked up, and that's going to hand to Yellow J if anyone.
Destroyed.
And Rienz, again, I quite like the... I don't say patience, really, but it's the discipline the Heretics are playing with. They're not taking too many risks here. They're not overstaying their welcome. They're happy to fall back a little bit deeper, make them work for their dinner. It's only classics against you. Say that. There is a headhunter as well. And yeah, those classics can be a little dangerous. All right, we've realized this. But they aren't playing into what FUT want.
Great reads here from Team Heretics and their positioning here.
That's just threatening us all the time. Obviously, we can tell they're going to come A, but...
At B.
Sensing has to create some pressure.
Site, but it doesn't matter. FUT is coming into B site, into the setup,
Didn't
into the
want that.
stack.
Everything is just... it's coming up good for him.
13 seconds. They're going to have to force
there's
a
one
plan,
guy on the site.
Mini Boo in the back of the site
10
here.
seconds left.
Yeah, this is tricky. It is only a ghost though, so yeah, okay, they're gonna get blocked for this.
Classics.
Yeah, hey, the classic can go toe to toe, as we've already noted. Krax gets a little heal here as well. CNED still here, Headhunter. Locked and loaded. Oh, Rienz.
Cheeky little pre-fire.
Yeah, not bad. No kindness in this. Classic still good, but not quite good
I planted
enough.
2 kills. Not the end of the world for FUT. Not bad, honestly.
Keeping it clean enough.
Okay damage, but Mini Boo just had a ghost there. Just they are gonna have the Vandal going into this next round. I want to see something different from Heretics in this round. It's gonna be such a pivotal round that if they do the standard setup with Woot jump spotting from vents, and then Boo is maybe jiggling out the B main angle, there's a potential for them to get run down. It's not the greatest composition to just dive at people from FUT, but if CNED's able to pick any of these guys off or walk up and get the really deep line and punish anyone peeking into him, that's gonna get scary for Team Heretics.
Bonus for Heretics though. So Guardians, Bulldogs, Spectre, Ghost. Oof. That was ambitious from Boo there. Go back on that one. Mr. Fallen will be loving that.
And that means that there's no smokes for the defense. It's all on the Viper. The Viper orb is at middle, and the wall is on.
Century JL, thanks for the 21 months.
Very difficult to
biggest fraud watch so far.
We might see that ending towards B, even though that's where the kill
Oh,
happened.
they didn't destroy it. Oh, CNED.
Push through A here.
Did
the
they
dog,
shoot
the
it?
dog went so deep, they've got to know there was a push up here, right?
Yeah.
They've got to know that someone's nearby. Mini Boo. Oh my
Oh, just using the
all the way
chamber.
off, but they did not suspect that there's actual follow-up here.
Jesus Christ,
And you
this
can
could
hear
be
him running.
devastating.
Especially on
about
the
timing.
bounce.
And he pulls the trigger on the first. That's CNED gone, and he knows that Mr. Fallen's ahead. They've already got contact here. Seeker's pop, they know they've got him on the ropes.
Spike down.
That's the
Round
spike!
over.
That's the spike! They've got so much to play with now, 3 of them. With the backs to the wall, gonna try and retake towards middle, and Krax tries to get a hand to it. Slapped back into place by VCT. And now the captain in Yellow. This is a rotten round to try and handle.
Okay, you
Great
don't
fight
wanna
back
fight
from
this.
Yellow. The double swing!
But
but the damage is
if everyone
just
fights it, it's not too bad.
Heretics.
Okay, just exploiting the chamber here.
Letting them know.
Finding that
That was a
perfect time
huge
to
round
push
from
up.
them.
Seeing
3
it
on
didn't
the
even
board,
put
they
his trap
convert
down
the
at any
bonus,
point.
all off the back of that space taken.
And Heretics
That
again with
is,
a nice
you have
idea
to wonder,
just
is
of
that
how
a
to
communication
exploit
breakdown?
them.
What's going on? Yeruj, he backed away from the dog. He knew that all the space was taken from Team Heretics. Did he not expect someone to like move up with it? Did he expect a spawn push? The fact that none of these guys were aware of it, and they're able to get the flank off, the
That's
spike
tough,
down.
tough for FUT.
Oh man, Team
They'll
Heretics
learn
is
that
gonna be
lesson early,
loving
though.
Oh yeah, you couldn't ask for a better outcome. Speaking of motivation, confidence, that's going to be shattered a little here. CNED, he was the first victim of that
So
flank.
again, trying
He's
to
not having the
exploit this, but
success
it's
he
the
wanted
sky
in
and
middle on
mid.
this chamber pick here. Pace change, going to try and take quickly towards VCT, who's having none of that. Yeah, he takes a lot of damage, so he has to respect it and fall away, but it's not the first time that he's trying to slink away from vents. Cena trying to take the space that was given, but still stall. Trying to take that valuable space, the space that opens up towards the site, still unavailable.
This worked though. The pump towards B pulled everyone away from A. Now the A lurk is all open.
Oh, it's a little labored. Good trade though. Still trying to keep this competitive, but
Spike
Rienz
again.
doesn't really like the idea of that. And yeah, he's
Round
not letting it
over
happen.
again.
Yeah, what are you meant to do with this? Wrong side of the map. Spike, thank you very much. Mr. Picture-in-Picture, whoever's done
Okay,
10-10.
4-0.
Production.
Tough start for FUT. I mean, this should be a defense-sided game, but
Valorant.
Pretty in the end, that's fine.
Dominus
327, thanks for the 19 months.
Sub for 19 months to Tory Man's Valorant.
Play to happen,
It's
but
not
then
Tory
they don't
Man's
follow
Valorant.
through with it.
Yeah.
I
I
will
do
not be
wonder if
voting
there's some
Tory.
sort of issue with the communication. For example, in that round where they're getting backstabbed from A through sewers.
It's all gone,
or
my
in this
hope
round
for
here, Energy walks up A ramp.
I wouldn't have all hope gone
They
just
have
yet. I
the
mean, again,
pressure
Heretics
towards B.
exploited
That's
their
gonna
comp
pull
a
the
bit here
rotation into these guys towards B
on the
heaven.
bonus,
But
but
instead of going back towards
they
A
lost
after
2
that,
ecos, a
they commit
pistol
to the
that was
fight, they lose
close,
the
and a
spike in the
bonus
open,
where they
they
got
have to go
exploited.
and retrieve that. And
I wouldn't say
it
it's over
pulls them
yet.
into a losing situation.
I don't think this is
And
a
the
great
scary
map
factor is
pool
this is the
for
buy
them.
round,
though.
right? This is a
I mean,
big
even if they
round for
win
FUT.
this,
They've got
they're
a couple
playing
balls
it
to play with
on
Heretics
Heretics'
and
best
Mr.
map
Fallen.
next. So
What's the adjustment? Trying to set up Cena
tough.
towards round. He's got the space, but he gets noted by the flash and forced to TP away. So a bit of a stack towards the A side, but they've dealt with that early.
okay, they pushed deep
mission of
enough on A here though
exploration.
that this shouldn't
They
really
turn
be a
back
threat
towards
now.
middle. Oh, actually, out of captain the
But
TP.
again,
I thought he might have had a
it's just
window
a
to play with,
solo
but
fight,
Minibu
right? Like,
outdoes him, very aware of this. And
no
they're fighting back
Sky
to take even that close amount of space.
now the
Here
ult,
in
or
the
like,
Seekers
where's
come in,
the
but how'd
ult
you
with
gap
that, right?
close
Like,
on the
why
back
not ult with that? They've seen 3 come towards B. They know you're coming towards B.
Team Heretics just one step ahead of FUT. FUT just so indecisive, disjointed.
I don't think it's... I wouldn't say indecisive, I would just say, like,
into context the season that FUT had.
why not
These
Seekers
guys looked
into this TP
fantastic,
swing,
but they had
swing.
it all. And Heretics were still, trying to bring us back in line after what was a disappointing Madrid and a couple of losses here and there. Nothing too detrimental, but enough that it
And now it's
caused
trying
us
to make
a second
solo
of doubt,
plays,
and they're
like-
losing on players left and right here.
You know,
Yeah,
our
they've got at
timing
least
isn't
an
very
opening,
good
so
for
we've
this.
got to get
This
past
is
this
all
guy.
kind of even missed at the back of
He's
this.
already seen him. The camera's told you enough. What are you meant to do with this
Seems
foot?
just putting down a
25
random
seconds.
trip here
You might be
for
able to
no
get a plant. Can you hold it on the retake?
5 versus 3.
And they're expecting it. Look at them. Look at
Yeah.
where Heretics are sat. They know what they want here. If you're in a 3v5, you want to pick.
I like these off angles though. This is a great decision for FUT to just hold this position instead of going all the way through.
TP here, but...
2 of them focused towards CT, towards screens. Minibu clearing quickly towards ramp. There's
Good
one player on the side.
fundamentals.
It's going to be Mr. Fallen. And Cena trying to almost play the pendulum, swinging back towards supporting the site. Stunning from Cracks. Secured CT, and now they can focus on the site. Maybe Heretics won't be able to make that cross so easily, but they made it on the site now. Mr. Fallen, there's the backbone
Well, there's a
of
classic
this.
FUT round.
Holding on to it. Incredible work between Cracks and Mr. Fallen in that
Classic
round.
FUT.
If you want an example of a round of a team doing a post plant really well and another team doing a retake really well, that was a good example of it. Even though Team Heretics lost in a 5 versus 3, I really like how they re-cleared. First, they waited for the push.
I mean, even with the one-way on this, right?
Through heaven, through ramps,
even with the one-way,
knew exactly where FUT was. They weren't able to convert on the kills because FUT had a great bait setup. Chamber TPs away. You know, they set up the play. They don't push all the way through. But I wonder if that smoke from Boo on the top of the map there made it difficult for them to clear out the site.
Cracks.
Yeah, the smoke might have helped.
I thought he got actually ahead of this. I didn't know if they'd even check on it, but they're very diligent here. And Heretics responding substantially. 3 players towards
You're gonna go for this? What, dry?
Cracks. I want to be real careful. See it, they're waiting, getting proactive on both sides. Trade comes in, Cracks gets sent and running. Actually, tell a lie, they stand and face their maker at that point. Bit of a trade out, but it leaves the numbers still in the hands of Heretics.
Spike again.
Oh no! Can't get away, Mini Boo. Puts him to bed.
Just keep dropping the spike. I mean, it's tough.
Left. And the other J again.
Drop the spike a lot in this game.
1v3.
I can tell you what he's saying right now as well. If I did a rocket like that, that would be 1 damage.
Rien's noted his position here.
It's a bit too aggro for me.
They just swarm in the spike. They don't need to challenge him. They can leave him to rot. Hold all the angles.
There's enough time, just barely, for Yedu to be able to do this slowly.
Yedu, you know him first name basis here, Steel.
30 seconds.
Good friends, are you?
Has to make a committed move, and it's Rien's. And yeah, he was perfectly positioned.
Okay.
I liked how safely they played that.
They need to stop dropping the spike. That would help them quite a lot if they didn't drop the spike every round.
FUT is going to have a really tough time getting back into the game. They should probably call a timeout right around here, because if they. What's basically happening is they are a momentum-based team, and it sounds cheesy to say this, and
then again, we get just that TT on its own.
It is a momentum-based game.
Maybe just a nice swing. He's already seen it before.
Is whenever they start stringing a few rounds in a row, that's when they start snowballing really hard.
4 enough for FUT.
Really a thing about
I wouldn't rule them out with 4.
It's just their confidence.
4 and a
These
pistol.
guys are
Yeah, they can
players,
win that game.
and if they start losing a few rounds in a row, they lose that confidence, and it's so hard to regain that confidence once it's lost. So this is the struggle.
It just feels like they're a little.
It's not about strategy necessarily. It's not about game plan. It's going to be about mental.
Speaking of mental as well,
it just feels a little.
Be a very hard road for someone like CNED now, who's had a fabulous season. One of the statistically better players there has been.
You know, it feels a little like they're just going off on that. It's a bit ranky now for FUT, right? Like normally, the thing that I think kind of separates FUT is not only do they have really good aim, but they normally do play together. Right, normally that coordination between little groups on the map is pretty good.
Another alpha, but
today I feel like
first came onto the scene, it was like, who's this young Turkish talent?
That
was
hasn't
in the same
been there as much. Right, certainly not here on Split.
Potential players. We're gonna need someone to start reactivating here.
Heretics, they're like a big swarmy team, right? Heretics are kind of in that
get to Shanghai.
Like Sentinels mold, right, of a team that likes to be a big pack of flies. Right, like we see here with like the 3-player stack, you know, coming together. They like to be
that operator
together.
is going to be a big difference maker. Getting Boo at B, getting Wood at mid. There's no opportunities. Keeps going into the sky, getting flashed off the angles, getting Dog to re-clear.
Heretics reading the expectations, it looks like. But taken over towards ramp. Not the first time they've tried this, but not getting the success on the information behind this hot flash. And an actual swing from Rien's, that seems a little audacious.
By Heretics.
Too ambitious.
I mean,
walking into the unknown like that, I think went a little too far. That's recovery on weapons too. Who's got to be cautious though?
Swinging on your own.
Feels like he's in a tricky spot here. TP committed and now he's pinched. Boo. Yeah, you're not making it out of that life. But
rough round for Heretics off a timeout. Holy shit. Again, they're trying to be proactive. I don't mind that, but just again, I literally just talked about like what their coordination together hasn't been great. And then Heretics do this. Like just.
That's a lot even for you.
With this man alive, with what I've seen the last week or two, I don't know, man.
Okay. Hey,
I'm not counting him out just yet.
If he gets past cracks, game on.
Position compromise.
Like when he was trying to help him, right? He's got the nade back here. He's not going to win this 1v3.
Oh my god! Oh my
Don't worry
god!
about
Stop it! It made me nervous. I can only imagine what FUT's like. They're just like, cool, we got 2. It's fine. It's dead. It's. What the hell?
Again, fucking at 4, like you say, like they have a chance.
But again, FUT.
I mean, you're just
Sheriffs.
walking
What's going on?
Such an unknown.
Just use Sheriffs in a gun round.
but it did feel like an overcommitment from Heretics. That pop flash through the wall. I mean, you are leading, and maybe you want to try and establish that authority, make him have to waste all that utility early again. I get the concept, but it is a bit much when you're coming up against someone who'd love to pick up that rifle. Leave it on an island that you can't defend. It's
this in that timeout.
Too high risk and too low reward.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of where
we have a triple stack over here with the Cypher stuff as well.
Having a lead and keeping that advantage is so important.
Really,
like when you start winning,
a big fight after big fight here.
You just keep that confidence and keep going forwards
again
and again.
You just see like the spacing
here. This time it feels a little bit better balanced, right? They get the pick, they back away. But that felt like, further intent behind it. 3 players, utility sent in, information off the dog, everything was right for them there.
With the pack here, with your own.
We look on the rest of the map and now they're going to have to do this without Yellow Jay. Fallen trying to find the information for himself, spots him towards CT, but spam.
Oh boy.
Careful, Riens. And actually, Crack slipping ahead could be pretty good here. Yeah, the flash and the Pain Shard, he can't make enough of it. It's good spawn. I think that was pretty blind,
Seekers.
I imagine. And yeah, the Seekers.
Not a great position to pop them from.
Maybe paranoid about the flank here, but Ada Captain is the one to try and make this one work. Straight up through middle, and apply the pressure. Do they pivot? It's being read by Boo. Boo is reading this.
He's going to get in a position in time.
He can't make a step here, but the paranoia is good. He's going to catch one on the other side too. Does he keep his life?
Did they come
He's
back?
Behind Pillar, he's buying time here. 30 seconds. Big flank on the way as well, coming in from Benji Fishy. So Mini Boo and Boo need to combine, and it looks like they're already on the road towards that. Gonna take down Cracks, gets another fair fight. Boo on the swing. Nice attempt. And now out of all the players, it's going to be this man. A 1v2, far more feasible. They have no idea.
Oh, he saw the gun barrel.
I think so.
Spike planted.
But he slipped ahead. He's way further ahead. 5 HP.
Oh, Benji, what a play.
Of course he does it. A 1v2. He couldn't quite do it last round, but this one with 5 HP. Yeah, he's got that one.
Again and again and again.
Can't stop winning this game.
Benji on split.
Can't stop winning.
Different beast.
But I do like the a ramp fight. This time they're taking contact first. This guy's ready to flash behind it and fight as 3 together instead of just like one person popping through the wall by them lonesome and going through. This is going to be really important that Heretics is able to rack up as many rounds as possible. They don't want to just get a few rounds, get a little overconfident, start doing really aggressive stuff on their, as individuals. They need to do some team-based stuff. I like how they were able to just reel it back in right after.
I wonder what he said.
Nice try on muting the word there from Niels. Didn't quite catch it though, did we? A little slip on that one, huh?
So again, we just come back towards round. Every round is just a big fight towards round.
Oh, that's it's a long wait. What'd you get for it?
And he knows that Benji loves spotting from screens and elbow as well.
Okay, you just put a Viper
fight over
down
B
here,
main potential in the next few seconds as well.
Does he get any play into this? Mini Boo. You'd need quite a bit of commitment to even get towards that. The flash might indicate his presence, but he just spins on a dime. He takes away out of Captain, and Cracks having to back away from this, having to respect it. Ned couldn't quite spot the player in time. There's a tiniest window of chance.
4v4,
but he's getting no play here.
Yeruji's abandoning his B main, coming all the way back around to A.
Poison's off.
Needing bodies in the right place. Benji gonna note them up towards heaven. They're
Yeah,
trying
on
to
site,
filter
but
through
they have
towards
no
the side
smoke
for
here for
Benji.
Mini
Not
Boo.
gonna be able to do the damage this time.
There you go.
Mini Boo from CT gonna catch Cracks on the cross. That works. Plant going down.
Viper's pit.
Ned trying to find some stability here for himself as well. The Viper's pit on top. I mean, that doesn't really help CNED, but it certainly helps around. Counter pit to throw in.
So you got off up here.
I like the positioning from the attackers, one deep in the screens here. Yeruji forced out of his own.
Caution here.
Oh dear. Yeruji's fallen. He's gonna get spotted here, but time.
His paint shells.
Just don't know if they've got the time to do much with this. He's got to get moving here. Zena does find one. He's been traded down, Mr. Fallen. Gonna get him a window to work with here. A small
they get the
buffer to
3,
play
as I
with.
said, if they can get to 4, if they get to 5, you know, you're definitely in it. But it doesn't feel convincing, does it, from FUT? Like, it's every, I mean, the last couple of rounds have been pretty scrappy. You know, coming down to the end, little clutches and
what's going on? But, it kind of feels like Benji is one of those players where the more of his teammates are dead, the better he is. It's like one of those reverse perks or something.
Look on defense-sided.
That's a bad round to lose for Team
I mean, the chamber is, very defense-sided. And the
no
Viper,
ultis in play. FUT maybe able
I would
to
say
pick up
yes.
another round off the back of that.
God
But just because CNET, I mean, if CNET's playing a fucking stinker though, then no. Okay, they are actually on an eco as well, so this is a good chance for FUT to extend the lead. I mean, they have just literally been coming to ramp every single round, so Heretics just stack it.
Do you continue on this pathing?
I've got your trail.
Okay, Mr. Fallen. All of these Seekers are going to come this way. Yeah, they're just going to
None of them went towards B or maybe at most one. They know that A is the stack.
That's a nice shot, though. That's a one Guardian. You run into the one Guardian. That's unfortunate.
That's not a good start.
Wow. Wow, Mini Boo. What a play. Again, just punishing CNET. I don't think he's really ever put this down other than like late round. So again, just punishing that essentially that they have no Sentinel util. This would have been a good chance to put it down. Now you get ulted as well. They have Razor.
Shorty classic.
Problem is the Razor is just a little off. Maybe he could have waited honestly for that.
You need this round. Like, oh my god, the utility in hand. This is just in the maelstrom we go. Boo trying to take a fight here. Goes down. Nice work from Krax and CNED. They're desperately trying to keep him in this one. Playing towards a pillar, but they can't do any more. Surely not. Mini Boo. Just with that stinger. Yeah, CNED's low, but not low enough.
Okay, I mean, a chaotic round. They did win a 3v5 against a Razor Cypher ult there, though, so that is actually a big fucking win for FUT.
Take a round when you get him at this point.
But again, every round is scrappy, every round is messy. Multiple times now, Heretics have exploited the fact that he's not putting down the strip.
At least give this man a classic so he can snipe some people, but oh, that got so close for comfort. Team Heretics with a great...
Was that Razor? I didn't see where it went, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, all he has is
he did get almost
not much you can do.
Now the Clutch King gets denied once. Timeout
okay,
for
Heretics
though,
take a
overall, I
timeout.
think they're starting to hit.
I mean, but again, it's just it's a very scrappy game.
They're hitting that like on a swing point, right? And we've seen now continued success for FUT. They've got ult in hand. They're looking like they found a little bit of an answer to something here. So what's the response? There's not many rounds to play with left in this half, but still, it's time to pump the brakes here.
I think they're doing a lot of these head-to-head fights over around A ramp and lower A against FUT because they know that FUT is trying to get CNET on that line, seeing if they can get an opening, breaking that
cypher camp,
finding out what the setup is, making them invest dogs and flashes to re-clear for info. And I do wonder if Heretics
their attack side was pretty good. I remember thinking on their defense side that they wasn't good,
or if they're going to
and
do
now
an
they
even
should have got
heavier
more than
commitment
however
into
many
that
they
fight.
got.
Like,
But
those
I
are
thought
the
their
things
attack
I
side
would
was
look
pretty
for,
good.
but Krax on the other side has
destroying them with
Showstopper.
looks, didn't
So are we going to see something different from FUT? And this is something that Team Heretics needs to kind of like weigh in what they're thinking about. Like, what's FUT going to do? How are we going to stay a step ahead of them?
Getting tense now, isn't it?
Okay, Krax has Razor.
It's the first opportunity for these two teams to lock in Shanghai. So high pressure game.
We're getting the Cypher on B. This is the first time I think this game, every round he's been towards A with the camera in heaven.
Yeah, vast majority.
Okay, Cena just walks into B main.
Benji, careful.
FUT showed them something very different.
This Krax trying to isolate him. He is actually going to make it out of there with his life. Going to be spotted too. But they've got to relinquish the speed side control. They get to clear the back of sight. But look at the state of heaven. There's a lot of bodies here already for Heretics. But the plant's going to be coming down. Nothing to deny or stop that. So safety in that regard. No lurk in play yet. That's a late presence from the LJ potentially.
Alarm bot would be devastating for the defender through spawn.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Gotta go for this one. Boombot
He
goes
gets the
down.
first
CNED's
two.
fine too. Yeah, clean work from FUT.
Wow.
Just
Nice
shouldering this. Perfect combination. Between Ada Captain and Mr. Fallen. They'll be happy with that.
Okay.
That was clear. That was a clean round for them. God, they needed that again.
And Heretics' buy isn't going to be amazing
the confidence we were hoping to see from FUT throughout this.
Nice
like
change of pace. Something very different, right?
Hey,
coming off the timeout.
Team Heretics, what have they been doing?
We haven't seen anything like that from FUT at all.
And they've been doing these heavy A fights. They expect us to go A probably again right now.
So it was looking fucking dog shit for FUT, to be honest, but actually now,
the rest of us connect through B main.
This is a winnable map.
Team Heretics was trying to be like, well, these guys have gone A every round. Let's stay and do this A fight. They were heavily postured towards A. They have Cypher.
Just to say, it hasn't been convincing. Look, I can only say what has happened. I can't predict what will happen in the next round. That was the that was the first round. I think FUT had
66%
more than 2 people alive at the end of a round.
Went to the 33.
Yeah, 6-5. Do we get a tied score in the half, or maybe a little tilt of the scales? Boo, after a proactive beginning, gonna take space, free up the other two
they
players
go back to kind of what
I feel like
they used to with the sniper trip here in mid again.
Fancying that B side again,
this time
right?
they try and flip it with Boo getting aggressive in A. Again, FUT just
should know that there is a man here.
And we
they just walk into that almost lackadaisically.
Even though we destroy the camera.
Very quickly.
Not almost. Very quiet.
With no smokes? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, good call back up.
That's the one.
Still have 2 flashes for Mr. Fallen. Paranoia.
Like we don't have any smokes up because we smoked in mid. We're trying to default. We destroy the camera and then we just fucking
FUT also knows that they lost
here.
this A space. Team Heretics took that like immediately in the round. That's why they were able to shift everyone over to B. Is because they took such deep space towards A with all the info. They know exactly where FUT is and where they can be.
Very late attempt towards middle here. And they haven't really dismantled the pack of players. They're going to smoke up towards Vent. Maybe look to isolate the fight towards maybe Mail.
I haven't destroyed the trip yet either.
Still players here, and they're going to start running low on time here. 30 seconds.
Who could not use this and misposition himself again?
And just got to be careful though. There is pressure. But of course, with the angle, Paranoia gets sent in. I don't know if it caught Miniboo. It doesn't seem to matter because Benji still watching the angle. Catches out a captain. Miniboo waiting patiently for the timing on the swing, and yeah, he's got it right about. Not pretty, but oh god, even for the second time of asking, that was rotten. As Woot now is in a bit of trouble here, but do they know about Boo still playing off the back of this? Yeah, the Paranoia goes in, and time is everything. Woot's denied it. That's what Liv. All he's got to do is live. He even takes down Mr. Fallen with him. A lead on the half is what they get. Hard fought for, as FUT did find answers towards the end of that first half.
Okay, 7-5, we went back to Scrappy. I mean, this is just like fucking suicidal.
But some really good positioning.
If your fucking Silver teammate did that, you'd say, what the fuck are you doing?
We saw them having the information about where their opponents were around the map, and they just didn't do anything with it. Now, they're so proactive. They're getting the deep blinds, they're getting the space, they're getting rotates in front of where the enemy is going, and they're there to receive them. The fights are getting so close and scrappy in the mid rounds, though. FUT coming out on top with a lot of these trades, but with just great positioning and info, Team Heretics is able to close these out.
Okay, big pistol.
But FUT aren't disparaged yet. They started to fire up towards the end of that half. There's still life in them. Heretics on the attack now. FUT on the defending side.
Like
we go back through.
Here.
A small lead for Heretics, but that could be completely erased with just that pistol round falling in FUT's favor. Already early contact towards the A site. Yeah, the J on the platter here. Got to be cautious. Going to note the Miniboo's on the other side. Flies on in, takes him out. Side looking vulnerable and available. Spike could go down.
Now 5v4 retake. They are here pretty fast.
Isolate and already looks take back that space towards ramp. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so he got 2 there. Heretics trying to secure CT.
Ooh,
and Woot's got to follow up towards Mr.
Sky Heal is big as well.
And now Kraxon out of captain with the 2 folks towards ramp. The Paranoia goes in and they clear. 2. But now down to 1 re-ends. Oh my. Oh! He tried to control it at the end there. He really
I thought he had it.
I think it's off the back of that headhunter from CNET getting the 2K. That was pivotal change in that round because Yenergy just fell apart on the site. And Team Heretics had that 5-on-4. I'm surprised that they went so aggressive into screens there, knowing that they had that man advantage. And I think they only did it because they sent so many players onto the site early that they didn't have any ramp control or like a late heaven hit or any back. Yeah.
He's getting pumped up.
When Yampi uses it, it's a headhunter, and when CNET uses it, it's a body hunter. No? Okay.
It's not your best work.
I tried.
It's not your best.
I'll get back.
It's for the crew of EMEA.
Just take a little time.
I'm new at this.
I think for a little better than crew in what they've shown. I don't think they've played their best today.
Talk it through. To be fair, Yampi was filthy on it.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him back.
Like I think FUT 1 to 5.
Some very like unique.
Maybe only Paper X have better aim than them.
Was pretty damn good. I almost swore
from 1 to 5. And even then, it's close.
Crazy. For Heretics though, we've got classics.
And I do think that
bits and bobs.
FUT when they're good, like they demolish teams, right? And they have demolished fairly decent teams in the regular season.
Man in the crowd.
They just on Lotus they just play on the like again they're playing on very hard mode. This one
I don't know if the cameraman's gonna bother.
again. Like it has problems, and Heretics exploited some of those problems.
This is going to be so good. And
the Chamber on defense is a bit of a different beast.
And it is the Viper, so they might not know about it. But CNET has that line on A, and when the Viper wall's on B, there's nothing to make them question: has someone crossed the ramp or not?
Just the site just got this line. You can just chill.
If anything comes to this round, I'll be very surprised.
He needs to not die there, but he hasn't.
30 seconds left. But have everyone here. As you said, reading it very well, being very comfortable, not having any threats, no problems.
Okay, flawless for FUT. It's pretty good. Now they didn't invest anything, so I think they should have full shields to avoid this outlaw.
Finding the scoreline now nicely tied up. Still a chance of the third here. If they continue on this pathing, decent little bonus for them too.
Outlaw for CNED, so if they're able to convert this bonus, I mean, Team Heretics did it in the first half. This would be really good for FUT to, you know, be able to get back into this. This is their map pick. They picked it for a reason. CNED's on Chamber. You know, he gets his Outlaw a little bit of a budget up. At least he's not waiting till round 9 for that. I am interested to see if they're able to get him on a super deep line so that they could get a nice stack again, like last round. Fast main control over at B for Team Heretics.
Okay, bit of a default here from Heretics. They take B main like that, especially when you got the Viper set up here over towards B. It's important to make sure you
move CNED's Outlaw all the way around to B. He's not the one holding the A line.
Sees nothing here.
He's the one rotating, but it looks like he's got indecision as he bounces around through defender spawn.
I'm not sure if that saw anything either.
A couple of question marks.
Might call them back, honestly.
Towards B main, the flash to clear it, but then
I think he just got awful info.
All the way out B.
And he doesn't know the level of success he's had.
This is crazy from
has
Benji
somehow
when
gone
we
ahead
got
of
this.
that. The paranoia.
But he wins the fight. This is like a loose condition right here. I can't believe he just did that.
That's not where the spike's heading. It's going back towards B.
I mean, that was crazy. Yeah, I mean, he probably should have lost that fight. Again, they have no idea. FUT. This Sky Flash gave him bad info. Didn't realize. What I don't understand is he flashed this. Did the wall come up like, was the wall already up, or did he put it up just as the flash was coming in?
They got the fear of Benji Fishy put into it. It gets one pick and they're like,
okay, so they're just guessing A, it's their own.
To be fair, so I think like the one issue with this round from FUT was that, you know, the indecisiveness from CNED bouncing around.
They used both flashes here, and I'm pretty sure he misses both.
Yeah, he gets taken out in the back. It's not bad for them to take a gamble and to like stack a site. It's one of those risks that you have to take, and it's like at the end of the day, if you lose the round, not the end of the world. So I'm glad they took it. I'm just
play for
like how they took it, how they came to stacking A and deciding A was a place to go. There's a crack here.
And just watch each way.
Gets the info.
You're not playing to win at this point. You're just playing to.
At this point, they get to the site now, and I mean, there's not much more to do.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know how he got that, to be completely honest with you, but you know,
happy little accidents. Is that trademarked? Can I say that?
No, I think that's all yours now.
It's all mine now?
Yeah, you can have that one. That can be your like, little catchphrase. I don't know if it's one of the best, but you went for it. That's on you, Chief. Yeah, it was a gamble, right? It was a risk, and I think what you were kind of highlighting the logic of getting there didn't
flawless,
feel
big for them,
great, but
big
again,
for their eco.
Yeah, it's a
now
gamble.
Pressure on FUT.
Put some weight behind it, maybe just hoping it worked out. I'd have liked to maybe blood to hell. Yeah, I'd have hoped they'd maybe pursue the idea of trying to get a little bit more information first, but it's fine. This is the round that really matters, right? We got this coming out.
Super passive setup from the rip though.
Green. I don't think it is anymore. Probably not his skin. Who knows? You know, maybe
we'll see soon.
Yeah. Beyond that though, this is a pretty important round, Josh. This
kind
of shows us everything we need to see. Where is he going to be playing this from?
Or line up to do the same lurk setup that he had last round. Benji on A to throw the cages to, you know, shroud the information a little bit. All
early dog towards mid.
Open for Team Heretics for the taking.
1-3-1.
But here's the op on B Heaven.
It's such an uncomfy split though, right? Like if you're playing on A, you have no vent control. Yeah, I guess no one can
very
push
weird off angle
easily without being noted, but
they're gonna wait for the reclear dog or flash here. And then they're going to make a decision where they want to go after. But this is a great insert. 2 players. Usually you'd see like 1 player inserted and regroup with 4. But here they've got 2.
And with this, you can just pinch towards Heaven, right? You got Benji creeping up here. They probably have some utility to keep it safe for a player.
The alarm bot is going to basically be the only thing alerting these guys.
Yeah, they just used the dog to clear that deep space towards B, so they're already going to kind of
Mr.
bring
Fallen
over
is
one of
on
the
his
additional
way.
players. I think Mr. Fallen's the one to quick rotate, and then maybe seen it late, you know, waits around a little later just in case, because they could always double pump back through. As it stands, Heretics get the red carpet rolled out. If they can clear sight, cracks, goes down in the blink of an eye. And now we've got out of Captain Mr. Fallen on site. Fallen was the first rotation. He got to be cheated over early off the back of the dog steering through. What is going on here? Guys, a fumble!
Man, fuck.
Now I know how Henry G feels. An absolute
blunder
made in that moment. CNED luckily bailed him out for a little here, but it's a 2v2 still. The time's on their side. The J makes it over here. How do they clear this back in? That retake with the operator, not ideal.
Big perp.
You're just standing out there against an op.
Drifting over. Hey, that'll help things. Rienz, it's all on you. It's a rough position, and he's been cleared. The Energy makes up for what was a mess on the site, and they get things back in hand and in touching distance, and 8-8 scoreline.
It's one of the rounds in the review. You go back and you're kicking yourself that you let that round slip. Great retake from
That's
FUT.
a big loss for Heretics.
Catching, Woot, repositioning on the site.
I mean, this one should be in a good position to win. I mean, Minibu's movement is kind of almost like bad. It gets in the win, and then
mid-battle.
Just two players just
this
being
reposition
out
here, getting
here
caught in
against
the
an
open.
op that you know is an op by the time Woot dies.
Nothing more to be done with that, but a really big
Oh,
opportunity
that's tough.
to
And
find
CNED was like 0-9 or something. He's now 10-12.
Vi still in place though for Heretics now.
But CNED gets to keep his op.
That's a very key
Okay,
point.
it's still a buy for Heretics.
So he's got a little bit of
This is
buffer
a big
to this
swing
now.
round.
This is excellent. This could be the tick in the box we were waiting
Yeah.
for.
One off Razor.
The Heretics, how do they approach this? Looking
One off
patient.
Viper's Pit.
FUT going for a very
Two off some ults
large
here. Like,
presence towards
probably not
B-main.
going to get an ult for this one.
Flash, no info off the back, so they explore a little further.
This alarm bot towards
Okay,
A-Heaven
take
here.
this ult up. That's
It's
actually
gonna
quite
protect
big,
from
because
and they
that's
only
probably the
need to
easier
spot
ult up to
over
get of
towards
the two.
B-Heaven for info on the defense side of things.
That means
especially
no
with
Razor,
B-main control, but they
at least until they
opt to
plant.
give up B-main. So they have to shift into a new setup here soon.
Now, as long as these cages aren't
minute
up,
mark now.
you've got CNED here.
Little progress made by
Right, you've got
Heretics.
CNED just
This
watching it
re-clear
here.
into B-main from Heretics might... Oh, wow. This
they
dog
punish
is a
the
little...
dog?
Just see a Viper just again. And we've seen Wu just hanging around B-main by himself on A hits.
Okay, so Benji,
There's still,
cages
like, so
go up
many
now.
bodies behind this. Even though I'd say that Heretics have
Here,
tried
the
to
op shot over here.
exploit that a little
maybe?
bit, that maybe they're reading into this. But there's still 3 players here from FUT. They still have presence. Krax is one of them. An unknown quantity that delivers in droves. Finds 2 and looks for a little more. He's on an island, but he's looking rather composed there. Rienz does clear him in the end, but it's down to just Benji Fishy.
Well played by
I'll
Krax.
play it up through heaven. 20 seconds.
And it's
And
going to
that
be a
spike
save.
is not to hand.
This will be
What do you do with this?
bit of a rough purchase for
This
Heretics.
one's
Probably
chalked.
next
I mean,
round
he
they'll
could
be
try
on
to
a
take
save.
away the op from CNED if he's able to find him, but it's probably not going to happen. Maybe explore a little bit, see if he can find out what's going on.
Huh?
Yeah, get one. If he's able to see the alarm by here, might get a little bit of information about what FUT's setups are, where CNED's playing, where he's putting his alarm bot and utility. But I mean, realistically, what we're seeing right now from FUT is Team Heretics keeps putting the Viper wall over towards B with the orb. And the only way to figure out if there's someone walking through is to have B main control, or to have someone kind of like on the left side of the site, backside, or under these like shroud boxes. That's the only way, unless you put an alarm bot there instead. So FUT has to put 3 bodies to defend towards B unless CNED's there. And I think, yeah, it's tough.
I'd
man.
love to
They
see
get,
a
like, cracks
setup
coming
from
through the
FUT
wall and getting the
of
backstab.
Dog
They just
early,
have so many bodies
get
to deal
CNED
with that.
set up with a TP outside B main ahead of the Viper wall. That would
I
be
think that's why
fucking
we're
sick.
seeing the timeout now.
Okay, timeout
maybe
from
off the back of some of the
Heretics.
information they found in the last round, a couple of key pieces being identified, but how do they want to deal with it, right? How do they want to address that? Is really the
It's
conundrum.
getting tense. There's a tension here.
Tricky predicament to try and figure out.
You know, it looked like Heretics might run away with it, then FUT had a big comeback. Now FUT kind of in the ascendancy, it feels like. Gonna be a
couple of scrappy rounds, sure, but
go
overall they
here,
had the
should be.
right approach.
Yeah.
Now we have seen some great
Heretics,
success
they
though
do have
after these
Razor
timeouts for
and
Heretics.
Viper's
This
Pit,
wouldn't be the first time they found
so
a,
they could leverage them
a
to
good
potentially
answer
get a
back.
round win.
I'm wondering
FUT's
if they're
eco
taking the
is
timeout now to decide if they're going to buy and
okay.
invest into this. They're one off of Seekers.
not
They have
amazing,
Viper's
though.
Pit. They do have a Showstopper. So if they're able to get into a site utilizing these ults, like the Showstopper, and then they're able to secure the post plant with the Viper's Pit, we might see a full investment into this round, as opposed to them saving, waiting for the next round, and potentially giving a bigger lead to FUT. They also know that CNED's probably going to be on these deep lines alone with his op. Are they going to try to punish that, get in his face with the Seekers, with the Skyflash, with the dog, with the Showstopper?
Seen it combine next round anyway with the ult, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, let's see.
the plan is at least in this round.
Interesting trip here, right? Funnily enough, they changed where the Viper Wall was. But they're trying to put the trip here for that lurk play.
In the back pocket, kept over from the previous round. Operator
shows where the op is.
So they know where it is.
That's obviously where the chamber is a bit detrimental, is once you show where you are, like it's harder to move around because you want to stay with the TP.
Now they're going to post up a player in towards vents. That's about it. I don't know what the adjustment off the back of this is here.
Alarm bot towards B.
Yeah, big change. I like that. Getting spotted in just that last round and already a little bit of a switch up.
But if you can hear this trip, right, you'll know that the chamber has to be this side. Very passive on A.
Both Vipers trading toxins. You put yours up, I'll put mine up. Oh, yours is down?
Here.
Put mine down too. Great timings on them.
Yeah, so much towards this. A little bit of an alarm that was previously invested here, now not around. Benji.
Okay, they're going to try and create
get
noise
one, though.
here.
He's got his hat. They'll give them the info they need to make a decision on where they want to go.
But it is Cracks on the other side. He'll be his fight towards CT. Not dealt with, but the Boombot should identify who's here. Spots another. Benji now notes 2 players. He's going to know that there's 2 on this side of the map. They have to respond. They have to respect this. But do they get past the utility adjustment? They actually do. They do to an extent. The Energy is going to see enough, right? They're going to call them back, pulling back the cavalry. Maybe they don't need it. The Energy does so well to just turn it around on the side.
I mean, can he even get the spike in time?
Okay, it's all good. All good. FUT 4 alive. Ult's coming online. They're looking really solid.
4 alive for FUT as well. Eco through the roof
to feel like a real reality between these two. But this should be the round that maybe they've been trying to tee up here for the Heretics side on that timeout.
Yeah, the
was
plan's
just
not
to try and
bad,
figure something out during that round between. Hopefully, it included this too.
Maybe just happened a little bit late.
For Team Heretics, but
right, maybe just a little late on it because like
they've invested a little bit too much in the
they
previous
didn't give
round,
enough time to fully rotate across, right? Essentially.
And when you have to use your ults in this round.
So like the guys who are rotating, like as soon as they figure it out, as soon as yesterday figures it out, right, like,
tying up,
not that much time in between.
Straight towards ramp. CNET is on the case. This is his part of the map to hold. They're going to hear it. Do they continue? Do they back?
No,
do they try and punish this further? Already presence shown towards middle.
You have 5 ults
here.
Use them, Mr. Heretics.
Dealt with. Where are they going? Question marks are plenty now. Is this a pause? This is going to have commitment. Seek's going in. Fallen. He's going to connect a little, but not a lot here. He's going to be forced away from this 38 HP, and they are in danger. Pop flash. High tempo, high pressure, and a pause for a second, but there it is. The drop of the utility and the punish of the back. CNET's made it to the site here. Boot's done well to find Fallen, but CNET's still alive, and the spike yet to make it towards the site. 1 minute though, plenty of time here. Shot just about missing. As the plant's going to come in. 4v3 numbers sitting in Heretics' hands. Miniboo's position could be very valuable here. Going to be forced away, but Boo can counter swing if needed. And it's all through heaven. This is all of the players here. This is everything that they've got, and Rien's already going to find Cracks. They're down to 2.
That Raze down. Now if you can save Raze, that would be good.
You're not backing away from this. I mean, you've got money, you've got ults, I guess, but still. What more can you expect to get from this round? They've just drifted away in towards events yet. No real other problems for Miniboo. Beautifully played by Heretics. And just lighting a fire underneath themselves, flying into this. The pace change.
So they didn't even have to use Raze ult here. They did use Cypher ult plus
I really like these late game tempo changes.
It wasn't the worst thing in the world, and 4 alive is big for them.
Utilizing these ultimates, great usage of the Seekers there after pumping the fake
pressure with this. If I'm FUT, I want to get a, I want to get CNET. You know, I want a TP here, and I want CNET
kill on Yenergy just standing in the open.
Trip in heaven.
Goes up to the body, finds out where the rest of the defending FUT players are, and it's all over from there.
Can you do it again though? that's a lot to ask for.
They still have really good ults. They still have really good ults to make this happen.
True.
Okay,
but
we now have some big ults here.
Been having these in the back pocket, almost one away as well from having the the flush here.
But yeah, I'd be trying like we've got like the one agent who's maybe actually pretty good at beating this.
CNET, where'd you decide to commit towards?
Dog straight away. Out here. You know, if the dog sees them all, then obviously that's good.
And quick commitment. Oh god, CNET on a platter, has to evacuate. But Miniboo unrelenting, he wants forward. Oh, he's found it.
Oh!
Oh, mom.
34 HP.
Where did that go? Where did it go? Mostly probably in the box, it seems, but that feels a little unfair, but it's how the cookie crumbles.
And the Seekers all come to B main.
Got a kill that shouldn't have happened this time. Doesn't get a kill that maybe could have. Would need a replay for that one to see.
Thing is, as they come back to A, you're running into a Raze
ult here. So what you're saying is
calm
as a bitch, right? As Jojo Siwa once told us, the modern day prophet, of course. I don't know what else to say about this round, because that looks like it's just stumped them, right? They're like, well, this is the plan, and it felt really good at the time. Now we're down to 4. We've burnt a lot of our utility. Where do we go with this?
I was thinking, is he going to use Viper's Pit as like a fake on B? But no, it looks like he's just holding for the re-aggress or the re-clear. So much split up. That's like a perfect opportunity for CNET to work his op, get his pick on Boo. Then that smoke's gone again from Team Heretics. Just the Viper wall to work with.
Okay, there's more info for you. The spike is over here as well, though.
That spike is still on the A side of the map. VCT's made pretty good progress here, but there's no favorable numbers on any side of the map yet, and that might have just shut the door, but the spike's on the way.
Running back this way,
17
they don't know where to go, they're just going to save.
Gotta save.
Gotta save.
Okay, so get to 11. I mean, Heretics, I mean, they got a bit unlucky, right? That Razor is a bit...
11 found FUT.
It's a bit
that
bullshit,
start, I felt
guess,
like an all-in play from Heretics, and the second it just didn't work out, they had nothing to fall back on.
That's their Razor. John Crack still has his.
Into a trap
they also have
where
Viper's
they're
Pit.
walking around a little bit too much in the mid rounds.
Viper's Pit on one side, CNET up on the other.
When you're doing up against CNET's op and you don't know where it is, oh yeah, I went a little bit past. It went past him and hit the wall behind. That's what happened. But like, yeah, you walk around in these mid rounds, you're gonna walk into CNET's op if you don't know where it is, and that's opportunities you cannot give CNET.
Okay, we're gonna Viper's Pit mid. That's what it looks like.
Their game plan was good. I like the pace of it. I like the splits that they were doing. It looks like they kind of like left their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, they're running on empty here.
No Viper's Pit in a crucial round.
Early info there. Probably not as telling as they'd like, but still. New looks coming out here, new adjustments. CNET. This time found early, but he finds himself a victim. That's Benji down. Heretics are just hitting their heads against a brick wall here. FUT want this 12th round. They want a chance.
Just a Viper there.
And that third map. And they've stalled out middle.
Op shows himself at A, instantly rotates over to B. I'd like him to take that angle on B main instead of B heaven here.
Oh, he's got a lot to handle up towards heaven, doesn't he?
He can get easily forced off, flashed off.
Yep, there it is. So first step open, second flash to confirm they've made it further. CNET is falling. Beautiful work between each other. FUT got there, but I don't know how much one man can achieve from this. There's still no support coming from heaven. As Boo can't isolate the kill towards CNET, the paranoia is going to catch him too. And CNET's feeling confident now, heated up a little bit. FUT overwhelmed, and FUT make it to 12.
12-9, FUT's defense side here looking pretty strong. Heretics,
still a chance
I just feel like they don't have, other than this,
like
they get creating pressure B main, like that's working for them somewhat, but other than the Viper setup on B, it just feels like everywhere else is just a death trap, to be honest. And CNET, who had a rough start to this game.
CNET, the thorn in their side, didn't get his op up until like really deep into the game, but now it's reaping its dividends. Woot still has his Viper's Pit, but no opening into sites for Team Heretics. They're trying to take the space.
So now again, you've got Viper's Pit, but so did they.
Once they have it, once they've inserted someone, the only time that they can really insert something like that is
able
able to be
with the
effective
here,
is at middle. These A inserts and B inserts, they're not doing anything because CNET's op is right there to receive them.
This time they put the wall over towards A.
One player here dedicated.
This is where if you do dog this and see nothing or see him deep, I'd like to see you actually try and get ahead of him.
They've started to pull over the player. Yellowjay.
No, they've seen the wall on A here, so I
want to respond. Noting that, but can they then find CNET? What can they do off the back of this? Benji Fishy going to be denied, but there has been a player slipping ahead. That's going to be Miniboo. And CNET's on the wiser. They have found him. Okay, it's the first time. An assassination on his life. CNET's gone down. So they can pause a little here. They've got 55 seconds still, a lot to work with. Can they find these final couple of players? But I love this response as well. Straight away, they lose that information. They lose an idea of what's going on. They take map space and they take the info back. But by now, there's a lot of progress being made on the other side.
For them, they're coming the other way. And that flash.
Viper's
the flash didn't see anything. Will Miniboo call them back to B? The flash didn't see anything.
Could secure the victory, potentially, right? That's.
I think Ada Captain's gonna bait for him, make it seem like, hey, I'm alone on the site, don't clear Yedu.
Yeah, potentially. Utility going in, re-ends with the flash here. Yellowjay, the one to swing it, and he's gone down in a heartbeat. Ada Captain with 2, but there's plenty of time for the plant here. 15 seconds. Miniboo's got that operator to hand as well.
You have enough money that you should go for this.
Locking down that line of sight from CT, but they need to get a grip on towards Heaven too. Crack's still there.
Razor as you get the first kill.
Mr. Fallen, no flashes here though. Ooh, Miniboo. Second time of asking, gonna deliver it.
Wait for the
Crack's left in a 1v3. There we go. Okay. 10 found from Heretics, and it does feel like that game of find scene header. Maybe we get a chance.
I really like the adjustment from Team Heretics there. Normally what they're doing is Benji's going towards
Find
A.
the first kill. Again, if
Rien's to set him up,
they still have these big ults
whatever,
to use whenever they want, and they'll have money for these last 2 rounds no matter
going
what.
up as well. Minibu slips the gap, gets into vents here, while Benji is like, hey, I'm over here, and he gets spotted. Foot thinks, oh, we've dealt with this. Benji's still not able to get into heaven. He's not able to flank you. He's still on ramp.
Okay,
You're
they're gonna go what? Judge?
Step in the back a little bit.
What's this? I mean,
like dominoes, they just all fall right after. 2 cages on the ramp.
So wall back on to B.
Sorry, on lower instead of 1 lower, 1 ramp.
Okay, here comes the first challenge. Crossed over. Alarm still here. Boombot can be invested. Can't hit the shot on the cross. Gonna spot out 1. And a captain. Gotta be careful.
So again, they're trying to go for this pinch play. Obviously, we know it won't work. They probably have a decent idea it wouldn't work now because they've seen Cena's here.
Where the rest of the team is as well here. That late exploration towards
Benji
main
can't hear
does
this
get
trip,
noted.
so that idea is kind of gone.
He's gonna get a chance to get some picks now. Does get caught by the flash. So they managed
so
to
the
back
insert
away, but there's still a
Benji.
couple of question marks, and one of them actually is a player behind it. That's still gonna be Benji. And do they even consider it? Do they think about him being here late?
That flash caught Woot in B
There's
main.
still 3 people
This
here.
late into the round, 50 seconds left. FUT can't move around. They know A ramp is exposed. They know B main is exposed. They don't know which side Team Heretics is going to go to.
Oh, and now the Viper's
Mid's
Pit.
just
That's
been
a
locked
big
down,
thorn
though.
in their side. I mean,
at
look, you've
that.
got him here
How are
as
you meant to
well.
get through that?
But now he needs to
Spike's just not
kind of
finding
come
any point of
back
access.
through
They're
it.
on 25 seconds.
And now they have to just come B main into a Razor.
The word melon starts to spring to mind, but
There's no
Benji
fucking
strikes
way
from the back.
you've just let
That's
that
the ult
happen,
now
though.
gone, and B looking a little bit more
Oh
vulnerable
my
on this
goodness,
pinch.
that's so bad.
18
That is
seconds.
so
They still
bad.
need to get past Mr. Fallen. The paranoia doesn't land, so we still got to do
We
next
whiffed the
fight.
Razor.
Minibu looking to
Oh
find
my
cracks.
goodness,
That's
it's a disaster.
devastating timing.
What an awful
10
round.
seconds. Spike can come on in. Nothing can deny that
Wow.
now.
What an
He was
absolute
down to the wire,
disaster.
but it's worked. Zened, the chance to be the hero here.
I mean, just not.
This is a
I
lot
think
to
Captain's just
ask.
gonna save. I mean,
Flank on the way.
I don't understand that at all, to be honest. I don't understand what
5 to
yesterday's.
find.
I know we can see where they are, but like,
Nasty Minibu. You're so goddamn nasty. You've worked it so well.
right? They have been here.
At a captain,
Captain, I
it's
think
time
was
to back
actually
away from this
smoked off
round. And another step
when Benji
closer
did
for
this.
Heretics. This is where you get those sweaty
They have
palms for
put
FUT
a
here,
smoke
because
here.
things are getting a little bit too
As
dangerous.
soon as you
They're
see a
starting to get a
smoke
rhythm to
has
this.
been
You're
here.
working out what you're doing. They still, I think,
How
have a
have we
decent
not
enough
called
buy
out
going
that this is a
forward, but
possibility?
still,
When they
you're
like,
getting nervous
what else
if
is
you
this
FUT
smoke
Cena
for?
got to be kicking himself at the start of the round, missing that op shot.
Yep.
Onto Minibu at lower A. That one shot, that one
And then
kill
we
could
whiff our
change
Razor
everything,
as
but
well.
instead,
Like,
5 alive.
and actually, the smoke it didn't come in at that point, but
5 standing.
as soon as you see that
Key
smoke,
ultimates
it's like,
there. Minibu.
yeah, that's a
Boots.
possibility.
TP for Boo as well.
You're walking out
Not a
this
million
way,
miles
like-
away from the Seekers. This is watching it back here.
Don't pit if you're gonna do that.
Where did Crack's ult go in that one? Not where he wanted, obviously, but the watch party out there for the Heretics fans. I'm
That's
sure
a
the
bizarre
smiles are coming back
decision,
on the
man. Like,
faces.
if you're
but
ulting
FUT,
from in
it's
heaven,
panic stations.
right? You've ulted
You get one
from
more
this
chance
way.
to close out in regulation. Now, hopefully Sliggy's got the pen out. He's
Like
writing,
someone
you
could
know,
have
how many
crossed you when you
chances there
fuck.
are.
What is he doing?
If he's not, chat, crash
I
him
can't
to do
believe
so,
what
but
he just did.
The point is, this is going to get
You've
rather
ulted
difficult because there's a lot of question marks
from
bigger
B
picture,
heaven.
not just in the round that's coming up. But
As this ult
they
is
plan to use
blooming,
these
bro,
ultimates. They've got a lot
they
of
could
key
just
pieces
walk past it
put
anyway.
Down here for Heretics.
well, that's one of the things we saw in the first half is that FUT had a really good read on a situation like this where they had
Forget
Showstopper,
everything else in the round.
on their raise, and they decide to go and do a tempo change, go fast B after showing a ramp control
Bruh.
time and time again. And that's what we've seen from Team Heretics here on their attack side is they've been going hard towards a ramp, taking that control with the Cypher cages, plus the Sky, and then they're also taking, you know, Minibu in some of these situations. So is Team Heretics going to pull a FUT and say, like, you know what, we've been doing this and we're going to go B instead, or if they're going to go A, and seeing how FUT is kind of going to stay one step ahead of that. And it looks like their
Hindsight
solution to
much?
it
Oh
is
my
by
god,
putting
you must be
Cena
kidding.
over towards
So
B
you're
to
telling me
stop
when
whatever
you do a
being hit,
pit
putting
from
more
here,
bodies towards A, this is
and it's
something that we
blooming
haven't
out
really
here,
seen yet
that you
from
think
FUT.
it's a
This is
good
gonna be
idea to
huge,
walk
though.
back this way when our
Showstopper
Omen
and
is
for
sitting
Minibu.
in a smoke here,
Here we go. It's
and our
OT
Viper is
or
on
it's
site.
map 3.
and they definitely could have either crossed in this way or just walked past you.
I want to see what the gear shift looks like for Heretics. And away we go straight in. Minibu gonna fly forward, gonna spot his victim, but no, couldn't connect towards it. They don't know about cracks. Perfect swing on one, but it's messy. It's a back and forth affair. 3v3 now. Now the plant you're looking at coming in here. Nothing going to stop that. A quick heal up too.
Again.
Already out of captain's got ramp control. Flash clears it. Okay, he knows he can progress now. They're starting to clear through methodically. Nothing connected close towards underneath those rafters. They know they're on the site here.
Now they've used all flashes though. It's just going to be dry.
Flash in hand and not much more. This is so difficult though, but they can be grouping towards ramp. A 2-1 split on the retake. Heaven still kind of held by Cine, but he's got to join with the rest here. Benji Fishy plays ahead of this.
Go.
Refusing to lose. He wants OT, and Cine has to do it all now. A 1v3. The flash. Oh, it's just not going to happen.
Okay.
Heretics
Overtime. What a
game.
massive comeback from Heretics.
With a chance to close this out in map 2.
Team Heretics deciding to go straight into A site there. Teleport behind the
and
screen.
I mean, it was gonna look pretty good for them, honestly. The little bait position here for Cracks could have very much worked, but the Omenal just kind of fucked it.
Just when FUT thought, hey, we're gonna go to map 3, we're gonna do Sunset, we're gonna reset
so
the
Heretics
scoreline,
with a chance to close it out 2-0. Give me a chance to make some food.
What do you say to the God of Death?
That goes there.
Not today.
This is a nice spot.
Hey,
Still quoting Game of Thrones in 2024?
Don't swear, I got the quotes down pat. Okay. Oh, this is so up in the air. What an exciting game to decide who goes to Shanghai right here, right now. FUT now back on the attack. Heretics on the defending side. And a lot of intent put towards this early A presence from FUT. Cena trying to draw that attention towards middle. No punish, no catch towards Voot, who's playing quite passive this time.
So again, Heretics going back to this trip in mid.
He's very nearby.
And FUT did do a lot of pressure towards ramp in general.
This is similar to one of the last setups of regulation that we saw from Team
we
Heretics.
did see them punish them multiple times by pushing out A, so they leave Yetterjay here.
A. Great Cypher setup. Miniboo with one flash left. Is he going to use that for info? Or is he going to use that to fight after the camera, after the trip, after Benji takes contact? The rotation as well. Team Heretics knows this is going to be a B hit.
Started making noise, he died though.
Getting the better of Yetterjay as well. This is going to
had to make noise but not die. He died. It should be around for Heretics now, but they know what's going on.
Forward. They've got 30 seconds. And they've got to stick the landing. Flash to come in, Cracks to get caught. Voot's the one to deliver the blow at the end with Rien's, but still, look at this. It's a bloody battle, but Voot and Miniboo.
Yetterjay with some top rounds here at the end.
Lead back after what was a drought throughout this game.
For that fight on your
FUT
own. No
lose the advantage.
I'd love to see it from his POV, but
this Team Heretics.
Like him making noise is not a bad idea.
Resiliency.
Isn't that just fucking crazy? When I mean, they could be so many places. And
I don't understand how they're able to so regularly and consistently get the good reads on the gamble stacks and the rotations and everything. Like Team Heretics is so good at this.
Like
we
in
get to sit
CT,
here
in heaven, in hell.
And we see how perfect
can't they just
it
be in
is.
so many positions and just swinging out on this on your own?
Oh, well, that's a good start if FUT want to be able to, you know, stay in this game a little bit.
You're gonna really do a full B exit?
Miniboo, the scalping
no
flame.
rings. I mean, I guess with the Viper setup, it can help.
Taking that every day of the week. They're trying to get a little closer
Oh
here.
my goodness, that's fucking mental.
Oh, they're so close though on the burst here. Yetterjay doesn't get caught with paranoia as he comes back out swinging. A 1-1 trade still keeps an. Oh, the flash is filthy from Mr. Fallen. He's still holding ground here. 2 in this round alone. Where is Benji coming from?
He's coming for the mid flank.
Oh yeah, but the timing on that, Cracks gonna note him. That's perfect. Benji didn't fall for it, and they're pausing for a second. They want to try and find that pick, maybe even this back up to a 3v3. But for FUT, they've got to keep their composure as well. Trying to deal with this slippery. Oh wait, what? Cracks got caught like that. They had no idea. And a captain responds in kind, and now it's all down to 1. Benji feels the time to clutch. This might be it, but it feels like I've said this before. 40 seconds, and 1 man still alive.
1v3
this is
should
going to be more
tough,
difficult than the other 1v3s that Benji traditionally finds himself in, because normally it's like one player alone that he's able to isolate first before he deals with the other 2. But now across the map, he's going to be beat to this rotation as well.
Oh my god, do you double swing that? Do you dare risk it? They do, FUT. But life on the line to tie this one back.
Okay, a little fortunate with the first kill there by Mr. Fallen, but
13, we go again.
We go again. the first real time they've battled that, to be honest. This one did a monster job.
We're getting into these like super deep mind games, the mental
okay,
warfare.
Here we go again.
Figuring
I mean,
out
again,
which
we're
way,
starting over towards round.
Anti-strat and do this
I don't think they. I mean,
against your enemy.
Oh, it was a while ago, but
Heretics
went for this kind of very passive B-self.
We're just seeing it from both teams at the moment.
They bring
OT just becomes mad. It always does. It just loses any touch of reality. And this time, what does FUT bring us here? Okay, well, presence in mid. Deep enough that it will note CNED, at least for a second. They back away from this. Has to respect the little even exchange, but they've chosen the challenge towards the A side.
Viper,
so it seems. A lot of pressure on the shoulders.
They do towards ramp. Did see the cam? Is he on the cam?
Quite vulnerable. And it is a 4-1 stack here, Josh.
Really deep B main pressure here. Paranoia invested into it after Skyflash as well. And FUT knows, they know that here's the heavy aggression towards B. Let's go A fast. A is going to be weak, but Benji's got 2 kill trips. Make that 1 after 1 gets taken out. He's still got his cage.
That's all he's got now, though. He needs some support here. The team's on the way, but he is in danger. Paranoia coming. Heretics are there. Benji's good for 1. He's good for 2. He's still standing. Oh, this guy is just out of this world. He keeps going. He keeps fighting.
The Benji A side hold. We've seen it before.
The 20-year-old sensation does not.
We've seen it before. He does it again.
14 rounds and another chance to close.
Benji just saying, who's fish 1, 2, 3? I'm fish 1, 2, 3, 4 in this round.
This guy is something else. They had everything there.
And the flood out is good by Heretics as well.
It's like brilliant, cool. You know, we've read this correctly. Come. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's just wild because, as I said, we get the luxury of being able to see it in front of us, right? They've chosen the correct site. They've made the right call on that, a little bit of a test towards middle. They hit maybe a little late because the rotations were there, but sure, they still had a good opportunity. And then it's like, oh, Benji's gone and...
Yeah, I think FUT did miss the timing by just a few seconds there. As soon as they hear the Skyflash, Paranoia, all these things happening towards B main, I feel like that needs to be an instant reaction where they're just beelining it as fast as they can.
Always running
the rotation from all the way
because
in,
there's a lot going on, right? I mean, in that round, Heretics were flooding out through the smoke, right? So you're facing backwards, you're trying to deal with this. You know that the Cypher is somewhere on site as well, so you're worried about this. Like, yeah, if it was just the Cypher here.
So FUT. Too much indecision there.
You know, it's
their downfall.
Yeah, they would break the trips. Problem is your ranked teammates either aren't rotating or you know you're already fucking dead.
And by the time FUT is able to hit A, it's not just like the trickle lemming fest that we saw yesterday. Today they're together.
Triple lemming
fest. One's to the right. Benji's locking down his ground in the site.
I am shocked we haven't seen Cena even try to get into B main once. He buys an op again.
Side, there has been a problem.
So Heretics, another map point.
It's a pacey start from Heretics. No subtlety to the show towards B, potentially a show of strength, but...
Like, to me, Cena chamber on this,
looking to try and tease
he's quite passive. Like, he has found value.
To over-analyze and try and find information.
But to me, he's found not too much more value than, for instance, you would get on Jet.
Spotted him there. CNED's calling something. It's just that 1-3-1
right?
I
feel like
from Heretics, but what's the end goal, the end destination?
I mean, he's not putting the trap down anyway on
this round. Whereas all for naught. This is everything that they've been eyeing up here to confirm, to lock in, to send themselves.
Okay, the wall here and the cages here. Maybe a bit of a clue.
But Heretics now 1 round away. Spam, the flash.
Come back for that A exact. Oh my god!
This kid just keeps winning. He keeps winning. And now Anna Captain needs to bail him out. He needs a big couple of kills here. A little bit of a pre-fire on the pillar. They know his position. Yeah, perfect from Anna Captain. More. Does he get more? He gets away. And if anything, that's incredibly impressive considering the state of affairs on the site.
3 versus 3 in this post plan.
OT or GG. FUT, show us what you're made of here. This is the moment to do it. Can you claw this one back?
No flashes for Mr. Fallen. Off angle of
Heretics.
And look at Woot, he's already getting aggressive. They're playing a little further ahead here. They're keeping space on the side. They're going to make him work for this. They can try and take every step. Laborious in its approach. Rienne's back to the site, holding towards elbow. The time is ticking and they got to get a move on. Rienne's and Woot just posting them, getting them through. Heretics now!
Just the delay of the one smoke and a snake bite wins the game. Okay, GG. Heretics are through. Heretics and Fnatic. We're going to get Karmine Corps versus FUT tomorrow for all the marbles. And Heretics, I mean, look, Split was close. Lotus again, you just got exploited. I wonder if they'll change this now. They've only got a day's time, so it'll be tough, but I do wonder if FUT think about changing it, because I think Karmine Corps will pick it against them. Okay, I do have time to go and make some food, but Heretics, along with Paper Rex and Genji and EDG and FBX, I guess I've gone to all the tournaments. It's actually quite a lot of the teams who are going to all the tournaments. And I would not be, I mean, really, I'd favor Heretics quite a lot to beat Fnatic. I think they just are a better team, honestly. We'll watch 100 Thieves. Of course, we'll watch Americas, yes. Massive games, qualification games as well. Crew G2. And Lever 100 Thieves. I mean, this is an absolute gigabanger. This is the holy gigabangers are all gigabangers. I'll be back in about an hour. Goodbye.